Hey guys, it's me again. Today, we're diving into a new series, Becoming the Tutor to the Weakest Demon Lord. If you enjoy the recap, please show some love by hitting that like, share, and subscribe button. Evil Queenmaker is a strategy simulation game where you take on the role of a tutor in the demon realm, raising a young, pathetic demon lord into the ultimate ruler. The game received tons of praise for its detailed story and world building, perfectly capturing the vibe of those iconic simulation games from back in the day. In true trendy fashion, our lucky guy today is one of those players who once sang the game's praises. He was all over the forums, hyping it up and playing the keyboard warrior against brainless haters. He was a blindly loyal fanboy. But why does he call himself a fool, you ask? Well, until this game turned into a complete dumpster fire. Were they all just delusional because the early feedback was better than expected? Less than a year later, the developers proudly dropped an expansion pack that completely betrayed everyone's expectations. A bunch of disgusting endings with logic that belongs in the trash were added. Just reading the premise on the screen was enough to make players spit out their drinks in frustration. No way! Are you kidding me? This is supposed to be good? Immediately, the ratings took a nosedive straight into the abyss. This guy went from a former fanboy to a full-blown hater, posting scathing, toxic reviews filled with raw emotion, stuff like, "The demon lord I spent all that effort raising just betrays me or dies a pathetic, pointless death." The worst part is how they just shove these betrayal elements in there for no reason. If you were going to do this, then why the hell did you release an expansion at all? You already had the perfect candidate and a flawless homage to the early 2000s simulation genre. However, the developers, who usually kept silent on other posts, suddenly replied, "Well then, we hope you can create a better ending yourself, in Evil Queenmaker." He read that message, and a vein in his forehead started pulsing like it was doing a disco dance. What the hell is this guy talking about? What kind of garbage is this? Just as he finished, his computer screen suddenly erupted in a blinding light. Before he could even open his eyes, he was dragged into a vast, void-like space. It took him a while to open his eyes, and his mind was a complete mess. What the hell is this? Where am I? Just as that thought crossed his mind, his frail, autumn leaf-like body drifted past eyes with glowing red pupils. From those eyes, a figure wrapped in demonic energy emerged. "Doesn't he look just like one of Satan's henchmen?" He stuttered. "Huh? Who are you?" But the other guy just spat out a bunch of gibberish, and he didn't have Doraemon's translation bread to help him out. What? The absurdity only temporarily ceased when he groggily opened his eyes, suffering from a massive, pounding headache. But the first thing to enter his vision was a Renaissance-style gate. It looked old enough to be his ancestor. By the time he could stand up and fully regain his senses, the thoughts racing through his mind were nothing but pure panic. What is this? A castle? He cautiously touched the gate and tried to search his memory. Am I dreaming? This feels so familiar. I swear I've seen this place somewhere. Finally, when he looked up at the top of the tower, the truth hit him like a lightning bolt. That crest. I've definitely seen this in Evil Queenmaker. But that answer only made him chillier. Why is this thing standing right in front of me? You can't fool a veteran gamer. In a split second, he realized his current situation. This is insane. If I really have isekai'd into the game, that means this is the kid's castle. Right then, a voice cut through his thoughts. "Oh my. Are you Mr. Kane?" "Wait," the name the old man said made him suspicious. "Who is Kane?" It didn't take long for his face to turn pale as his brain finally caught up. He scanned the man in front of him and muttered to himself, "Isn't that Kine?" But he rubbed his eyes and listened to the old man's scripted dialogue again. "Oh my, are you Mr. Kane?" His inner monologue screamed. "It's real." He's saying the exact first line that Kane says to the player. After stepping through the gate, Kane continued his lines with a 90-degree bow. "To think there's someone willing to educate our demon lord. We are truly grateful." Ignoring the chatter, he remained lost in his own thoughts. If that's the case, did I really become the demon lord's tutor? His brain involuntarily replayed that last message before he transmigrated. "We hope you can create a better ending yourself." By now, he finally understood. Damn it, is this what they meant? They told me to create a better ending. What a ridiculous joke. Putting his mess of thoughts aside, a somewhat hesitant voice echoed in the spacious room. "Cecily, how do I look?" the girl hurriedly asked back. "I tried to choose a slightly simpler style, as you suggested. My lady, do you not like it?" Xia tightened her grip on her teddy bear and hesitantly denied. "It's not that I don't like it." After taking a deep breath, she lifted her blushing face to confirm. She was just a little shy. Seeing this, Cecily had to cover her mouth to keep her feelings from spilling out. "She's so adorable." Once she calmed down, she tilted her head to add, "You must just be nervous about the tutor arriving." Xia immediately asked excitedly, "Do you think so?" Cecily solidified her position by holding up the gift. "I asked the royal chef to prepare this for you." Seeing her favorite food, Xia's eyes sparkled like diamonds. Pudding. But before digging in, she didn't forget to express her gratitude. "Thank you." Cecily hurriedly turned away and mumbled, "It's nothing at all." But inside, she was frantically chanting prayers. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but you are just too cute." Suddenly, there was a dry knock on the door, followed by a robotic voice. "My Lady Xia, Kane is here." Without waiting for a response, he stepped in. "The person who will be your tutor is waiting outside." Xia jumped down without hesitation. "I understand." Kane watched as the little girl suddenly shed her innocence and spoke with extreme seriousness. "I will head to the audience chamber immediately." Kine, hit by that super cute attack, could only hold his chest and cry on the inside. "Lady Xia, since when did you become so dignified?" Xia kept up that act all the way until she sat on the throne. "Kine, I'm ready." The old man still hadn't recovered from his trance, still fanatically showing his deep reverence, truly worthy of a demon lord. "Even if this loyal servant died right now, he would have no regrets. You truly deserve the title of Demon King. Even if I were to die this very second, this loyal servant would have no regrets." The waiting time passed quickly until the sound of a door opening and footsteps approached. Nahan looked Xia straight in the eyes and formally introduced himself. "It is an honor to finally meet you, Your Majesty." "Lord Xia, I don't know where you learned such a noble posture, but you carry yourself quite well. My name is Nan." Having said that, he quickly glanced over the profile of the little girl standing before him. Xia Von Devata, the sole descendant of the former demon king Xia Von Devata, who was once ranked second in the demon realm. However, in a sudden war that broke out 2 years ago, they suffered a crushing defeat, and Xia Von Devata was killed in action, along with most of his closest aides. Just like that, Xia had to ascend to the throne when she was only 5 years old. This coronation stripped her of her childhood. Not only that, the Devata clan plummeted to the very bottom, ranked 72nd. And with this current situation, even that position was under threat. Nahan was lost in thought when he was startled as Xia suddenly left her spot and ran toward him. The little girl suddenly bowed at a 90-degree angle and shouted clearly, "Hello!" Nan, receiving such a grand greeting, could only stammer back the same, "Hello!" Xia quickly lifted her head and chirped enthusiastically, "Please feel free to talk to me naturally, because to the royal tutor, I am just a student, not a demon king." These words made the person standing by and eavesdropping, Ken, nod in silent approval. "Lord Xia, you are truly very understanding, but also very sensible." Nan patted her head gently, reminding her, "From now on, please call me teacher, because I will make you the supreme demon king. I look forward to walking this path with you, Xia." Even though she didn't fully understand what a supreme demon king was, her unwavering trust in him began to form right there. "Yes, teacher." But that hopeful atmosphere didn't last long. Nan was currently carrying a mood as gloomy as if he were about to go on a date with the Grim Reaper. Kneeling on the ground, only 2 words remained in his mind. "I'm doomed." Han's whole body shook violently as he began to reflect on himself. Have I lost my mind? Am I possessed by a demon or something? Did I really just say I would become Xia's tutor? Even though he was a die-hard fan of Evil Queenmaker, who had cleared every ending and knew everything from major events to minor details, regret gnawed at him, making him grab his hair. He even had all the hidden elements in the palm of his hand. But clicking a mouse and actually raising a child in real life were 2 completely different things. How could he possibly teach a demon king when he himself didn't even know magic? Spinning in circles, he suddenly fell into a spiral, wondering, I intended to politely refuse at first, didn't I? Is it the instinct of someone who once craved to be a teacher? Or was it just because I was too excited to meet Xia in person? If not that, perhaps it was because he understood Xia's pain too well. Either way, if he couldn't do it, he couldn't do it. He had to refuse right now. But the moment he thought of this plan, a light like phosphorus began to glow in Nan's eyes. This was after the explosion of brilliance in his brain. Fragments of memory flew apart, like they wanted to sever every nerve, forcing him to speculate. Nan's memories of the shadow that pulled him into this game finally surfaced, which also partially explained his confusion. Currently, this body Nan is in belongs to a grand villain. His mind suddenly felt like it was bathed in holy water, enlightened and shining brightly. That's right, if it's like this, with this power and knowledge. Nan erupted with aura. The main character buried his determination silently. Can I do it? I can even go far beyond that level. For the first time that day, the corners of his mouth curled into a smug smile. Perhaps even the most ideal ending I once imagined is possible. Dreams were beautiful, but he was stuck as soon as the idea started to bud. But why, Nahan? Why do I only remember the nickname but have absolutely no memory of the real name? The next day, Xia looked at the surrounding forest and couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, didn't you say we have a lesson today?" "I have my own private classroom," Nan patiently explained. "Instead of a stuffy room, learning in a wide-open place like this feels much more comfortable, doesn't it?" But his true purpose was carefully kept in his heart. Learning here helps increase focus, which in turn grants bonus stat points. Right then, his eyes caught what Xia was carrying. But that doll. I've never seen it in the game. He tried using his softest tone to probe. "Are we going to study with your friend too?" The little girl puffed out her cheeks and declared firmly, "You see, teacher, Yi is the friend I like the most." Nahan was a bit speechless but tried to patiently analyze the pros and cons. "If I were Yi, I think I would step aside so that my friend Xia could focus on the lesson." But as soon as Xia heard that, she burst into negative emotions and shouted, "Yi doesn't have any friends other than me." Nahan keenly noticed Ken next to them, shaking his head frantically, so he tried to restrain himself. "It seems there is a story behind this. I can figure it out later." Nan immediately stabilized his emotions and reached out toward the little girl and the bear in her hand. "Hello, Yi. I am Xia's royal tutor. We met last time, right? Even if the lesson is a bit boring, I hope you can focus for Xia's sake." To be more persuasive, he even took the initiative to hold its hand. Xia was satisfied and immediately switched to a joyful expression. "Yi says he understands." "Teacher." Nhan breathed a sigh of relief after passing this hurdle. "Great. Let's get started." He pointed to the board and began the introduction. "Today, we will learn the basics of mana operation." Xia immediately voiced her concern. "Yes, but what about learning the history of the demon realm?" Ken said I should only start learning mana operation after finishing other basic subjects. Nhan didn't flinch and threw the blame onto the old man. "That's because Ken is too rigid." Ken saw the girl's excitement and felt like his heart was rotting from sadness. "Lord Xia." Nahan didn't stop for too long but held up 4 fingers and began to speak eloquently. "Xia, if you want to protect yourself and your subjects as a demon king, understanding exactly the power you possess is extremely important. That is why I will teach you about mana operation, mana application, martial arts, and royal studies first." The little girl immediately mimicked his gesture and reported the situation. "That sounds great, but I've already finished all of royal studies." Nahan was momentarily surprised but still wanted to confirm. "Is that so?" Nahan quickly and smoothly steered the script in a new direction. "However, royal studies only have meaning when you apply them to reality." He said that, but internally, he really wanted to curse. She already studied it but uses honorifics with other demons? That makes no sense. A scroll covered in tiny, messy writing was spread out in front of Xia right after. The girl stared at it and innocently asked, "Teacher, what is all of this?" Nahan solemnly introduced it. "A training notebook. It will help Xia apply royal studies to reality. If you do your homework properly, I will reward you with pudding." Seeing the girl's joy, Nyan secretly added to himself, "I will use anything Xia likes, not just pudding." Because favorability is such a crucial factor in Evo Queenmaker, Nan quickly focused on the diagrams on the board after finishing his calculations. Getting back to the main topic, mana can be categorized. Innate mana, concentrated in the mana core, is the total amount of mana a person possesses and can actually utilize. This is the amount of mana one can actively use. First, what determines that usable amount? When the question landed, Xia tilted her head and replied honestly, "I don't know." Nhan had no choice but to drop a subtle hint. Demons like us, as well as half-demons, devils, and dragons, all possess mana circuits in our bodies. Do you know what their function is? With a clear visual example, Xia answered smoothly. They allow us to use mana. Nhan followed up with praise and another question. Exactly. To be more precise, they act like pathways for mana to flow through. Now, what do you think would happen if you had a lot of circuits? This time, Xia didn't hesitate at all. A lot of mana would flow through. She even leaned into the idea of taking control of the situation. So, the usable mana is determined by the number of circuits, right? Nan, pleased, gave her double the praise. "You're smart, and you catch on really fast." Seeing Xia beaming with joy, Nan realized he had found the key to her growth. They say a bit of praise can even make a whale dance. From now on, he shouldn't be stingy with his compliments. He took advantage of her sharp focus to hammer in more theory. Innate mana is set at birth, but your circuits can increase with effort. If you have enough innate mana and you work to increase your number of circuits, you'll boost your usable mana capacity. To make the lesson more vivid, Nhan waved his hand to perform a spectacular fire-breathing display. As the performance ended, he drew a conclusion for Xia. You can use this much mana all at once. The young girl's eyes widened in pure admiration. Teacher, that's so cool, Nhan replied smugly. And I am your royal tutor. Only Nhan was left harboring a secret doubt. This didn't exactly seem like the level of a royal tutor teaching a fallen demon lord. A calculating gleam began to creep into his eyes. Even if he was a nameless demon, he certainly had the skills to possess that kind of power. On her side, Xia couldn't hide her excitement anymore. Can I do that too, teacher? Nan smiled broadly and confirmed firmly. Of course. Just keep practicing, and that'll be more than enough. In truth, he left out the rest of the details, keeping them tucked away in his mind. After all, she belonged to the Devata family. With a new goal set, she mimicked Nan's gesture and promised, I'll work hard. A tutor has appeared for the weakest demon lord, Xia. One day, this news spread across the demon world. When it reached Andromalius, he asked with annoyance. Even so, she's only at the 72nd floor, right? Dantalion acted like a typical capitalist. Don't bother with that anymore. Bring me some information that will actually make money. Only Carabia showed a sneering attitude through his question. So what? Still, one couldn't deny this was a completely uninteresting fact for some, but incredibly intriguing for others. Si lay sprawled in the bathtub and asked lazily, Really? What kind of bored person would take on that job? Her attendant replied quickly, It's someone named Nhan. Si didn't even budge, continuing to interrogate. Nhan? This is the first time I've heard that name. The attendant expressed his predicament. I've investigated, but I couldn't find anything. Si immediately sat up from the bathwater and muttered, Interesting. A look of curiosity spread across her face as she ordered, It's been a while since I went out. Let's go for a stroll. Get everything ready. After an interesting lesson, Xia returned to the castle with a face full of determination. The homework teacher gave me is hard, but I'll definitely get it done. Cecily was waiting from the afternoon and hopped over to greet her. Your Majesty, why are you here? Caught off guard, the young girl blurted out. Hello, sister. As soon as she said it, Xia turned her head, her brain catching up. Wait a minute, the homework teacher gave. She left Cecily standing there with a bunch of question marks above her head. What's wrong with her? After a few seconds of thought, Xia shyly hinted. Cecily didn't hesitate to offer, Yes, please go ahead. Xia took that as a command, gripped the scroll in her hand, and raised her voice. Start cleaning up immediately. The new directive was so sudden that Cecily stammered. Your Majesty. She gestured for Xia to look at the magic-powered brooms working at full capacity, then explained, But I'm already cleaning. After saying that, Cecily noticed what was in the girl's hand. Huh? Wait. The more she looked, the clearer the answer became in her head. Is that a training log? After understanding everything, Cecily immediately liked Nyan's approach. The royal tutor is truly talented. Does he think forcing Her Majesty to give orders will help her get used to the bearing of a ruler? In that case, I should play along. She quickly composed herself, stood up straight, and recited, I understand. You mean I need to be more attentive. I shall follow your order. Xia received the expected result, her face brightening instantly. She turned and walked away happily, but didn't forget to toss back a report. I'm going to study now. Where Xia couldn't see, Cecily covered her mouth, giggling like a fox. Your Majesty is always so adorable. Xia skipped across the courtyard, unaware of the whispers nearby. It's definitely. But that is. She reached her destination and spoke up, but had to shift to a suspicious tone halfway through. Teacher? Nahan, sharp-eyed, replied immediately. Xia, you're here? Without a hint of suspicion, the girl held up her log to report. Yes, I just finished the homework on kingly authority. Nan patted his favorite student's head, promising, You're done? I have to give you a gift as a reward. Nahan looked at the bear in Xia's hand and hesitated. What should I give you? How about finding a friend for Why? Xia opened her sparkling eyes and agreed without a second thought. A friend for Why? I would love that. But before she could finish, her gaze collided with Nahan. The joy in Xia's eyes vanished instantly. She dropped her head, correcting her answer in a weak voice. Never mind, teacher. Nan didn't need much more information to arrive at the answer. Just as expected, the castle's financial situation was having the exact same problems as in the game. He never expected she'd have to agonize over a stuffed animal. If that was the case, he had to step in. He crouched down in front of her and decided to be direct. Xia, about the castle's finances. Would you let me manage them for you? Just until you can manage them yourself. Han was caught off guard by that sudden suggestion. A tutor? Me? Ken, suddenly facing the prospect of unemployment, stammered in confusion. The Royal Tutor? Is that why you were asking about our finances earlier? Nan didn't turn back, just called out to Ken in a cold voice. Nan noticed Xia looking happy after receiving a stuffed animal as a gift. Don't you want to see her like that? Ken's eyebrows practically knitted together at that question. Even though his mind was full of memories of Xia's every smile, his voice couldn't muster any confidence. I want to see it too, but… Nyan quickly cut him off. I know what you're worried about, but I don't care about money. He suddenly placed a hand on Ken's shoulder, offering a few profound words. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not taking over the finances because you're incompetent. It's just that everyone has different strengths, so please, let me do what I'm good at. Even though he had only been here for 2 days, Nan confidently declared that in the near future, Xia would stand at the pinnacle of all demon lords. While he was in the middle of his speech, Xia tugged on his shirt to get his attention. Teacher? Clearly, the little girl had heard and understood everything he just said, and she solemnly affirmed, I believe in you. There seemed to be a misty sheen forming in her eyes as she looked at him. Meanwhile, Xia was still beaming as she handed over the heavy responsibility. Then, please earn lots of money, teacher. Nhan's lips curled into a faint smile, a quiet resolve settling in his heart. That's right, trust me. Before long, gold bars will be rolling into your pockets on their own. He quickly gathered up his calculations to put them away, then turned to urge Xia on. Shall we start the lesson? He left Ken standing there helplessly, his mind a tangled mess. Is it really okay to entrust everything to him like that? During the magic practice session, Nyan watched and gently guided her. Very good, you're doing great. Try moving your magical power a little more from there. Xia cautiously controlled the mana in her hands and promised, Yes, teacher. Soon, a small orb of light formed over the girl's heart. As the mana radiated outward, Nyan felt a start. She shouldn't have formed many mana circuits yet, but her magical power is beyond imagination. This potential doesn't fit a low-level demon lord of the 72nd floor. The more Xia showed, the more Nhan's self-confidence grew. She's keeping up so well. I don't need to worry about the pace. Of course, he wanted to be a bit greedy, but at that thought, Nan immediately waved his hand to signal. All right, that's enough for today. Seeing Xia collapse to the ground, panting, he sighed involuntarily. Her stamina is still too weak. Thinking that, but the words that came out were still praise. Well done, let's rest for a bit, then move on to physical training. Xia quickly recovered her enthusiasm. Yes, teacher. A moment later, Nhan let his thoughts drift again. She went running with Y again today. He decided he had to find out the information that had piqued his curiosity. Ken, is there a reason why Xia is so attached to Y? When asked, the old man hesitated for a moment. Ah, that. It's the stuffed animal that the previous demon lord, Seer, gave to Her Majesty on her 5th birthday. That answer helped Nan realize something. A keepsake from her mother? No wonder she cherishes it so much. He began to form a more practical scenario. Her death is definitely a key part of the plot, but I'll tell her the truth behind it when she's old enough to take her own revenge. Just then, a frantic voice interrupted. Chief Butler Ken immediately turned to question them. What's going on? Eldon quickly pulled out a piece of paper to report thoroughly. Yes, a letter was sent from the lower floor. I mean, the 71st floor. Nan took the item with a look of concern. The 71st floor? What could they possibly want? Even without a word, he easily understood the old man's state of mind. It was only natural for Ken to be worried. In the demon realm, a difference of just 1 floor meant a colossal gap in military strength, army quality, economic scale, and many other things. It was a massive disparity in every aspect. But Nhan suddenly wore a wicked smile as his thoughts reached a crucial point. But don't be too afraid, Ken, because this is exactly what I've been waiting for. A few days later, a carriage train rumbled up with a shout. Open the gates. Nan tilted his head slightly and whispered, Ken, relax. You'll show them an opening. Even though the old man wanted to start a fight, he had to swallow his anger and obey. Understood. Nahan watched the carriage driver, a word of admiration slipping out. That driver isn't just anybody, is he? He stepped forward to perform the standard greeting. It's an honor. Baphomet was momentarily confused. Why would meeting a lowly driver be an honor? Nahan asked back innocently. A driver? You say? He paused for a second, then switched to a sharper tone to expose him. You're joking a bit too much, Sage Baphomet. As soon as that name was spoken, Ken turned pale. Baphomet, realizing he'd been found out, smirked and questioned. How did you know? At the same time, a lazy voice rang out from inside the carriage. Interesting. Sichi didn't wait for an invitation. She stepped out and revealed herself. The moment she stepped onto the ground, Cecily's group all blushed in unison. Only Non maintained his composure to greet his opponent. "It's a pleasure to meet you for the first time, Her Majesty Sichi." She flicked her hair, acting seductive, and offered a compliment. To be able to see through Baphomet's disguise. "It seems you're not an ordinary fellow, are you?" Nahan replied with a wide grin. "How could a commoner become a demon lord's teacher, right?" Sichi burst into laughter and nodded in agreement. He's got a point. The two were playing a game of cat and mouse, while Ken beside them was sweating bullets. Good heavens, if he's the royal tutor, he must know what a one-floor difference in the demon realm means, right? What is he thinking? And what's with that arrogant tone? Nahan decided to get to the main point. "If I may ask, what brings you here?" Sichi snapped. "You're really impatient, aren't you? Can't we talk once we're inside?" Nahan didn't flinch and brushed it off. "I'm afraid not. Unless you have a valid reason." Sichi was stunned by this bluntness. "What did you say?" Nan stood firm like a statue, calmly spouting a long string of rhetoric. "My apologies, but beyond this border is the territory of Xia Von Devata. Even if you hold a higher rank, you cannot arbitrarily trespass on another demon lord's territory. Therefore, I must insist on a valid reason." Sichi gritted her teeth to keep her choice words from exploding in Nahan's face. "Am I being looked down upon by someone like this? If it were in the past." She restrained herself. She had a purpose for being here. She immediately adjusted her emotions and made up a random excuse. "As the ruler of the 71st floor, I have matters to discuss with the ruler of the 72nd floor." Just like that, Nyan easily reached a compromise. "If that's the case, then please come in." After hearing their exchange, Nahan couldn't help but think something was off. "He's sharp, isn't he? He dares to use the name of Sichi as a way to remind me that even if Xia Von Devata's position is shaky, he is still a demon king." Not letting him know he'd secretly impressed me, I calmly turned to give instructions to Ken. "Please forgive my rudeness earlier, as I am the protector of His Majesty. I hope you understand. Ken, please show them the way." The old man immediately bowed in acknowledgement. "I will escort you to the parlor." Sichi didn't follow Ken right away. Instead, he tilted his head and signaled. "Nahan, you won't be waiting here long." Understanding the gesture, he quickly assured him, "Yes, Your Majesty." Sichi walked off leisurely, though his mouth refused to be outdone. "You've lost quite a lot of servants, haven't you?" Nan coolly admitted it, noting that it was inevitable, given their less-than-ideal financial situation. She responded with fake sympathy. "Really? How unfortunate." That tone made Nahan want to curse. "Damn it, who do you think's fault that is?" But instead of showing any dissatisfaction, he was even more polite. "Please, make yourself at home." Sichi kept his posture, then asked spitefully, "By the way, when will that kid be arriving?" Nan felt an immediate urge to beat him to a pulp. "A moment ago, you called His Majesty the ruler of the 72nd floor, didn't you?" Still lost in thought, Sichi plopped into a chair and added, "I have some urgent financial matters to discuss." That attitude made alarm bells ring in Han's mind. "Really? Let's see. Are you trying to seduce me?" "Sorry, but you're just a pushover." He grinned, crushing Sichi's intentions. "Great. I'm currently managing the finances of the Devata Castle, so you can just talk to me directly." But his firmness unintentionally fueled Sichi's delusion. He couldn't take his eyes off him. That's why men are so easy. Thinking he had the upper hand, he began spouting nonsense that made the servant pouring tea tremble. "Not long ago, many of my soldiers supporting the 72nd floor died due to an invasion by human adventurers. So, you need to pay for compensation and the costs of additional personnel." Nhan didn't flinch and shot back a sharp question. "Exactly whose orders were those soldiers deployed under?" Sichi calmly admitted. Well, obviously it stemmed from my kindness. Without the 72nd floor's army, how could you have possibly stopped a human invasion? Right? Nan just needed that. He suddenly flipped the table. "You really are a low-life thug, aren't you?" Sichi paused for a moment to verify. "What? What did you just say?" In his heart, he even made excuses for Nan, surely. I misheard him. But facing Nahan's cocky smile, he realized, "No, I didn't mishear." Sichi slammed his teacup onto the table and flew into a rage. "How dare you take that attitude with a higher-ranking demon king?" Feeling that wasn't enough, he crushed the cup and shouted, "You've truly lost your mind." The atmosphere in the room was suddenly stained with the red of fury, yet Nahan continued to pour oil on the fire. "Why are you so angry? Is it because I called you a low-life thug?" The servant was already kneeling on the ground as Sichi raised his voice again. "You know exactly what that means, and you still dare to open your mouth?" Nahan took the chance to activate the barrier for them before engaging in a verbal standoff, forcing a weaker demon king to take your leftover troops and then extorting them. If that isn't the act of a low-life thug, then what is? Si-Chi's eyes glowed red like lava, signaling that this volcano was about to erupt. Your arrogance really reaches the heavens. Bursts of light capable of blinding anyone nearby began to emanate from his body. Si-Chi was ready to attack, but he still had to follow the proper procedure of a formal introduction. This is a punishment you brought upon yourself. With those words, magic like a dragon and tiger surged straight at Nahan. But even when facing such danger, he still responded nonchalantly. Oh dear. I was intending to let this slide peacefully to save your face. But Nan said no more, instead snapping his fingers sharply. The fire arrows that were rushing toward him suddenly twisted into an unnatural curve and turned in the opposite direction. The sheer absurdity of the scene made Si-Chi's heart skip a beat. My flames. While he was still in shock, Nhan calmly spoke up. His Majesty Si-Chi, why don't we settle this by talking like intelligent demons? He locked him in his gaze and slowly proposed. Actually, I have a very good offer for you. Si-Chi noticed the glowing red pupils and the overwhelming pressure radiating from Nahan, but he still stubbornly retorted. You dare make an offer to me? Nahan didn't even blink as he exposed him. You won't be able to refuse, because it concerns the seal on your body. This critical hit successfully turned Si-Chi to stone on the spot. Si-Chi's voice dropped as he questioned him. Do you know what you are talking about? Nahan spoke with a mocking tone. How could I not know? Your Majesty, you, who were once ranked 12th, dropped miserably after your power was sealed, didn't you? His face immediately darkened. If you only intend to prattle on about things everyone already knows, then shut your mouth. Si-Chi paused, his eyes wide with alarm. Don't you need to conquer the upper floors? After all, the seal stones that are binding your power are scattered across the floors ruled by mid-level demon kings and above. Nahan declared clearly, with a resolute demeanor. Let's form a contract. The contract flew straight toward him. I will help your Majesty break the seal on your body. Si-Chi's expression was a mix of complex emotions. He hesitated and spoke with a skeptical look. How on earth do you intend to help me? Nahan's gaze darkened, and he spoke with implication. You just saw it. Si-Chi felt a chill down his spine as he sensed the immense power. A small fraction of my power. His voice dropped, filled with extreme caution. Who exactly are you? He immediately declared clearly, I am the master of the demon kings. Nahan's mouth curled into a knowing smirk. How will you form the contract? Si-Chi asked decisively. I've written it. Check it. Neon watched the contract intently, with complex eyes. With this, I've filled the Demon King's castle treasury and even ensured our safety by establishing an alliance with Si-Chi. Article 1. Demon King Si-Chi will transfer all forces stationed within the territory of Demon King Xia Von Devata to Xia Von Devata, suffering no losses while reaping huge profits. He paused, full of doubt. The only reason Si-Chi signed the contract despite knowing this, as the words and firm strokes of a pen appeared. Article 2. Demon King Si-Chi will provide military operational funds to Demon King Xia Von Devata. Article 3. Si-Chi guarantees to provide all possible support to Demon King Si-Chi, without limitation to any specific area. Article 4. Demon King Si-Chi must absolutely not confront the faction of Demon King Xia Von Devata, and Demon King Xia Von Devata must absolutely not confront the faction of Demon King Si-Chi. Nahan maintained a calm demeanor, precisely because the terms stipulated that I would support her to the fullest. Her expression was a mix of complex emotions. The power he displayed now was overwhelming, even compared to me in the past. Where did this power come from? If what he called a small portion was just a fraction of his true power, then what? Si-Chi's mouth curled, up with intrigue. This is a bet worth taking. You should also mark it with a blood seal. He immediately handed over a sharp knife to draw blood. Fine by me. Nahan pressed his finger onto the contract to confirm. 2 sets of fingerprints were instantly imprinted onto the paper. The contract suddenly floated into mid-air, then radiated a mysterious glow. His gaze was filled with complex emotions. Then, I look forward to our cooperation. Demon King Si-Chi, he declared clearly with a firm look. Likewise, Nan spoke slowly in a gentle tone. Sha, from now on, Her Majesty Si-Chi will be helping us. Sha paused, looking skeptical. Really? The little girl immediately bowed formally. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Lady Si-Chi. Si-Chi quickly avoided her gaze, looking flustered. Happy to work together, kid. Nan's expression immediately turned stern. Calling a fellow Demon King kid? It seems Her Majesty Si-Chi needs to relearn her manners from scratch. She felt a chill down her spine. All right, I get it. I'll fix it. Happy now? Si-Chi stammered with an awkward look, asking for help. Her cheeks flushed bright red with embarrassment. Nan maintained a nonchalant look and spoke slowly. You did well. You should have done that from the start. Now, I will explain. The method to carry out our contract. Xia paused. The method to carry out the contract? Nan's mouth curled up slightly as he remarked. That's right. Her Majesty Si-Chi will also become my student. Her eyes widened in shock. Si-Chi indignantly questioned with a skeptical look, saying, What kind of nonsense is that? Nan remained calm. I know your Majesty was once an outstanding demon king. Her face darkened upon hearing such blunt questions. But right now, you are just someone with mediocre power and influence, bottom of the rankings, and a completely obscure, fading demon king. Si-Chi immediately shouted in a frenzy. You don't have to be so harsh. You're the one who needs. What's with that look, huh? His expression showed mixed emotions. You probably think your growth has reached its limit and that regaining your sealed power is the only way, Nan stated clearly with a determined gaze. But your Majesty absolutely has the potential to become much stronger. She paused, skeptical. What? Is he lying? How can I become stronger? Si-Chi clenched her fists to suppress her fury. Wait, if it's the power that guy possesses. His gaze was filled with complex emotions. Even in the game, Si-Chi managed to regain her sealed power and developed along with it, becoming Xia's reliable supporter from start to finish. If I am determined to help, she will definitely regain her former power. Her voice dropped to a warning tone. You'd better not be playing games with a demon king. Nahan turned away decisively. I don't joke about things like this. You have to fulfill the terms of the contract first, so go home for today. He kept his nonchalant demeanor. You can come find me whenever you have time. Si-Chi's face twisted in rage. What? You want me to come find you? I'm a demon king. Obviously, you should be the one coming to see me. Xia's gaze darkened with a manic look. No, the master belongs to me. Nan remained nonchalant. You heard her. It can't be helped. She felt exhausted and helpless. Fine. Visiting about once a week is enough, right? He stated clearly with a firm tone. If you think that's acceptable, then let's settle on that. Si-Chi indignantly questioned. What? What do you mean by that? Are you implying I'm desperate to see you? Nahan's mouth curled up with a hidden meaning. Who knows? We'll find out soon enough. Although the alliance with Si-Chi had been successfully established, there were still lingering issues that needed to be resolved. She hesitated, speaking with a skeptical look. This is absolute nonsense. Why the hell are we stuck here? Varuna immediately chimed in with a provocative, mocking tone. If you're so dissatisfied, why don't you just go back to your masters like good dogs? Her face darkened instantly. Who are you calling a dog? His expression turned serious. Keep talking. Go ahead. The soldiers under Xia were equally exhausted. He bowed respectfully. I apologize, Deputy Captain. I will discipline my subordinates properly. Varuna's voice dropped with authority. Spend your time training properly, instead of talking nonsense. A chorus of voices shouted back. Yes, sir. His expression was a mix of complex emotions. Captain, are you just going to leave them like that? The atmosphere was chaotic, and the training was just as messy. Lin's gaze darkened, and she spoke hesitantly with an uneasy look. What else can we do? We already anticipated that everything would be noisy like this for a while anyway. A few days later, Nhan sighed with a helpless look. Si-Chi slammed her hand on the table in a frenzy. Are you really trying to pick a fight with me right now? What do you mean you can't teach me? Why are you only saying that now? He spoke slowly with a helpless look. It's not that I can't teach you. It's just that I'm busy consolidating Her Majesty Si-Chi's forces, so I simply don't have the time. Nahan's mouth curled up slowly with a hidden meaning. That is why. I would be extremely grateful if Your Majesty could lend a hand. She gritted her teeth, suppressing her fury. Basically, he's telling me to show my face myself, isn't he? Just you wait. One day, I will. Definitely. He kept his nonchalant look as Si-Chi left in frustration. She's fully determined to get revenge. That's fine too, if it becomes motivation for her. Nyan's expression was a mix of complex emotions. Your Majesty, I have one more favor to ask. Could you take charge of the final finishing touches? He smiled and spoke in a gentle tone. Hello, Captain Lin, Royal Tutor. Lin asked skeptically. Are you here with Her Majesty for something? Her Majesty is still so adorable today. Nan's voice lowered with a calm expression. I came to check out where Xia will be learning swordsmanship from now on. Plus, I have a few things to take care of. Varuna immediately smirked and remarked, resetting the command system and regaining control are just things you're taking care of while you're at it? He narrowed his eyes slightly, and said with a sarcastic tone, "Isn't that obvious? Vice Captain Varuna." He rubbed his chin in deep thought. "You say it's obvious? Could it be that you have experience leading an army?" He cut him off decisively. "I don't." Varuna's eyes gleamed with interest as he made a provocative remark. "I don't mean to look down on you, Nan, but unifying soldiers from different factions is no easy task." Nahan maintained a gentle demeanor. "Really? Do you want to see how I handle this?" His voice dropped, sounding heavy and ominous. "I'll keep my eyes wide open and learn from you." A moment later, everyone froze, looking skeptical. In training ground number 3, a buzz of whispers broke out. "Isn't that Lord Shah? It seems Lord Varuna is with him too. Who is that person standing next to them?" The gaze turned toward Varuna was full of calculation. Vice Captain Varuna. Highly skilled and incredibly loyal, but that loyalty is reserved solely for Xia. Nhan's eyes held complex emotions. He needed to ensure this man would follow his orders from now on. He would use this opportunity to completely win him over. Epsilon appeared and spoke respectfully. "Lord Xia, do you have business here?" Nhan smiled gently. "It's a pleasure to meet you." "Epsilon. My name is Nhan, and I am Xia's master." He immediately shook his hand politely and exclaimed, "I know exactly who you are. You're the one who separated us from Her Majesty, Si Chi, aren't you?" Nhan spoke slowly with a steady gaze. "It's true that I did that, but I truly believe it was the right decision. After all, I took all of you in when you had nowhere left to hide." Epsilon's expression shifted instantly to one of terror, his hand beginning to tremble. The Royal Tutor roared, questioning him with a crazed look. "Do you think you can just say whatever you want?" Nan's voice dropped, carrying a sense of authority. "That handshake of yours is a bit rough." He squeezed back with great force. Epsilon recoiled as he felt a bone-crushing pain. "Epsilon, know your place." Nahan's face turned stern. "The master you must serve from now on is standing right here. Yet, you dare try to act as my equal? The master of your master?" He remained calm. "Is that what Si Chi taught you?" Epsilon trembled as he asked, "How dare you insult Her Majesty Si Chi?" Nahan paused, then spoke with a sarcastic edge. "You still believe Si Chi is your master?" He immediately picked up Xia and declared loudly, "Look closely, Nahan. Your master isn't Si Chi, it's Lord Xia, right here." His gaze wavered. "She's so cute." "Wait. This isn't right." Epsilon remained adamant, asserting firmly, "My only master is Her Majesty Si Chi." Nahan exclaimed, "Great spirit." Nahan channeled his internal power into his hand. "If that is your wish, then so be it." Waves of spiritual energy engulfed them, forcing all the soldiers to their knees. His entire body shook with pain. Varuna's expression changed instantly, filled with disbelief. "This is Mana?" Nahan declared loudly, looking quite intense. "I don't need a disloyal dog. I'll just get rid of you. I'll give you one last chance." His voice deepened with power. "Do you intend to keep denying reality and just disappear? Or will you place your hope in a new future?" Epsilon remained firm, asserting decisively, "We are loyal to Her Majesty Si Chi. We have no choice but to follow her orders, because we are demons." Nan's lips curled into a mysterious smirk. "With this level of loyalty, you'll be quite useful. You will be held responsible for those words." The space immediately returned to its original state. Si Chi spoke up, looking dissatisfied. "You idiots, why won't you listen, and why do you make everything so troublesome for me, huh? Don't you know that Lord Xia and I are allies?" He hesitated, asking skeptically, "Her Majesty, Si Chi? But that was only in name." She cut him off decisively. "Shut up, it is a real alliance." Si Chi remained nonchalant and declared, "You are, well, I mean, you are the symbol of the solid alliance between the 71st floor and the 72nd floor. Understand?" Epsilon hadn't recovered yet. "What? We are the symbol of the alliance?" Her expression became grave. "I want this relationship to continue. Especially with the coming war, this alliance is absolutely indispensable." After making the point to Nan, Si Chi went straight to the main topic. "Now, shall we begin the lesson?" A stern voice, uniquely his, rang out. "Yes, let's." Nahan knelt on one knee, so he could stand at eye level with the little demon lord before him. "Xia, just for a little while, okay?" But before he could make another move, the little girl suddenly grabbed his large hand. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and Nan gave a strained smile as he asked her, "Xia, I have to teach now. Can you let go of my hand?" But her response was extremely firm. "No." A silence passed. It took a while for Enhan to react. "Huh?" She puffed out her cheeks, looking incredibly cute. Xia finally asserted her authority with the declaration, "I don't want to let go." The image hit him, leaving him deep in thought. Is this just childish stubbornness? There was no other way. Without a moment's hesitation, he scooped her up high, acting as if Si-Chi wasn't even there. Well then, how about this instead of holding hands? Unable to stand the sight of such affection anymore, Si-Chi screamed. Nahan, you said you were going to train me. When are we going to start? Nahan turned to face Si-Chi, his tone firm as he assured her. Don't worry, I can still teach you like this. It was clear this made her brow twitch. What is that? What do you mean? To answer her confusion, a surge of pitch-black magic flared up with every word Nan spoke. Even though today's lesson was supposed to be peaceful under the warm sun, he instantly turned it into hell, leaving Si-Chi stunned. As waves of cold, black wind swept past her, the voice belonging to Nan echoed through the space. One strike, you only need to hit me once, and this action of his made someone as arrogant as Si-Chi angrier than ever. Are you mocking me? Do you think that kind of training is useful? Hiding within the dense mist of magic, Nan curled his lips into a confident smirk, as if he held everything in the palm of his hand. Without any warning, Si-Chi suddenly dropped to the ground, cold, from the terrifying aura coming from the man before her. Or rather, the pressure from his power forced her to lie flat lying there pathetically, waiting for his judgment. One thing was certain, he was much stronger than the emperor of the past. The pressure radiating from him was relentless. Nahan spoke slowly. Each word dropping like a heavy stone, he sounded more like a demon crawling out of hell than even a true demoness like Si-Chi. So, break free from my mana and try to land even a single hit on me. At that moment, the sight of her sprawled out on the cold stone floor served as proof. Her own ability was like a small pond compared to his vast ocean. This is impossible, he thought, not wanting to waste another second. He turned away decisively, his mind sinking into deep contemplation. A solidified alliance was another form of Nahan's power. While Xia's individual strength was crucial, an alliance would make it much easier to expand his influence and authority. After a moment of reflection, he couldn't help but let out a mocking question. Your Majesty, how can you reclaim your strength if you're struggling this much against such a small amount of mana? Even while struggling, Si-Chi couldn't help but snap back. Are you mocking me? Seeing that she wasn't making any progress, Nahan's thick eyebrows rose. It seems this is too much for you. Why don't you just give up? Despite the difficulty, Si-Chi still struggled to push herself up. Watch your tongue, she gritted out. Nahan watched her with sharp eyes, his analytical mind already identifying the issues within her body and how to fix them. The layer where Si-Chi's power was sealed was at least in the middle realm. To survive there, she had to adapt to the pressure of the dense mana. The corner of his mouth curved up at a 45-degree angle. As he thought about the next step, increasing her mana circuit count during this process was just an added benefit. In contrast to the dark atmosphere constantly radiating from him, Xia, with her innocent mind, couldn't help but interrupt. Teacher, Si-Chi looks like she's in a lot of pain. He didn't mind explaining to the little girl. That is the very purpose of this training. I see. Xia tilted her head, a surge of confusion rising within her. She looked up at him with eyes as sparkling as aquamarines. Huh? Why is that? Nan didn't answer out loud, only musing to himself. Because, someday, this was the training she would have to go through too. Compared to the peaceful scene between the two of them, Si-Chi was forced to strain her vocal cords in the vast space. Time flew by like a racing horse. Not long after, sunset fell along with Nyan's voice. Don't overdo it, considering your age. By then, Si-Chi was drenched in sweat, as if she had just stepped out of a sauna. Despite her struggle, Si-Chi still retorted, shut up, her iron will and determination to overcome every terrifying challenge fueling her. She managed to force out the words, today, I will definitely hit you, no matter what. While enjoying his afternoon tea, Nan couldn't help but encourage her with a laugh. I hope your efforts bear fruit. Though he appeared playful on the surface, deep within his information processing center, he was secretly impressed. Her 12th place ranking really wasn't just for show. Has she adapted already? I might end up being embarrassed sooner than I expected. After nearly a full day of watching her crawl and struggle, Xia suddenly spoke up. Teacher, I want to learn too, successfully distracting him from his thoughts. We already studied this morning, didn't we? The little girl showed her clear desire to absorb knowledge through her assertion. I want to learn even more. Looking deep into her sparkling, luminescent pupils, his mind suddenly wavered. Pushing too hard is worse than doing nothing at all. But how could a teacher refuse those eyes? So, he made a direct decision. All right, I'll teach a quick advanced lesson based on what we learned this morning. After Si-Chi cheered happily, Nihan's long, slender fingers snapped with a resonant sound. The moment she struggled to stand up against the pitch-black mana pressure, her entire body suddenly felt light, leaving Si-Chi bewildered. Huh? What just happened? As she stood upright, his low voice echoed. Take a break for a moment. Finally, she couldn't hold back anymore and collapsed onto her back, abandoning all dignity. I can finally breathe. The very next second, Nhan knelt on one knee in front of the little demon king and posed a question. Xia, tell teacher what you learned today. The little girl excitedly raised her hand to answer. Peripheral mana, sir. It's using the mana floating in the air. It helps me use spells that require more mana than my own circuits can handle. It was a standard answer that satisfied him enough to follow up with the next question. Then, how can you grasp the mana floating in the air? Xia fell into deep thought for a moment. Then, in the next second, she confidently gave her answer. I ask it for help. This successfully made Nhan burst into a hearty laugh as he acknowledged it. That is a very good explanation. However, Xia immediately identified a problem in her own answer. But how do I ask for help? I've never talked to Mana before. He didn't mind responding to her. Don't worry, our Mana can speak for us. To make it easier for Xia to understand, Nhan decided to visualize the concept with a practical demonstration. If I spread my mana out like this, soon, a light as bright as the stars in the sky radiated from the palm of his hand, befriending the mana floating all around. I can bring it toward me. Then, his detailed explanations flowed out slowly. You can use the power of your friends to cast even stronger spells. When the demonstration ended, he didn't forget to ask Xia, do you want to try it yourself? Naturally, the little girl couldn't refuse. Yes. Remembering what Nan had done, she raised her arms precisely. Relying on her own supernatural talent, she began to manipulate the energy in her body, according to his instructions. Just like that, slowly spread your mana out. While she had been resting on the side, the movement coming from Xia made Si-Chi jump up in surprise. Feeling what the little girl was radiating around her body, she was stunned. Is this the mana of a 7-year-old child? A bead of nervous sweat rolled down her cheek. Si-Chi's determination surged more than ever. I must maintain this alliance at all costs. Not paying any mind to her thoughts, Nan was busy praising and continuing to guide Xia. Good job. Now, try to retract your mana. She obediently replied, okay. Just when everything seemed to be going smoothly, Xia suddenly jumped in surprise. Huh? It feels strange. Nan explained it scientifically. That strange feeling? That is the mana floating in the air. Not stopping the lesson at this twilight hour, Nhan even moved into deeper instructions. Normally, you wouldn't have enough mana for this spell, but let's try using a bit of your mana along with all the mana you just gathered. First, imagine a brilliant flame roaring to life in your mind. The next second, the ignition spell was executed with such skill that the flames took the shape of a skull. However, because it was just a demonstration for Xia, it was clearly tiny in size, accompanied by an ultra-quiet growl. Once finished, he naturally didn't forget to give. Now, you try it. Just then, someone's stuttering voice echoed through the air. Wait a minute. Furrowing her brows in clear frustration, Si-Chi challenged him. What on earth are you teaching that little girl? He asked back calmly. Is there a problem? That effectively left her unable to even finish her sentence. No, it's not exactly a problem. It took a moment before Si-Chi managed to get the final words out. That is an ancient spell that was lost to time. Hearing this, she couldn't help but jump in shock. This is magic? While she was thinking that, Nhan put on a dangerous smirk and confirmed it. I'm quite impressed you recognized it. Indeed. She couldn't hold back her curiosity. How on earth did you learn something like that? Nhan simply shrugged and gave a dismissive reply. Who knows? Besides, I still have one more lesson to finish. Without bothering to pay any more attention to their conversation, he leaned down toward the little girl. Now, Xia, can you do what your teacher just did? The little girl responded confidently. Yes, I can. Not wanting to waste any time, she immediately squeezed her eyes shut and started murmuring, imagining the flames. Her effort and natural talent did not go to waste. Xia quickly grasped the core principle and ignited the spark. The incantation, infused with her fire attribute energy, instantly manifested into a physical form in the space before them. The next second, Xia successfully conjured a flaming skull just like her teacher's, and of course, Nan didn't forget to praise her. Well done. Just as Si-Chi's fists clenched, he stayed busy, reminding the little girl, there will be times when you need to use the surrounding mana like this, so you'll need to practice absorbing and refining it often. Remember that, okay? After speaking to Xia, Nhan shot a cold, piercing glare straight at Si-Chi. Your Majesty, try to save your retaliation for our training sessions. She immediately pulled her hand back and pretended to look away. I wasn't doing anything. Finally, after much internal chaos, Si-Chi honestly made a request. Teach me that ancient magic, too. Unfortunately, she wasn't Xia, so Nhan shut her down bluntly. I refuse. With her fiery temper, Si-Chi couldn't hold back and let out a barrage of questions like a machine gun. Why not? Why? Tell me why. You said I was your student too, didn't you? He didn't care about her pride as he spoke the truth. Because I don't trust your majesty enough to teach you this yet. But no sooner had the words left his lips than his mind shifted gears. Wait a minute. I might be able to squeeze some benefits out of this. A devious smile appeared on his face. If we were to get a little closer, I might consider it. Her cheeks flushed an unusual shade of red. It was clear Si-Chi had misunderstood something. Stuttering, she asked, We need to get closer? Her hands clenched so tightly they were trembling. Her ambition to grow stronger forced her to make a difficult decision. Fine. If that's the condition, it's just so I can get stronger. That's all. The atmosphere shifted 180 degrees as Si-Chi turned around. She bashfully asked, stammering, All right then, what's your go-to? Leaving the master and apprentice staring at each other with question marks, forcing him to drop the subject. Why are you suddenly bringing up goo now? Even at this point, she still hadn't realized just how wrong things were heading. Is there a problem? If we want to get closer, I need to know your interests, right? Realizing how ridiculous she sounded, her face went pale, wishing she could just stamp the words no comment on her forehead as she hurriedly corrected herself. No, not that. I'm talking about the trust between the 72nd and 71st floors. Si-Chi was stunned. What? A crow flew by. Realizing she had misunderstood, she felt so awkward that her voice trailed off into a whimper. Is that what you meant? You should have said so earlier. Forget it. Just forget everything I just said. Letting out a long sigh, he shook his head as he replied, It's fine, as long as you understand now. Next time, bring me an offer I can't refuse. Meanwhile, being just a little kid, Xia was completely clueless as she watched the whole scene play out. Not long after, night officially blanketed the mansion. Amidst the darkness, with only a sliver of moonlight, Nan sank into deep thought. According to the memories he inherited, this character was essentially a great archdemon. That explained why he knew things like ancient magic. Every image and bit of familiar information about the evil Queenmaker kept surfacing in his mind. Even in the game, the true nature of the great archdemons was rarely revealed. They were only described as great, mysterious entities from ancient times, possessing immeasurable power. The strange thing was that this body seemed to be wary of other great archdemons. He let out a long sigh, deciding to temporarily push the mystery of his own identity aside. There was no use wasting energy on things he didn't know yet. After all, he had a mountain of problems right in front of him to solve. Might as well take it one step at a time. Carefully examining every document in his hand, he quickly formulated a plan. First, the most urgent issue was expanding their territory. Feeling exhausted, he slumped back into his sturdy chair as constant streams of analysis danced through Nan's brain. We're not ready to advance to the human realm. The 71st floor is Si-Chi's territory, so we should skip that. That only leaves the 70th floor, ruled by the Demon King Andromalius. With Si-Chi's help, we might have a chance, but a direct assault would be too costly. Is there a better way? At the moment Nahan ran into trouble, mapping out the plan, his gaze was suddenly drawn to something else. Wait a minute. Time flew by like a wild dog running through a field, and before he knew it, the next day had arrived, accompanied by Xia's adorable voice. Teacher! Because he had stayed up late overthinking things, it took him a moment to snap back to reality. Xia? As she closed the door, Lin didn't forget to report on Xia's actions in detail. I am terribly sorry, Master Nan, but His Majesty insisted on coming along. He cradled the small body in his arms. Naturally, he wasn't the type of unreasonable person to get annoyed by something like this. It's all right, Commander Iola. Thank you for coming. I know you're busy, even though I called you on such short notice. Ling Jiamtrin added. You said you needed my opinion, right? Let's cut to the chase and get straight to the point. That's right. I want to discuss expanding our territory, which left her slightly stunned. Sorry, expand. The territory? Next, Lin emphasized every word regarding the situation they were facing. If you mean conquering the 70th floor, that's going to be extremely difficult. Even with Si-Chi's help, we're still outmatched in military strength. As for my own work, Lin understood every detail regarding their chances of victory, so she didn't stop advising. If you are planning an all-out war, I strongly suggest you reconsider. Before she could finish, Nan handed her a paper, catching Lin's attention. It was only then that he slowly spoke up. It sounded as if she were saying that it could be done, provided they didn't have to face them head-on. Nahan's pupils shimmered like gemstones, but he exuded a confidence as if he had everything under his control. What do you think? Commander, I think this is a pretty strong move. Lin nodded in agreement. We'll need to start some covert operations. I'll select a specialized infiltration team, Nyan added. I will also discuss this matter with His Majesty Si-Chi. However, she still looked concerned. Still, I'm a bit worried about the potential friction. His voice was calm and reassuring. It'll be fine. They'll listen now. Lin began to lay out the plan. In that case, first, we should organize the newly recruited rookies into a separate legion. Nahan looked stunned. A legion? She gently analyzed that this would resolve any petty friction or complaints within the ranks. Lin seemed quite certain. Not only that, it will also ensure the loyalty of the recruits to His Majesty Xia. But Nan seemed cautious. How? She explained with sharp reasoning. If the soldiers see a legion created specifically for them, they will certainly view His Majesty in a more favorable light. Nan nodded in approval. That makes sense. Not only that, but Nhan also proposed new missions, and all they had to do was get Si-Chi to fund them. What do you think, Xia? The little girl's voice sounded sweet. I don't mind whatever you decide. The scene shifted to where Si-Chi was making an annoyed face. Regarding the operations on the 70th floor, I'll help too. Si-Chi snapped angrily. What? What's with that look? Don't you believe me? Nhan quickly justified himself. No, that's not it. He quickly swallowed his wandering thoughts. It seemed the relationship between the 70th and 71st floors was just as bad as in the game. Suddenly, Xia ran from her seat, surprising Nan. Xia, where are you going? The innocent girl approached Si-Chi. Let's work together. Nan was melting at Xia's innocence. They say it's easier to do things together. Si-Chi looked at the little girl with apprehension, but she was left helpless. It was so exhausting dealing with someone so innocent. Nan had to come over to save Si-Chi. But Xia, if you keep doing this, you'll get dirty. The little girl sat down in a hurry. Why? He gently knelt beside Xia to soothe her. It's okay. We can just give it a bath. Why don't you go take a bath with Xia? The little girl looked sad. Okay. Afterward, Nan looked over to Ken and instructed him to look after His Majesty. The old man respectfully replied, Yes, sir. Nan didn't forget to tease Si-Chi. You seem quite used to soothing children, don't you? Si-Chi's face suddenly darkened. It's not exactly that I'm used to it. He suddenly became much more serious. I'm just thinking and acting in a way that makes it easier for Xia to accept things. But Si-Chi retaliated. I guess His Majesty Si-Chi usually acts without thinking, right? She yelled in frustration. When did I ever do that? Nan raised his hand and snapped his fingers to signal. Let's stop the training here. Let's continue the earlier discussion. Si-Chi stood up and stretched. The 70th floor. Huh. I'll do everything I can to help. Nahan was a bit confused. Why would you do that? She replied dismissively. If I said it's because we're allies, you wouldn't believe me, would you? Si-Chi smirked. The truth is, we've already been preparing for war ourselves. Nan's face became serious. I knew war would break out, but I didn't expect it so soon. A sense of unease crept into his heart. This event wasn't supposed to happen for a long time. Did the timeline change because I accelerated my plans? Nan immediately made a proposal. I have no reason to refuse. So, how do you intend to help? Si-Chi crossed her arms and retorted, Man, you're truly shameless. What do you want me to do? Nahan stood face to face with her. Since you're already prepared, why not go all out? Si-Chi didn't seem to agree. What, wouldn't we be at a disadvantage then? But Nahan calmly reassured her, Don't worry, His Majesty won't suffer any heavy losses. Only then did she realize, You're telling me to just play along with a charade? Nahan clapped loudly in praise. You're sharp, truly worthy of being a monarch. But Si-Chi couldn't bring herself to smile. I know that's a compliment, but why does it sound like sarcasm? She retorted irritably. Why should I trust you and act as bait? Do you actually have a brilliant plan? Nahan summoned a document. Take a look at this. Si-Chi received it and smiled in satisfaction. So, Andromalius criticized Aaron Raiders in public, and now their relationship has fractured? Raiders was one of the most influential figures on the 70th floor. She glued her eyes to the paper, delighted. I knew he was an idiot, but I didn't expect him to be this stupid. With his personality, he'll never apologize. This is a wonderful opportunity, Nan agreed. That's right, I'll pull him over to our side. Si-Chi, sharp as ever, noticed something else. You're telling me this because you already have a solid plan, right? Nan shared the plan comfortably. I will send someone he cannot refuse. Lin's image appeared in her mind. I think I know who it is. After that, Si-Chi discussed the main topic. How to split the profits. Nahan seemed very fair. From territory to money, we'll split it 50-50. What do you think? She was a bit surprised. That's unexpected. I thought you'd demand more. Nahan slightly furrowed his brow and joked, we are allies, after all. Because deep down, he understood the stakes of this partnership. His alliance with Si Chi had to be maintained, so this was just a small price to pay. But Si Chi felt irritated by that gesture. Didn't you say you wouldn't believe me if I said that? His only response was a casual remark. Whether you believe it or not is up to you, Your Majesty. With that, Nan patted Si Chi with one hand, making her scream. It was even more outrageous that he was still smiling. Let's get back to training, Your Majesty. Si Chi shouted in anger. This is going too far. Afterward, Nan headed back into the castle. Si Chi came running over, holding Xia in her arms. Teacher! Nahan picked up the little girl and praised her. Xia, you look so clean now. The little girl acted coy. Yes, sir. His eyes caught Xia's unusual hair color. Did you dye your hair, Your Majesty? Ken stepped forward and bowed. Unlike other demons, the Devata clan can store mana externally in their hair. That is why they have an overwhelming advantage in using magic. He had deduced this himself. The other day, when you taught His Majesty how to use mana externally, he must have instinctively stored it. Her expression suddenly shifted. Storing mana? That wasn't in the game. Nahan lowered his voice. So, will her hair return to normal after she uses up all that mana? Kay bowed respectfully. Exactly. Former Demon King Xia has stored so much external mana that more than half of her hair has turned red. Hearing this, he quietly looked at the little girl. If she can store mana externally, then even Xia, right now, could use high mana consumption spells. Then, watching Kay pat Xia's head, he added, You will need to practice gathering external mana regularly. Xia? She replied happily. Yes. He changed his expression and turned to ask, Where is the commander? Where is he? Somewhere on the 70th floor, the one ruled by Andromalius. Lin stood on high ground, scanning the distance. Then she leaped across the rooftops with long strides. As she moved, Lin pondered. They were better than I thought, and didn't cause any trouble. Had Nhan already seen through their full strength? She and Epsilon continued their pursuit. Then they vaulted forward to reach another spot. Lin landed on a large tree branch. The others each found a hiding spot to keep watch. Dita whispered his report. It's that wooden house. Doesn't look suspicious at all. Epsilon still seemed confused. But why did we come here? Immediately, Lin explained it to him. His Majesty wants the 70th floor. To do that, we must convince Aaron Raiders to join our side. Varuna was a bit hesitant. Is that really possible? She landed gracefully on the ground. We are soldiers, we just follow orders. Then Lin signaled to move out, and all four of them rushed toward the house. Just as Varuna got close, a voice rang out. That's far enough. Two figures stepped out from the house. A woman with a cold face spoke up. Identify yourselves. Lin had a bad feeling. Aaron's men, they were better trained than she had expected. A large pair of feet stepped out. So, you are the emissaries of His Majesty, Xia Von Devata. The man who appeared was Aaron Raiders, puffing on a cigarette. Which one of you is the representative? Only then did Lin remove her disguise. Her face became clear. It's me. Aaron's voice suddenly changed. Wait, you are Lin El Raza. The other two also lost their edge. One of the four swords of Se? I thought you were all dead, Lin replied calmly. I discarded that name a long time ago. Now, I am simply the sword of His Majesty Xia. Aaron went inside to discuss. So, His Majesty Xia intends to take the 70th floor? You actually think that's… Lin interrupted him firmly. It's entirely possible, but Aaron didn't seem convinced. How can I be sure? There wasn't a hint of worry on her face. Because His Majesty Xia and I are enough to take down someone like Andromalius. He fumbled in a small box while praising her. Pretty confident, aren't you? But if it's coming from you, I suppose I have to believe it. Aaron took a drag of his cigarette. But war is a different story. Even combining the forces of the 71st and 72nd floors, you are no match for the 70th floor. Isn't that why you're here? You need help from a demon who knows this place like the back of his hand, like me. Lin crossed her legs and hinted at a few things. I can't reveal all my cards right now, but I'll tell you one thing. Beside His Majesty Xia, there is someone whom even 100 warriors like me wouldn't dare to touch. Aaron's gaze froze. Wait, did she just… Fear began to churn within him. One of the Four Swords warriors once feared on par with the Demon King was saying this, but Aaron tried to suppress it and laughed loudly. You sure have a sense of humor, Commander El Raza. But Lin remained unshakable. You say I'm joking? Do I look like the type to joke in a place like this? he casually retorted. If someone that powerful actually existed, you wouldn't need my help, would you? That person could easily wipe everyone out. We can't risk attracting the attention of the upper floors just to take the 70th floor. Her eyes were bottomless. If you don't believe me, feel free to report this meeting to Andromalius. But remember one thing, you won't escape the consequences either, Count. Aaron's throat went dry as he fell silent. Are you threatening me, or are you just testing me? Unlike the others, he had seen the true power of the four swords with his own eyes. Finally, he had to make a difficult decision. All right, tell me what you want from me. Lin got straight to the point. Allow the forces of the 71st floor to pass through your territory, and when the time comes, help me pin down Andromalius. Aaron asked curiously, so that Xia can enter and deliver the finishing blow? And she offered the price to be paid in this game. You will be rewarded with status and wealth worthy of your contribution. Now, instead of a rotting rope, I bring a new, stronger one. Will you take it? Afterward, Lin returned to report. The negotiation was successful, but she had to give credit. Well done, Captain Lin. But she didn't take the credit for herself. Everything was easy thanks to your advice. Master Nan, he said politely, the success is only thanks to your reputation. Lin changed the subject. When do we mobilize? Nahan replied simply, soon. You must be tired, but be ready, she answered sternly. Yes, sir. Seeing that Lin hadn't left, he asked, what's wrong? Is something bothering you? She looked hesitant. Master Nahan, if I may, I have a question. Why are you content being a lowly tutor for His Majesty? Nahan put his pen down hard on the table. A lowly tutor? You sure have a way with words regarding the Royal Tutor. Lin still didn't intend to give up. But considering the ability you've shown, that position is too menial. She kept rambling on. Why would someone like you choose the 72nd floor, the bottom of the bottom? Logically, this makes no sense. His voice sounded a bit helpless. You're worried I have other motives, aren't you? Like a coup, for example. Lin replied calmly. That possibility did cross my mind. Nahan thought to himself, she's serious. This is tense. If I tell the truth, she'll think I'm insane, and she won't let it slide with a half-hearted excuse either. Finally, he decided to just tell the truth because it seemed interesting. That is why I love this game. Lin's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? Nan laid his cards on the table. A demon king, raised by my own hands, the weakest, most despised demon king. His eyes lit up with excitement. One day, she will rule the entire demon world. Nothing could be more exciting than that. Lin was hit with another surprise. Are you saying all of this is just for your own amusement? Nan asked with a hint of sadness. At first, yes. But if you put it that way, it makes me sound cold-blooded. I've grown quite fond of this place. But a split second later, he regained his smile. First off, Xia is the most adorable demon king in the world. She was surprised. Wait, what? But Nyan just kept rambling on. There's Ken, a steadfast and loyal assistant, and Ri, who has such a warm heart and keeps the castle running smoothly. Cecily, who is both sharp-witted and highly efficient. And M, the best chef in the demon realm. Vice Captain Varuna might be a little rebellious, but his skills and loyalty are beyond question. And there's another person who is strong, loyal, talented, and beautiful as well. Captain Lin. Nan said it as casually as if it were nothing. I'm just speaking the truth, so why are you so surprised? Her cheeks began to flush red, and his gaze softened. Anyway, I like the 72nd floor, and I like the people here too. I've become very fond of everything here. Nan mused to himself. What could be better than seeing these characters with my own eyes? He delivered a firm statement that left Lin shaken. So don't worry. Unless you kick me out first, I will never turn my back on you. Only then did she relax and smile brightly. Thank you for answering my rude question, sir. But looking back, he thought, rude? Not at all. Your loyalty belongs to Xia, not to me. He beamed at her. That just proves you're more loyal than anyone else. You only asked because you were worried about Xia, right? Lin felt a bit guilty. I am very grateful that you think that way, sir. He watched her leave. Go get some rest. It was as if a weight had been lifted off Lin, and she left happily. His Majesty certainly has a good eye for people. A while later, Xia arrived at Nhan's room. Teacher, he said, surprised. Xia, it's not time for our lesson yet. Why are you here? The little girl replied innocently. I just came to hang out. What are you doing? Nhan looked at his documents. I'm reviewing the financial ledgers. Xia found it interesting and suggested, can I look at them with you? He generously agreed. Of course. Nhan immediately thought of a new plan. Since she's already here, why don't we learn a bit of economics? Xia started studying right away. It says here that crops were destroyed due to adventurers invading from the human realm. He began to ask for her opinion. That's right. This is a petition for support because they're running out of food. What do you think we should do? Xia replied quickly. Just distribute food to them. We have grain and meat stored in the warehouse from last year. Nan questioned her further. Should we just give it away for free? The little girl's eyes became sharp and determined. No, we can provide some aid, but the rest should be sold at a very cheap price. Not stopping there, he brought up another important issue that left Xia stunned. But what if the farmers don't have money to buy the food right now? What should we do then? Then Nan picked up his pen to write. In times like these, we can use something called— The little girl was curious about the new concept. A credit system. He drew a diagram on paper to make it easier for Xia to visualize. Farmers can borrow grain at a very low interest rate, and they will pay it back during the next harvest season. Han smiled brightly. That way, the food issue is solved, and since we aren't giving it away for free, the castle doesn't lose anything, right? The little girl finally understood. That's right. Suddenly, there was a sound at the door. Excuse me, Nan replied. Come in. Is something the matter? She stepped inside and bowed respectfully. Apologies for interrupting your work, but it is time for His Majesty's snack. Nahan happily agreed. Xia, go have your snack. The little girl's eyes lit up. Smiled brightly. Today, it's strawberry cake. Xia was excited. I love cake. As she stepped out, she looked back, making curious. What is it? The little girl grinned widely. Teacher, come eat with me. Looked concerned and reminded her. Your Majesty, are you planning to share your snack? Xia hesitated. Yes, the little girl stammered. I didn't mean to use formal speech. Nan just smirked slightly. Of course. Deep down, he felt happy. I thought Xia would never share her snacks with anyone, said with doting affection. Then, teacher, try the cake that Her Majesty likes so much. The little girl didn't stop urging him. It's delicious. Come on, let's go. He set aside his work and followed them. It seems I've earned Xia's trust in my own way, and I even got invited to share a snack. Suddenly, Ken appeared out of nowhere holding a letter. Nahan, you're here. Nahan looked a bit surprised. Ken considered his sudden appearance a serious matter. There's a letter for you. He received the letter. From the 71st floor, Nahan read the contents carefully. Then a satisfied smile crept onto his face. Everything is ready now, isn't it? Today's snack will be quite delicious. Xia, at another palace, had likely received the news, and the person there was furious. Si Chi is declaring war? He smashed his hand down hard on the armrest. A weakling from the 71st floor dares to challenge me? The one speaking was the demon king of the 70th floor, Andromalius. That Si Chi woman has lost her mind. A subordinate rushed to intervene. You must be careful, Your Majesty. The man grew even more irritated. Careful of what? She's just a pathetic loser whose power is sealed. The subordinate didn't give up and tried to advise him. But she was once a high-ranking demon king. Even though she lost her power, her cunning remains. Hearing this, Andromalius softened his tone. You mean she dares to stir up trouble because she has a plan? What does she even have to rely on anymore? Another person in the group spoke up. I have a few theories. The man was curious and asked, Theories? Let me hear them. Count Egan Vermilion spoke up. He revealed what he had heard. Recently, there have been rumors of an alliance between the 71st and 72nd floors. Also, spies from the 71st floor report that Si Chi frequently visits the 72nd floor. Then Ijin presented his theory. Based on that, she is definitely colluding with them. Andromalius laughed loudly. How cute. She's declaring war based on a garbage dump like the 72nd floor? Only Egan was the most serious. The 72nd floor may have few people, but we cannot overlook them. They still have Shia's 4 swords. Egan's brows knit together. And there's a rumor that the royal tutor they just hired is no ordinary person. Andromalius showed open disdain. What? A royal tutor? Do you think I'd believe that? If he were that good, why would he settle for the 72nd floor? He continued to present his case. I don't know the exact reason, but one thing is certain. He is the one who orchestrated the alliance between the 71st and 72nd floors. The man stopped smiling. He managed to rope in Si Chi? Ijin agreed with Andromalius. Yes, Your Majesty. That is why we must resolve this war decisively. Having won the man's favor, Ijin smirked. We should launch a full-scale attack from the beginning. If we crush them with overwhelming military power, then neither Si Chi nor the 4 swords will stand a chance. Not only that, Egan leaned close to Andromalius's ear and whispered, and one more thing. Can I have a private word with you, my lord? He listened in silence. Go ahead. After listening, Andromalius's face relaxed. I like your way of thinking. Very well. Let's show those arrogant bastards on the 71st and 72nd floors the difference in our power. His sharp eyes also noticed someone was missing. By the way, didn't Count Aaron Raiders come? Aegon reported the situation. That is correct, your majesty. Not only the count, but his entire faction is absent. Andromalius ordered in a rage. Those brats, drag Aaron Raiders here to me this instant. Suddenly, a soldier burst in from outside. Your majesty, something has happened, he asked in a fit of temper. What is all this noise about? The soldier fearfully announced the news. Lord Siqi's army. They are setting up camp right in front of the castle. Andromalius felt as if he had been struck by lightning. What? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? His anger flared up. Don't tell me it's that bastard Aeon. Immediately Aegon at his side proposed. Your majesty, please give us your orders. Our army is already assembled and ready. Just say the word, and we will march out to wipe them all out. Everyone in the hall erupted with fighting spirit, shouting in unison to destroy the foolish Siqi and the traitorous Aeon. Andromalius hesitated no longer, and gave the command immediately. All right, march out, all of you. Wipe those arrogant pests off the face of the earth for me. At the same time, Xia had been equipped with a suit of armor for the battle. The little girl looked a bit uncomfortable. It's too stuffy, teacher. Nan gently comforted her. Just bear with it for a little while. This thing might save your life. The little girl obeyed obediently. Yes, sir. Once finished, he picked Xia up in his arms. If you're a good girl, I'll give you a piece of cake when we get back. The little girl smiled happily. I'll be good. Nhan turned and asked, Where is the captain? The old man reported. I am sure she has already started by now. He urged everyone. Then we should hurry as well. Let's move out. Let's go, Xia. Ken remained behind, bowing respectfully. Good luck, my lord. Nan brought the girl to the gate, where Vice Captain Varuna was waiting. Is everything ready? He quickly replied. I have been waiting for you, sir. Looking at Varuna, he gestured toward the gate. His Majesty Siqi has prepared a temporary teleportation gate. It will take you straight to the 70th floor. Before leaving, Nhan left him with a comment. She gave us junk equipment, by the way. Varuna was startled. What? But, however, he was magnanimous and let it slide. It's nothing. Let's go. And so, Nhan and Xia went in first. They had no idea that a stranger was watching them from afar. A group of 3 people, completely covered, appeared on the scene. The one in the middle was Duncan, captain of Andromalius's tenebrous special forces. Are these bastards stupid? They left the castle completely unguarded. Well, they will pay for that. He placed his hand on the eaves of the roof and gave the order to act. No longer hiding, they appeared boldly on the roof, planning to kill everyone remaining inside. The others acknowledged the order clearly. Varuna asked, uneasy, Are you sure it's really okay to leave the Demon King's castle empty like this? He warned anxiously. I heard Andromalius has an assassination squad under his command. If they suddenly attack the castle, the line will be cut off. You've got a point there. Then you should know this too. He smiled confidently. Pathetic sneak attacks like that will be completely useless. Just then, an intruder was kicked away before they could even reach the door. The other one stood there, bewildered, eyes widening in disbelief. What the hell is this? Ken, still clutching another intruder in his hand, spoke in a cold voice. I don't recall inviting anyone here. He sternly questioned them. Who are you people? Varuna could not hide his astonishment. He had known they were here all along, but he only replied concisely. There are some things that can be hidden, and some things that cannot. On the other side, another one had been sent flying from above. Cecily happily waved her broom over the fallen intruder. Butler, we've finished cleaning up this area. Ree also stepped out quickly. I caught 2 of them. But what happened to the door? Ken could only offer a strained smile, making up an excuse. It's been a while since I've had to use my skills, so I might have gone a bit overboard. Mark walked over, carrying another one, and asked with a smile, Is everyone okay? One little rat managed to sneak into the kitchen. At that moment, their attention immediately shifted to the last remaining intruder, who was trembling. Everyone is fine, though our uninvited guest here doesn't look too good. When Xia Von Devata was still alive, it was known that the servants were chosen based on their combat skills to guard against assassination attempts. It was just that they hadn't fought in such a long time that very few people knew about their true strength. Varuna looked at Nan's back, feeling flustered. At first, I didn't like him very much, but his troop placement and his strategy were absolutely perfect. I have no choice but to acknowledge him as a commander. Sir Nhan, please give us your orders. Nhan suddenly reminded him. Varuna, you are mistaken about one thing. Varuna looked confused. Yes, sir, Nahan said seriously. The person to whom you must pledge your loyalty is not me, but Xia Von Devata, who is standing right here. Varuna quickly bowed his head. I will keep that in mind. Your Majesty, please give me your orders. Xia, hearing this, excitedly tried to imitate him. Teacher, please be our temporary commander. Nahan replied gently, If that is your wish, Xia, I would be more than happy to accept. Saying that, he immediately calculated the situation and gave his orders. By now, Captain Lin must have made contact with Aaron Raiders' forces. Varuna, go join them and provide support. Varuna stood at attention and replied, Yes, sir. Xia, curious at this point, asked, Teacher, where are we going? Nan explained, We are going to meet His Majesty, Si Chi. Xia's face lit up with joy. Lord Si Chi, I like him. At the same time, the soldiers of both sides were clashing fiercely. Si Chi exclaimed in astonishment, Aaron Raiders. He is more talented than I thought. We reached this point without a single problem. The Count also chimed in with an exclamation. I never expected you to be able to recruit such an influential figure. Having said that, he hesitated for a moment. Nan, his ability to gather information, his execution, and his resourcefulness are truly terrifying. Si Chi agreed. That is right. He is a dangerous man. The Count became nervous. Perhaps we should take action right now. Si Chi gave a sharp warning. Count, if that were even possible, do you think I would be sitting here? Never go against him. One wrong move and the 71st floor will end up exactly like this place. She calmly crossed her arms. We just need to do our part, take what belongs to us, and leave. The Count bowed his head in acceptance. Yes, Your Majesty. Si Chi watched the chaotic battle in silence. A rather spectacular beginning, isn't it? A frantic notification echoed. Aaron Raiders has infiltrated the castle. Andromalius gritted his teeth in anger. This battle was not supposed to happen this way. Aaron Raiders, that traitorous bastard. Killing him won't be enough. His subordinate urged him anxiously. Your Majesty, you must evacuate. He only wore a devilish smile. That's enough. If he wants to come, let him come. As long as I have this, all of them will die by my hand. Just then, a flash of golden light sliced through the air, and the outer door exploded instantly. Andromalius let out a cold laugh. Right on cue. He stared intensely at Lin and the army marching in. You're just in time, he ordered in a frigid tone. What are you all still standing around for? Go on, welcome our guests. Lin drew her sword, eyes cold, and retorted with a sneer. Hospitality on the 70th floor is pathetic. Andromalius played his psychological card, spitting out a threat. Aaron Raiders, do you honestly think the 4 swords of Xia are enough to save your life? He boasted arrogantly. I'll tear you apart myself. Lin didn't hesitate, surging forward as she spoke. Sorry, but you'll have to try that in your next life. In the blink of an eye, she rushed in, cutting down every obstacle in her path. Andromalius hurriedly pulled out a mace to block Lin's strike. He shuddered under the impact, a flicker of rage in his eyes. You arrogant little brat. You're pretty good with that big mouth of yours. Andromalius quickly retracted his mace to build momentum. Let me see for myself what you're actually capable of. With those words, he poured every ounce of strength into a crushing blow. But Lin deftly leaped aside, dodging the attack. Andromalius didn't hold back his praise. Fast. I guess being one of the 4 swords isn't just for show, just for size. Then try this on for size. Saying that, he suddenly grabbed the head of his attendant standing nearby. Before the poor soul could even react, Andromalius brutally snuffed out his life. Lin was horrified by his cruelty. Andromalius laughed triumphantly. The real fun is just starting. Right after that, a giant, monstrous creature erupted from the attendant's body. Lin couldn't believe her eyes. A hydra? Andromalius barked the order. Bite her! The hydra lunged forward, jaws wide open. Nahan stepped in, looking intrigued. Things are starting to heat up, aren't they? Si Chi spun around, startled. What? Why are you here? Nan answered simply. I came to see how you were doing. Si Chi looked anxious. I've already done as you asked. But what about Andromalius? Can Aaron and the 4 swords really handle him? Nahan confidently asserted that they would, if I helped them out a little. So, keep this safe. Si Chi was bewildered, holding Xia in her arms. What? What is this? Nahan explained casually. Hold on to her for a bit. I've got too much on my plate to carry Xia around right now. He handed the little whale to her and smiled, instructing, play with this little one, okay? I'll be back soon. Xia whimpered, clinging to him. No, I want to go with you. A strange sensation washed over Nan, making him freeze. Wait. He stared at his trembling hand. This energy. It shouldn't be here. It shouldn't be appearing right now. Xia asked worriedly. Teacher? What's wrong? Nan quickly turned to leave. Captain Lin might be in danger. I really have to go. Xia grew even more frightened. What? Nahan left a reassuring word behind. I'll be right back. As soon as he finished, he bolted toward the castle, vanishing in an instant. Siqi watched, unable to hide her shock. I couldn't even track his movement? Just how strong is he? A subordinate stepped forward, whispering, Lord Siqi, this is our chance. Siqi cut him off sharply. Shut it. This is a test. He's checking if we truly intend to uphold this alliance. Be careful, so don't even think about pulling anything. Respect Xia, just as you respect me. The subordinate obeyed. As you command, Your Excellency. Siqi looked at Xia's satisfied expression and felt amused. My God, does she like it that much? But why a whale of all things? Back at the brutal battlefield, soldiers were falling on both sides. Varuna quickly realized the situation was going south. A moment of distraction was all it took for Andromalius to send him flying. Varuna slammed into the wall as Aaron watched in panic. Andromalius let out a wicked laugh. Your terrified faces look delicious, Aaron raiders. Aaron barked back. Shut your mouth. Andromalius retorted with arrogant flair. It's over. That's right. Keep struggling. After all, that's all you're capable of. It's over. At that same moment, Lin was struggling to fend off the beast. This wasn't a normal Hydra. Its power was on par with a high-level demon lord. Something isn't right. Lin stared helplessly at the massive, gaping maw lunging toward her. Is this where it ends for me? She squeezed her eyes shut in pain, whispering her final words. Your Majesty, I'm sorry. But then, nothing happened. Lin tentatively opened her eyes. What is that? She was stunned to see the Hydra writhing in agony before her. What is going on? Who are you? In a heartbeat, Andromalius was lying defeated at Nan's feet. He wheezed, questioning, Who are you? Nahan gave him a cold, piercing look. Demon Lord Andromalius, I suggest you surrender. Andromalius froze amidst the swirling magical energy, his eyes filled with shock. What just happened? And more importantly, where is this immense mana coming from? A chill ran down his spine as he remembered the past. This feeling was exactly like the time he saw the first-rank Demon Lord, BBR. Andromalius forced a smile, trying to mask his internal panic. You're quite something. Why would someone like you join such a pathetic faction? Nahan tightened his grip on his sword, voice icy. You talk too much. Realizing he was outmatched, Andromalius immediately changed his tone. Wait, what do you want? Money? Fame? Join me, and I will give you everything you crave. Nan's eyes flickered for a moment. Everything, you say? Andromalius nodded frantically, as if grabbing onto a lifeline. Yes, just tell me what you want. Nan slowly raised his head. The pinnacle. Andromalius frowned, confused. What? Nahan's voice was low, yet unwavering. The highest position a demon lord can reach. He looked at his opponent with eyes cold as ice. But that is impossible for someone of your caliber, Andromalius. He let out a hollow laugh. So that's why you sided with the Devata. Nahan slowly raised his sword, and a murderous aura erupted instantly. I have no intention of forgiving you for toying with powers you can't even control. Andromalius gritted his teeth in fury. That's nonsense. In a power struggle, victory is everything, no matter the price. He growled, his eyes turning manic. I don't need your forgiveness. The blade tore through space, and a cold light instantly swallowed Andromalius. Nahan turned, his voice echoing across the battlefield. The war is over. His voice rang out everywhere. Andromalius's soldiers, drop your weapons. Your master has fallen. His cold gaze swept the area. Surrender now and your lives will be spared. But there will be no mercy for those who continue to resist. The soldiers were instantly shaken, their faces full of panic. Nan could no longer lower his sword, his voice growing even colder. I repeat. Siqi stared into the distance, a look of disbelief on her face. He just left. How could it be over already? But then again, knowing him, I suppose it's possible. Xia immediately exclaimed with excitement. Everyone, that's the master's voice. Lin immediately bowed her head, her expression full of guilt. Master Nhan, I apologize. I let my guard down. He shook his head slightly, his tone calm as always. Don't blame yourself. Commander, perhaps it's just because you haven't been on the battlefield for a long time. Nan frowned slightly, silently calculating in his mind. In any case, that might have been too much for Commander Lin to handle. That energy belongs to the rulers of the demon realm. It's frustrating that I can't recognize it, due to the gaps in my memory as a great demon. More importantly, this never happened in the game. After a brief silence, he suddenly changed the subject. By the way, Si-Chi is the one who took down Andromalius. Do you understand what I mean? She immediately understood Nan's intention. Understood. I will ensure everyone keeps their mouths shut. He nodded with satisfaction. Good. I'll explain later. Turning to Varuna, standing nearby. Vice Commander, please handle the cleanup with the Count. I need to go check on Xia. He quickly bowed to accept the order. Yes, my lord. Nhan Lin suddenly remembered another important matter. By the way, where is His Majesty? He replied naturally. He's with Lady Si-Chi. Her expression changed instantly. You mean he is alone with another Demon King right now? Nahan, still looking as calm as ever, replied, to be exact, it's an allied Demon King. Si-Chi was smart enough not to do anything reckless, but she still couldn't fully rest easy. That's true, but before Lin could finish, he turned and walked away. See you later. In the blink of an eye, his silhouette had vanished beyond the tent. Kene looked around the battlefield with disbelief. This is incredible. He slowly reported the current situation. The troops on the 70th floor have surrendered completely. Si-Chi's eyes widened in surprise. Huh? This shouldn't have ended so easily. The girl tilted her head as if she sensed something. Huh? Xia's eyes immediately lit up. Master is coming. Nan looked at the girl, startled. What? You are Si-Chi immediately radiated mana to scan the surroundings. I don't sense anyone. The very next moment, Xia happily ran forward. Master Nhan appeared and said, Did you have fun? The girl nodded excitedly. Yes. She looked at him in disbelief. What? How are you back already? But Nhan just calmly replied, You can receive the report from Commander Lin. She's on her way. Saying that, he took out an object and handed it to Si-Chi. Here, take this. She blankly received the item. What is this? Nhan indifferently tossed the object in his hand toward Si-Chi, the head of Andromalius. Just say that you took it. She immediately widened her eyes in confusion. Me? You did all the work? Why should I take the credit? He just smirked slightly. Because we are allies. Anyway, Xia and I are heading back now. Remember to ensure the spoils are divided 50-50. Si-Chi silently watched his retreating figure. That smile of his really makes me uneasy. At the Imperial Palace, a clear blue sky blanketed the peaceful scene after the battle. Kane stood by the door, slowly hammering in a nail. Just then, a flash of light appeared in the middle of the empty courtyard. Kane immediately turned and bowed. Welcome back, Your Majesty, and Master Nhan. He looked at the old man. Is the door broken? Kane scratched his head helplessly. As you can see, I had a little trouble controlling my power. He chuckled, as if he had expected it. Looks like you just hosted an uninvited guest, huh? Well done. The old man quickly switched to a more serious expression. Congratulations on conquering the 70th floor. Nahan calmly stepped into the grand hall. That was only the first step. The old man slowly followed behind. We'll be busy preparing to move the Demon King's castle. He waved his hand dismissively, as if not too concerned. Ah, we can take our time with that. Kane and Xia both froze when they heard the next sentence. I intend to hand over the 70th floor castle to Si-Chi. Kane's eyes widened in shock. What? The girl quickly spoke up, confused. Master, you were the one who killed Andromalius, but you're giving all the credit to Lady Si-Chi. Aren't we losing out too much? The old man frowned, his face full of doubt. His Majesty is right. Occupying the castle is a symbol of conquest. Do you mean you will give all of that to Lady Si-Chi? Nhan remained as calm as ever. Officially, that is correct. He stopped before a large window in the grand hall. Right now, we need capital more than territory. Our finances aren't stable enough to be self-sufficient. Nan's gaze darkened. Not until we become stronger. I gave the credit for killing Andromalius to Si-Chi so we wouldn't be noticed. He looked at the girl, his eyes full of calculation. Furthermore, since Si-Chi is officially the ruler of the 70th floor, who will be responsible for anything that happens there from now on? Xia immediately replied without hesitation. Lady Si-Chi. Nan nodded in satisfaction. Exactly. And Si-Chi didn't accept that without knowing the situation. She needs to prove that she is still a formidable force. Kane looked at him in awe. You calculated all of that already? The corner of Nhan's mouth curled up nonchalantly. Of course. I'm not an easy pushover. I won't give it away for free. He slowly picked up the girl. For now, I will focus on Xia's education and internal matters. Nhan's voice became a bit more serious. We must replace old equipment and fix the cash flow. There is a lot to be done. His gaze deepened for a moment. And I need to find out who was backing Andromalius. The old man bowed, having partially understood the plan. I understand. Then, my lord. Kane hesitated for a moment, then continued to ask, how were you so sure that you could subdue Aaron raiders? Nahan's expression was calm, as if it were nothing special. That? It was just luck. He chuckled faintly. He quietly recalled memories of that game. It was just one of the side events that occasionally appeared in the game. Kane couldn't help but frown in confusion. Luck, you say? The old man quietly watched Nan's back, his gaze becoming one of reverence. I saw that he was extraordinary from the beginning, but he is someone who must stay by his majesty's side. Nahan continued to walk away. Anyway, Kane, I'll leave the door repairs to you. The old man immediately bowed. Yes, I understand. As he walked along carrying Xia, Nahan said, now that the immediate crisis has passed, I will focus more on your training and lessons. You also need to learn the duties of a monarch. I am not the master of this place. Nan placed a hand on the girl's head, his voice softening slightly. It is Xia Von Devata. It is you. The girl's eyes brightened. I love hearing you teach, master. Hingomi likes it too, so I'll learn everything. Sarah suddenly remembered something, tilted her head, and asked, Master, what happened to Ra? He paused for a moment before quickly answering. Huh? No, I was just checking on her. Nahan looked at the little girl. Are you planning to sleep with Hingomi? Xia happily nodded immediately. Yes. He smiled softly. Sleep well. The little girl immediately called out after him. Master, you should go to sleep too. Master. Nan looked a bit confused. Huh? I'm going to sleep in my own bed. Xia shook her head firmly. No. He looked at the little girl clutching his hand. Is she clinging to me because she lost her father at such a young age? Or does she just find some kind of emotional stability in me? Finally, Nan helplessly sighed. All right, let's sleep together. He gently pulled the blanket up for Xia and leaned back against the headboard. I'll stay with her until she falls asleep. Outside the ancient building, the quiet sky was covered in a faint light. Dantalion gripped the armrest, his expression full of shock. Andromalius is dead? And killed by her? Could it be that Sichi finally broke that seal? Leonard, standing behind him, spoke slowly. It seems highly likely that she succeeded by cooperating with the 72nd floor. After all, the last of Xia's 4 swords is still there. He frowned, his gaze turning cold. If that's the case, I'll be their next target. Anbas immediately answered in a serious tone. We must prepare thoroughly. Dan fell silent for a few seconds before making a decision. I must send a letter to Decarabia on the 68th floor. He looked slightly surprised at that suggestion. Are you suggesting an alliance with him? He gave a cold, dismissive laugh. Do we have any better options? Dantalion slowly stood up, his voice growing heavy. Despite his trashy personality and stupidity, Andromalius's raw power still far exceeds mine. If I just sit here, I'll be the next one to fall. He waved his hand coldly, ordering, stop nagging, and go prepare the letter. Decarabia won't have any reason to refuse. Anbas immediately bowed to receive the order. Yes, your majesty. She gently brought a tea tray to the door of his room. Master Han, your tea is ready. As soon as the door opened, she froze. Oh my. Looking at the scene before her, both of them must have been absolutely exhausted. She smiled gently, closed the door, and wished them both a good night. Nan saw Sichi starting to grumble endlessly. Did you really spend a whole week just dividing the assets? She snapped back loudly. If you're so good at it, why don't you try? I've been running back and forth since the crack of dawn, just to get this done. After that, Sichi handed over all the completed ledgers. The territory and troops were already divided. Now only the treasures remained. He glanced over some of the information on the paper and nodded in approval. Well done. The territory and troops were divided very fairly. There are no tricks here. But, I have a request. Since we gave you the Demon King's castle and Andromalius's head, can we have priority in choosing the treasure? She frowned, waving her hand dismissively. I don't care, as long as it's split evenly. He smiled, considering the deal done, and still gave Sichi some thoughtful advice. I know you'll be busy managing the newly conquered territories for a while, but you still need to stop by here once a week. If you slack off on your training, everything we've done will go to waste. Before leaving, she grumbled unhappily again. You keep forgetting. But I'm a Demon King too, you know. I always keep my word, so don't worry. I'm off. His eyes lit up as he looked at the documents on the table. Post-war arrangements were the top priority. I must finish these instructions tonight. After a while, a knock came from outside. Come in. Cecil respectfully stepped in front of him. Master Nahan, I'm afraid we have to cancel His Majesty's lesson for today. Nahan looked up, worried. What's wrong? Did something happen to Xia? She nodded slightly. Her Majesty has a mild fever. As soon as he heard that, his whole body trembled with anxiety. What? Xia is sick? Nan began to blame himself. She was fine just yesterday. Is the schedule too intense? Or was it from participating in the battle? Seeing his dark expression, Cecily tried to calm him down. Please don't worry too much. It seems to be just a common cold. Children Xia's age often get sick unexpectedly. Nahan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that. You're right. After all, Xia is just a child. Getting sick is to be expected. She nodded with a smile. She'll fully recover after a day or two of rest. Nan felt a bit less worried. All right. Thank you. Please take good care of her for me. But as soon as Cecily left, he fell back into self-blame. I'm such a fool. I should have anticipated this. This isn't a game. This is reality. I have to finish my work quickly so I can go check on Xia. The setting sun gradually softened, but he kept his promise to visit her as soon as possible. Xia, how are you feeling? I brought the doll you like. Seeing him, Xia sat up and called out, Master. She hugged her 2 teddy bears tightly. Thank you, Master. But to cheer her up, he conjured up various other types of stuffed animals. Actually, that's not all. I also have this one, and even this one. A pile of teddy bears covered her bed, leaving Xia overwhelmed. Master, that's enough. But it turned out it was all just her dream. Master, there are so many dolls. This time, Nahan actually appeared, but only after she had fallen asleep, and with just 1 teddy bear in her hand. Huh? Xia was still lost in her dream. So many dolls. He didn't wake her up, just gently placed another bear beside her. Xia must be dreaming. I wonder what she's dreaming about. At least it seems her fever has broken. Maybe she'll be healthy again by tomorrow. I'll work here so I can keep an eye on her. But just as Nan pulled the chair up to the bed, she suddenly woke up. Master? Nan was startled and hurriedly comforted her. You're awake? I'm sorry. How are you feeling? Xia replied with a smile. I'm fine. Were you worried about me? He leaned in to comfort her. Of course I was. Get some more sleep. I'll be right here watching over you. But she was curious about the documents he had brought. Can't I see those? Nahan shook his head, disagreeing. No way. You need to rest today. We'll look at them tomorrow. Your recovery is the most important thing right now. Xia, it would be a shame if you were still sick tomorrow and couldn't have any pudding, right? This news hit her like a shock, and finally, Xia agreed to listen to him. Sleep well. Kine shyly entered the dining room, apologizing for interrupting the meal. Master Nan, Commander Elza, has submitted the report on the spoils of war. Nahan waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, just bring it over. The old man glanced at Nahan's face. Are you looking for something specific, my lord? But he didn't hide the sword. That's right. There is an item on the 70th floor that we absolutely must obtain. In the game, equipment is one of the most crucial factors. It boosts character growth efficiency, so we have to get our hands on it. And this is a hidden piece that I only discovered after reaching the 40th ending. Nahan smiled happily. Who would have guessed that an item like this would be hidden in the early stages? After confirming the item, he cautioned the old man, Ken, make sure we keep this one for ourselves. For the rest, select what's suitable and hand it over to the commander. Ken nodded, acknowledging the order. But when he looked at the paper Nan had marked, he was stunned. Unable to help himself, Ken asked, Pardon me. My lord, forgive me for asking, but are you sure you marked the right item? Nan cut a piece of meat and confirmed, That's right. As soon as Chi agrees, I'll go get it immediately. On the paper was an item even Ken hadn't expected Nan to actually need. I understand. Very well. After waiting for a while, Xia finally got to see the treasure on the 70th floor. It's so sparkly. Everything caught the little girl's eye. This one sparkles too. Nan shoved his hands into his pockets, eyes crinkling with a smile. This is exactly what I was talking about. Lin brought the list over to take inventory. What did you say, my lord? Nahan shook his head. It's nothing. Nahan glanced at the 70th floor warehouse and nodded excitedly. I can't believe this is only half of it. What a massive haul. Has everything been stored safely? Lin nodded to confirm. Yes, the Demon King Sichi was very cooperative, so everything went smoothly. Just then, some guards approached and bowed respectfully to Xia. Welcome, Your Majesty. The little girl hurriedly returned the gesture. Yes, well done. Afterward, a crate was carried in front of her. Lin checked the list and introduced it. This is the item that Lord Nahan emphasized we must obtain. Please confirm if this is the right one. As soon as he saw the sword, Nahan smiled and gave his approval. That's the one. Well done. The blood tear sword, when mana is channeled into the blood-red gem, it looks like it's shedding tears of blood. That's how it got its name. In the game, equipping this sword increases growth efficiency 5-fold. I don't know if it works the same way in real life, but it will definitely be very useful. Nan held the broken sword and recalled the information he had read. It had the highest attack power in the early stages. The fact that it allows the user to learn special magic makes it extremely effective. Seeing him so focused, Xia leaned in to take a look. What is that, teacher? Nahan smiled and held it out to her. This is a gift for you, Xia. Xia's face went blank with confusion. Huh? But it's broken. Nan smiled and explained. It's okay. It can be fixed. I know exactly where the broken blade tip and the gem are. But he put the sword away and promised Xia, let's finish checking the inventory, then we'll go fix the sword. The little girl's eyes went wide as she asked, what will it look like after it's fixed? Nan rested his chin on his hand, thinking, and let it slip with a compliment. It's going to be very sparkly. Lin, standing nearby, offered, should I call a blacksmith? Nahan shook his head. No need. This sword isn't fixed that way. It's fine. Let's check the inventory first. Xia loved shiny things, so she was glued to the gleaming treasure chests. Behind her, Nahan was dividing the loot. Transfer this list to the armory. This part will be used to supply the soldiers. Everything looked beautiful and shimmering to the little girl. This is so pretty. That one is pretty too. So sparkly. Nan happened to notice her enthusiasm and asked for her opinion. Xia, do you see anything you like? But Xia shyly refused. No, I don't need anything. Nan just smiled, patted her head, and said, it's all right. Everything here belongs to you, so don't worry about it. If you want something, just take it. Xia didn't hesitate, and pointed to a crown embedded with a striking ruby in the chest. Then, this one? This didn't fall outside Nan's expectations a crown, probably due to her lineage. Finally, he had another invitation. If you're done, do you want to go somewhere with me? Xia looked around, bewildered. Teacher, why are we here? Nan smiled and introduced an abandoned mine. This is where the pieces to complete your sword are hidden. As they ventured deeper, the girl shuddered slightly. It looks so deep. How will we find them? The teacher and students slowly made their way inside. I know exactly where those pieces are, so the turns won't be a problem. We're here, but it's pitch black ahead. I can't see anything. Nahan grabbed an oil lamp and walked in. I'll find it in no time. Nan rummaged through the clutter, muttering to himself. It should be right around here, shouldn't it? Found it. Xia looked at the shard, confused. Is that really a sword? Nihan smiled. Doesn't look like much right now, does it? Of course, this isn't everything. Nahan stepped toward the rugged stone wall. Now, we just need to find the most important part. He channeled a large amount of mana, and finally, a door opened, revealing a door with exquisite carvings. There was only one last obstacle left. Xian called the girl closer. Xia, come here. Xia looked at the door ahead and let out a gasp. Do we just need to go through that door? Nahan muttered. Something like that. Let me carry you from here. There's a small obstacle in our way. The stone guardian of the door began to wake up. It spread its wings and flew forward. Intruders, you are not permitted to pass. Seizing this opportunity, Nan began to teach the girl some rare information. Gargoyles are a rare species, you know. Try to take a good look while you can. Xia wasn't afraid. She whispered into his ear. Teacher, the statue is talking. The gargoyle was offended and furious. You, how dare you? But in Nahan's eyes, it was just. You're too noisy. The creature froze, unable to comprehend. What? Nan lowered his voice, using his gaze to warn it. Don't interrupt Xia's lesson. As soon as it saw the spirit beast standing behind Nan, it panicked, and the very next second, knelt down respectfully, without a moment's hesitation. I will serve you as my master. Please. Pass. Even Nan himself felt surprised. That sudden, a giant gargoyle that has lived this long could actually be useful. Before entering, Nahan also cautioned it. Wait here. If you behave, I'll take you in. It didn't offer a single word of complaint, just followed orders completely. Yes, master. Inside, the ruby in the center of the room caught everyone's attention. Xia couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Nan pulled out the broken sword. Now, he placed the sword on the altar in front of the ruby. The stone immediately activated and glowed brightly. Xia and Nan watched in awe. After the sword was repaired, it returned to its original form, the legendary blood tier sword. What do you think, Xia? The young girl had never seen anything glow like that before. It's beautiful. Nahan chuckled and gently patted Xia's head. This is a gift for you. Her eyes sparkled with amazement. Huh? Really? Nahan nodded in agreement. Of course. Unable to hide her joy, Xia exclaimed, Thank you, teacher. The one and only blood tier sword. Its binding effect boosts the sword's stats and amplifies the mana or blood absorbed. Upon returning to the castle, Xia showed it off to Ken. Look, Ken, my teacher gave me a gift. Ken stared blankly at her hands, confused. Why a sword? Nahan, standing behind her, smiled. It's time for Xia to start sword training. Suddenly, a shadow loomed behind Nan, giving Ken the shock of his life. So, you didn't just bring back a sword from the 70th floor. Is that a gargoyle? Ken asked, his mouth hanging open. That's right, Nan replied. What do you think about naming him Agun, the gatekeeper? Ken looked stunned, deep in thought. It seems a bit too big to be guarding the Demon King's castle, don't you think? Nahan shook his head. No, not the Demon King's castle. He'll be guarding somewhere else. Ken's eyes widened. What did you say? Nahan gestured toward Agun's massive frame. He looks perfect for keeping out those annoying, pathetic weaklings. Don't you agree? Ken saw the logic. It would be the perfect setup for the teleportation gate area. After consulting with Ken, Nan sternly threatened the creature. You heard your orders, right? If you're useless, I'll discard you whenever I feel like it. So do your best. The creature nodded, not daring to resist. I will keep that in mind. With that task settled, they moved on to more pressing matters. I heard you had a report for me. Let's head to the office. Inside the office, Nahan frowned. Dantalian and Decarabia have been in contact? Ken clasped his hands together and nodded. Yes. If floors 69 and 68 form a major alliance under these circumstances, it will be very difficult for us to handle. Nahan rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. A direct conflict right now would be tough, but they couldn't just sit back and watch the alliance happen. Then, I guess there's only one choice. Seeing Nyan's calm expression, Ken asked cautiously, You already have a countermeasure in mind? Nahan shared his idea. We'll stir up trouble within Dantalian's faction. Ken looked concerned. But Dantalian's faction is powerful, and unlike Andromalius, they aren't idiots. Nan just countered with one question. Ken, Dantalian's faction is famous for having many merchants, right? Ken adjusted his glasses and nodded. That's right. They believe commerce contributes the most to moving up between the floors. That's exactly what I'm targeting. And what merchants value most is trust. So, what if we destroy that trust? Dantalian's faction will collapse on its own. Ken remained anxious. That's true, but they've built that trust over countless years of trade. How could it crumble in just one night? Nan stood up, serious. Ken, I never said we would destroy it in one night. Training Xia and strengthening our foundation will take at least 5 years. So, we will slowly undermine Dantalian's trade policies over time. Nahan already had his moves calculated. Like the tricks I used when playing the game, we will become their competitors. Ken gasped. Competitors? Nahan nodded, reassuring him. We'll do business on the 70th floor. Don't worry, we won't be operating out in the open. After a moment, Ken asked tentatively, I understand, but are you planning to use Lady Si-Chi again this time? Nihan smirked and shook his head. Using her? Let's call it collaborating. Ken bowed his head, muttering to himself. Will Lady Si-Chi really be willing to take that risk? Nihan already had his own calculations. Don't worry about that. It will be an offer tempting enough even for Si-Chi. Ken sighed with relief. So the key question is, what will we sell? Have you thought of a product? Nan gave a cryptic smile. Something that will drive the merchants insane. We're going to sell something the demon world doesn't have. In the city of So, on the outskirts of the Holy Land, rumors were spreading. Have you heard the latest rumor? The whispering in the tavern grew louder. They say there are barely any guards around there lately. An adventurer who had just returned through the teleportation gate said so. You mean the demon guards protecting the demons? Is that for real? Den waved his hand with a sly grin. You don't believe me? This is our chance. Let's hunt some magic beasts and demons and make a fortune. Luke replied nonchalantly. I also heard that sheepfolk horns are worth a lot these days. Ree, sitting across from them, also volunteered to join. I know where the sheepfolk gather. There are lots of young ones there, so getting their horns should be easy, he muttered to himself. Could this really be our big break? But soon, Luke joined in with the group. All right, let's head to the demon world right now. We're about to be rich. Outside, however, there were more people than the three of them had expected. It feels more crowded than usual today. Maybe the rumor about the guards disappearing is true. Suddenly, a hand slapped Luke's shoulder. Hey friend, I happened to overhear you saying you know where the sheepfolk are. Would it be a bother if we tagged along? A man appeared, accompanied by a girl. I'm Riku, and this is Melissa. Before Luke could say anything, Den glanced over at them, then whispered, Wait a second. Check the badges on their shoulders. They're A-rank adventurers. Just agree. If we cause trouble, they could make us disappear without a trace. Luke nodded quickly. Sure, you guys can come with us. Riku laughed. Smart choice. All right, let's move out. At the teleportation gate, another pair was having a disagreement. The guy criticized. Are you really not going? This is our chance. If you want to survive as an adventurer, the demon world is a place you can't ignore. The girl backed away, muttering, "You really have no idea, do you? Lately, no adventurer who goes into the demon world ever comes back." Meanwhile, the group of three was heading deeper inside, just past that hill, a little further. Riku looked around, finding it odd. Still, it's really strange that the guards vanished into thin air. Don't let your guard down. He had a theory. Did they abandon this floor? Luke asked blankly. Abandon the floor? Riku nodded, explaining briefly. It's a popular theory that the demon world is made of many floors, he exclaimed. Like some kind of tower? But a hiss from Ri made everyone hide. Wait, everyone, hide, the girl whispered urgently. There's a sheepfolk up ahead. Riku peeked out, looking greedy. That's the real deal. Luke didn't want to miss the opportunity either. Shall we start the hunt? But first, Riku wanted to set things straight. Before that, I have a proposal. We'll take the sheep horns. How about you guys keep the rest? He frowned, reaching for his sword. Wait, the value of those sheep is all in their horns. But Melissa stepped forward, planting a thought in his mind. You're just a kid with your whole future ahead of you. Maybe you should listen to Riku if you want to make it home in one piece. He began to hesitate, filled with self-doubt. Damn it. Did they have this plan from the start? I've had a bad feeling ever since they asked to tag along. There's no way the three of us could take down A-rank adventurers blessed with divine power. Finally, Luke had to compromise. Fine, but in exchange, Riku, you're handling the fighting. Just then, he started backpedaling. I never intended to ask for your help in the first place, but as the words left his mouth, the ground began to shake violently. Luke moved to support Ri, who was the most severely injured. What is this? An earthquake? Is everyone okay? The tremors grew stronger, and Riku started cursing, furious at losing his prey. What the hell is going on? At this rate, the sheep are going to get away. Just then, Aegon appeared, attacking. Found you, the last little rat. Riku gasped in horror. A gargoyle? Melissa frantically tugged at him. If that's really a gargoyle, we have to run. Now. But she couldn't pull him away. He was frozen in place. Riku eventually had to rush in to save him, but the beast had already lunged. Luke, forget about him. Let's just run. Once they were outside, she snapped at him in frustration. Luke, what's wrong with you? She asked, her voice faltering. Guards, what are your orders? Captain Lin looked coldly at the group ahead. There is only one order. The group was quickly swarmed by guards, captured alive, not a single one left behind. On the other side, Melissa and Riku were locked in a cage, which gave him a sudden thought. Demons. Don't they kill humans? Why is the castle announcing that in the last month we've captured 276 humans and stored them in the warehouse? Saichi exclaimed in surprise. That's a lot. But for Lin, it still wasn't enough. Even so, we're still a bit short. She clasped her hands together, also surprised by this policy. I thought connecting with the human world was a weakness, but I never expected you to start hunting humans. He smiled, too humble to take all the credit. This was only possible because we have Aegon and formed an alliance with the 71st floor. Deep down, Nan was convinced that for a perfect ending, there was nothing he couldn't do. Humans in this game are worth less than useless insects. Showing them mercy brings us no benefit. Lin had a concern to report to him as well. However, my lord, although pulling back, the guards worked well as bait. The residents of the 72nd floor are becoming increasingly uneasy because of those humans. Hearing this, he had to consider other options. If the people's morale starts to waver, this will all be for nothing. And lately, the number we've been catching has dropped. But we still need more humans. If that's the case, we'll change the plan. Nhan smiled cunningly. Captain Lin, do you know anyone capable of conditioning? She shared her thoughts seriously. There are many who can manipulate human minds. Exactly the key he needed. Really? Then in the final step, we'll make them want to come here again, won't we? They already know over 200 people are missing, but they still haven't blocked the teleportation gate. At the Adventurers Guild in Sotor City, some disgruntled guys went to the reception desk to demand answers. We have to make a living too, you know. But Angela could only refuse, following orders. We're very sorry, but these are the Guildmaster's orders, and there's nothing else we can do. People nearby started gossiping. Another guy sighed. Man, not again. Do they really want to go to the demon realm that badly? That guy is an A rank. The rewards from normal quests must not be enough for him anymore. Just then, a frantic cry rang out. Please, help! The person entering was Luke, looking completely drained. Luke, what happened to you? He stumbled inside, terrified. I just escaped from the demon realm. All the missing people are being held by the guards. Luke went to the reception desk, pleading, while Ri and Den were also there. Please, help us. We have to save them. She tried to help him calm down. All right, calm down first. Everyone in the office sympathized with Luke. Angela, his teammates were captured. Of course he's not thinking straight. Just then, a man rushed out from the back. Adem stepped forward to interrogate him. Young adventurer, do you know why the demons are capturing humans? His face turned pale, and he stammered in response. I don't know. I didn't have the presence of mind to investigate. But the man remained cold, pushing him to the end. Are you sure you don't know? Luke couldn't hide his anger. Are you suspecting someone who just barely escaped with their life? Adem sighed. I admit, I'm a bit suspicious. But his eyes scanned the man, full of judgment and analysis. And C-rank adventurer like you was able to escape the demon realm alone? And on top of that, your heartbeat sounds exactly like a liar's. He smirked, exposing Luke's facade. Interesting. Your heartbeat just calmed down, as if someone is controlling it. I smell something. Something absolutely disgusting. He pointed his sword at him. You've been brainwashed by the demons, haven't you? He sneered. Brainwashed? Finally, Luke revealed his true colors, his hand gripping his sword hilt, as expected of an S-rank's keen intuition. But Adem had already acted, slicing him in two. Immediately after, he instructed the girl, Angela, notify the other guilds, tell them absolutely no one is to enter the demon realm. She nodded quickly. Yes, guildmaster. Then he sternly warned the villagers. Everyone listen up. For the time being, the teleportation gate in Sotor City will be completely closed, if anyone has any objections. But from outside came a frantic scream. Guildmaster Aiden spun around. What's going on? The guy was gasping for air. Seer. The guilds from other regions. The Northern Alliance's Fortress of Dawn is furious and has mobilized. They're going to rush in and take the heads of those damn demons. Everyone was aiming for the teleportation gate in Germanum, the capital of the Bism Empire. We can't let those brainless idiots from the Northern Alliance beat us to it. And naturally, the Babylon Merchant Guild from the capital of the Philly Holy Nation couldn't be left out. God is with us. Destroy the demons. A few days earlier, the messenger had come to the office to inform Non, the brainwashed humans are ready. Non nodded, waiting for the show. Very good. Lure those adventurers inside. Before that, he also remembered a familiar name. That's right. Remember to send them to Sotor City in the Holy Nation. Finally, there's a rather troublesome human over there. Lin looked startled. A troublesome human? He nodded, lost in thought as he recalled the past. There were a few formidable enemies in the human realm from the game. One of them was the guild master of So City and the greatest assassin, Adem Glan. But he had made sure that Adem Glan would always be one step behind when it came to dealing with things. Varuna, standing on high ground, was also amazed. Commander, do you see that? They're really swarming in. Lin trusted him 100%. It was clearly the commander's plan. Of course it's a success. The more I witness it, the more I respect him. Lin rested his chin on his hand, looking down at the human army. For the strategy to be complete, we have to do our part as well. Varuna dimmed. He gestured in agreement. Yes, I know that well. Then Varuna glanced back and instructed. Everyone heard her, right? Use the mana net cannons to catch as many as possible. The soldiers shouted clearly. Yes, Deputy Commander, let's begin now. Agon understood. The adventurers were beginning to drop their guard. Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? An Agon suddenly appeared in the sky, leaving everyone stunned and amazed. It was a gargantuan beast, landing with a terrifying roar. By the Master's command, I will destroy the intruders. Just as the human army fell into chaos, Lin, standing above, seized the opportunity. Now, fire the Mononet cannons at the point where their formation is broken. Varuna, the commander of the fortress, ordered, all units, load. Fire! The nets were launched, engulfing everyone below. They shouted in a panic. What is this? It's just a net. Tear it apart. But very quickly, they couldn't do anything at all. This is made from giant spider silk. The cursing grew louder and more widespread. Those filthy monsters. Was someone rushing from behind to attack it? The adventurers acted as if they had found a savior. Lord Rosemb, the old man shouted. I'll open a path. Follow me. The soldiers followed him to attack the beast. Up above, Varuna began to worry. Agon alone won't have enough strength to stop him. Lin frowned, starting to call for external help. He would have to deal with the others first. He had already grabbed his trident, aiming downward. Leave it to me, Commander. Asura also began his sortie, having been defeated before he even had time to transform. That won't happen again. He immediately appeared and joined the battle. Joseph had just sensed a surge of energy appearing behind him. Before he could do anything, he was struck by Asura in a single thrust. He laughed coldly, showing contempt. Vermin shouldn't muddy the waters. Asura didn't stop there, continuing to attack with his trident. The adventurers scrambled to escape. Run, run. But in his eyes, there was only utter contempt. That's right, run if you want to live, although it's already too late. He retracted his trident. Seeing them in such a frantic scramble made him amused. Keep having fun, then I'll round them all up. Understood, my lord. Immediately after capturing a large portion of the army, he couldn't stop praising them. Minimal losses, maximum results, not bad at all. Lin didn't dare take all the credit. We just followed your plan, master. He laughed heartily. But you all were the ones who executed it successfully. He then praised the other two teams, Captain Fong and Deputy Captain Zeta. Both had done very well in their first battle alongside the 5th Legion. Thank you for returning safely. I look forward to your performance in the future. The two bowed respectfully. By your command. Thank you, master. He nodded and turned around. Now, please take care of the cleanup. With that finished, he returned to his office. Upon entering, he smiled at the person on the dais. Xia, did you wait long? The little girl waved him over. Not at all. I just arrived and started eating pudding. He walked up the steps, affectionately calling her Xia while talking to her. Ken, prepare the information for the merchants in the demon realm. The old man nodded in agreement. Understood. He continued. Also, select 200 prisoners with the highest market value. Release the rest. Ken's eyes widened. What? Are you planning to release the humans we worked so hard to capture? Are you planning to negotiate with the human nations? He rubbed his temples and replied, I must extract everything I can from them. Ken firmly opposed this idea. Forgive my bluntness, but it's too soon. We are still too weak to act against the human nations. There are several nations in the human realm that we must be wary of. First is the Holy Kingdom of Felix, the only religious state in the human realm. Second is the Bism Empire, the only one to declare itself an empire. And finally, the Northern Alliance established by the 7 cities in the north. Regarding this, he had to admit, that's right, they are quite troublesome for humans. But avoiding negotiations is a wrong choice. They are currently not in a position to mobilize their armies. Saya, sitting to the side, also chimed in. Why? I thought they were very strong. He began to explain patiently. First, the humans were the ones who invaded our demon realm. The fault lies entirely with the captured humans. Second, every nation has a responsibility to protect its citizens. He smiled and continued. The main intention is that we, the victims, are offering to trade their lives for money. What if they refuse? Whether it's a king or an emperor, they would lose the trust of their people. The little girl let out an "Oh, is it really that important?" He nodded and patted her head, advising her, Of course, you should always remember that. For a demon lord, maintaining the foundation of your power is more important than anything else. Ken, having heard the explanation, understood part of it. Understood. Then, as you wish, I will select the 200 prisoners with the highest market value, regardless of their background or status. But he also made an additional request. Additionally, bring me a few blacksmiths, the most skilled ones you can find. Xia was curious once again. Blacksmiths? What are you planning to do? He smiled secretively. A product based on what we've learned from humans. Once again, he piqued her curiosity. Learned from humans? Something that will actually sell? He smiled. I'm sure it will. In the BMK Empire, they began to receive the latest information. They are demanding a ransom for the hostages? I never thought I'd live to see the day I received a letter like this from those lowly demons. Isn't that place supposed to be a playground for adventurers? The courtiers began to share their own thoughts. Because we don't know the situation in the demon realm, I can only speculate. But I fear that some change has occurred there. He frowned. Do you mean those demons have developed the ambition to devour the human realm? If that's true, then those fools have directly declared war. All right, how much are they demanding for the hostages? The courtier announced the ransom amount in exchange for 20 people. They are demanding 50 kilograms of gold, 200 kilograms of silver, and about 2 tons of iron ore. Claw rested his head on his hand, feeling frustrated. They're asking for quite a lot. Considering their numbers, they're clearly looking down on us. Shouldn't we be punishing them instead of doing this? However, the Marquises objected. Your Majesty, for the sake of our citizens' lives, you must accept their demands. Claude looked at him with boredom. Is that so? Marquis Levin, tell me your reasoning. Levin respectfully stated his thoughts. This incident happened because the Adventurers Guild acted on their own accord. We have no legitimate reason to retaliate. This was equivalent to provoking him. Does a legitimate reason even matter? Our opponent is the demon realm. Marquis Levin solemnly reminded the emperor. That is exactly the problem. We haven't accurately gauged the demon realm's current military strength. Furthermore, among the adventurers who participated, there are many A-rank or higher. As you know, an A-rank adventurer's skill is on par with a formerly knighted warrior. Yet, even experts like that were captured without a single one escaping. Claude slammed the table in fury. Are we not an empire? To think we have to yield to the demon realm because of something like this? He tried to stay calm while explaining it to him. If rumors spread that the emperor left his own people to die, we'll never win back the public's trust. This time, Claude had no choice but to swallow his pride and compromise. Send a letter. Tell them we accept the deal and pour all our resources into monitoring the demon realm's movements. Because one day, I will return this humiliation. Ken happily showed off to him. Some countries haven't made a decision yet, but the Empire, the Holy Kingdom, and the Northern Alliance have agreed to negotiate. He looked over with a relieved smile. I thought they would refuse. He handed over the letter with instructions. Tomorrow morning, bring the prisoners to the teleportation gate area. I've made it clear in the letter that the exchange will happen there, and when you meet the human envoys, tell them this. Nhan coldly threatened them publicly. If they don't agree to the terms before this weekend, the rest will be executed. The demon craftsmen were gathered together. Everyone was confused. Why would the Demon King gather us here? I don't know. But aren't you from the 71st floor? Another guy shook his head. I only came here because I was told to. Very quickly, they appeared. They're here. The appearance of these two pairs surprised everyone. Wait, Lady Xia and Lady Siqi are together? And isn't that Lady Xia's teacher? Siqi linked arms and cleared her throat, getting straight to the point. Welcome, artisans from every floor. You must be wondering why I've gathered you all here today. She grabbed the cloth covering the items and threw it off, revealing carefully displayed goods. Everyone, look at the side of the podium. The craftsman leaned in, fascinated. Where did you get these things? Can I take a closer look? Everyone was obsessed. These things, without a doubt, are masterpieces. Siqi slowly announced, these are all swords taken from human adventurers. The craftsman gasped in surprise, not expecting humans to make such things. What an eyesore. She glanced at the dwarf artisans, then calmly continued. That is why I've gathered you all here. Analyze these various human equipment, then replicate them with equal quality. Everyone was stunned by this humiliating request. What? Analyze them? Do you mean our work is inferior, so we have to copy those human bastards? Nahan smirked and complimented them. You catch on fast. Now that you understand, go start your research immediately. Don't waste any more time and resources making inferior weapons. The dwarf craftsman started whispering. What did you just say? How can Lady Xia's teacher speak so recklessly? But Nhan corrected them. That's not speaking recklessly. That's the truth. They whispered to each other. The truth? Do you know what that means? Finally, Nhan had to show them a demonstration. Let me ask you one thing. If you take a sword you forged and strike it against a sword made by humans, he acted out raising his sword and striking the other. Which one do you think will break? The expressions on the craftsman turned flustered, and Nan ordered, I'm not telling you to copy them perfectly. Analyze that equipment and forge something new in your own way. You don't want to be inferior to the humans you hate so much, right? They looked at each other and muttered, human equipment is definitely high quality, but even so, I can't believe we have to study human trash. Just as they were still thinking, one guy raised his hand. I'll do it. The guy standing next to him widened his eyes. It was Dung Grek. He touched the sword and muttered for a long time. However, since I don't know their process, the analysis will take time, but he nodded in agreement. Don't worry about that. I will provide all the time and resources you need. Then he turned to ask Xia, Your Majesty, what if we let this blacksmith be the leader? The little girl raised her hand in agreement. I'm fine with that. Siqi didn't refuse either. That's not a bad idea. Both began to acknowledge Dungrek. You are the head of this project. He also pinned a badge onto Dungrek. The badge I am giving you now will grant you command over the other blacksmiths. The other craftsmen started buzzing in disagreement. Wait, teacher, you can't just decide things so arbitrarily. I have much more experience than that guy. The leader should be decided through a meeting, but he just shouted, Silence. When Nan had made a decision, no one could sway him. A leader must be someone who dares to act and take responsibility, yet you, who don't even have the courage to try, dare to talk about leadership. More importantly, are you defying your master's orders? Some of them started cowering, quickly explaining, No, of course not. That was absolutely not my intention. Nahan even threatened them not to step out of line. Disobeying Dungrek is the same as disobeying the two majesties standing right here. So if that happens, his voice responded coldly, and the craftsman immediately fell silent. Dungrek slowly spoke up. This humble one. And behind him, the other craftsman knelt down respectfully. We'll follow your orders. After settling the matter of subduing the group of dwarves, Si-Chi couldn't help but tilt her chin in arrogance. I did a great job this time too, right? Unfortunately, that trait of hers went unnoticed, as Nahan was only concerned with Xia. You did well. You didn't even tremble at all. Seeing clearly that she was being ignored made Si-Chi furious. Hey, why are you ignoring me? The response she got was a tone clearly meant only for Nan. You're not a child anymore. Are you really that desperate for a compliment? She huffed coldly as she turned the tables. Would it kill you to praise me once to boost my morale? Hearing this, Nahan gave an exasperated sigh. Fine, fine. You did great. Now, can we talk about our business deal? Mentioning the business made Si-Chi pause in thought before speaking up. Right. You said you'd be using my name as a front, didn't you? He lifted his warm teacup, savoring each word to make the situation clear. In name, Her Majesty Si-Chi is the master of the 70th floor. In return, he continued, I'll provide you with high-quality weapons and a share of the profits. You won't have to lift a finger for the actual business operations. A bead of sweat rolled down her cheek, and she stiffened slightly, asking the most important question. So, what about my cut? Nahan didn't give an answer, instead asking, Do you have a number in mind? After another hesitation, Si-Chi slowly suggested what she considered a safe figure. How about 50%? Unfortunately, since Nahan was the one doing all the heavy lifting, he shut her down immediately. You're a total crook. Forget it. I'm not using your name anymore. Xia, standing nearby, puffed out her cheeks in agreement. Her Majesty Si-Chi is a crook. That remark was enough to make someone with a short fuse like her explode in anger. Hey, you're the one using my name to run this entire operation. Unfortunately, Nan didn't even flinch, instead proceeding with his own plan. I guess I'll have to find another way then. That cold, dismissive attitude successfully threw her off balance. Wait, okay then. 10%. She was no longer trying to be gentle. Nan's presence flared, intense and sharp, the moment he delivered his final, decisive verdict. Still playing hard to get, huh? If I give you 10%, forget about the weapons. She couldn't help but shudder at his overwhelming pressure. Si-Chi stammered, her thin lips pressed tight. Her brain was racing, weighing the pros and cons, profits versus risks, the volatility of sales. Moreover, this was Nan's operation. The quality of these weapons was guaranteed to be on a completely different level. After some deliberation, Si-Chi finally made up her mind to agree to the deal. All right, I'll lower my share, just keep the weapons in the deal. The pressure around him dissipated as quickly as it had appeared. Now we're really talking. Let's settle on 5%. It sounded low, but the actual sum Her Majesty would receive would still be significant. Even after reaching a decision, Si-Chi couldn't shake her suspicion about Nan's plan. How can you be so sure? We haven't even started yet. She immediately received a reproachful look from Nahan. It's heartbreaking that you don't trust me, especially after everything I've shown you so far. A series of images flashed through her mind, and Han didn't need to say another word. She nodded, muttering, Fine. I'll trust you. Let's sign the contract. But are you sure you can replicate the weapons humans manufacture? Hearing her doubt, Nihan immediately responded with the confidence of someone who had everything under control. Absolutely. It's not that we lack the skill, it's simply a matter of demand. The answer that made him so confident flashed through his mind. It was one of the proven, effective gear-up strategies from the game. As Si-Chi stamped the contract, Nahan's deep voice echoed through the vast space. To a demon lord, standard weapons don't mean much anymore. As a result, research in this field has been relatively neglected. That's why our weapons are so far behind what humans can produce. Wearing a friendly smile that was worlds apart from his attitude minutes ago, he continued to detail the logic behind his plan. But a demon lord can't solve everything with their own strength alone. That's why the quality of military equipment is so crucial. That is exactly why Your Majesty accepted my proposal in the first place. We already have the research data, so we'll catch up to their level soon enough. Listening to his steady, confident tone, Si-Chi sighed, despite the conflict in her heart. Well, that's a relief. Here, take it. Nahan understood her well, and made sure to add, if you still have doubts, you're free to back out. This successfully caused her another wave of panic. I never said that. Why would I throw away the chance to get free weapons for my army? Little did she know, Nan would drop a bombshell in the next second. Nothing is free. Si-Chi was so stunned her mouth hung wide enough to fit an egg. What? You just said you'd give them to me. We signed a contract. Are you going back on your word now? Only when Nan pulled back the contract did he bluntly reveal the terrifying truth behind the loaned name. The profits and weapons provided to your majesty are basically a fee for renting your reputation, because you will be the one bearing the risks. If this business fails, Her Majesty Si-Chi will be the one whose reputation is ruined. Her complexion shifted from pale to furious. Only now did Si-Chi realize, far too late, that she had been completely played. Wait, what risk? Don't tell me you. However, even realizing it was too late, as Nan wore a wicked expression, teaching her a lesson about how the world works. Nothing in this life is free. Your Majesty, Si-Chi. Meanwhile, while the negotiation took place in the airy room, the atmosphere in the dungeon was much heavier. Hugging her knees, Ri couldn't help but ask the boy beside her anxiously, Den, what do you think happened to Luke? Do you think we can make it out of here alive? Den replied with a soothing voice, Don't give up hope just yet. Suddenly, things took a turn. The cell door swung open, and a demon guard marched in, grabbing the brown-haired boy. He clearly wasn't going to be led away quietly, struggling the whole time. Let go, I said, let go. Even Den was dragged out, but he remained far more composed. Ease up on the grip, will you? Meanwhile, Ri showed hesitation while asking, Where are you taking us? Just then, a familiar voice cut through the air. Wait, stop right there. It turned out to be none other than Nan himself, who had come to inspect them personally. What are the names of these two? The girl stammered. Ri. The boy beside her paused before replying. Den. The next second, Nahan's golden eyes narrowed at each word he spoke. By chance, do either of you know someone named Luke? In that instant, both Den and Ri forgot their caution and snapped back. Are you kidding me? What kind of sick joke is this? You're the ones who took him away. Han replied with a calm, steady tone. So, he was captured along with the two of you? He let out a hearty laugh as he pieced the information together, finally grasping the full picture. I see. So that's what happened. He was operating in Sotor City, wasn't he? And he didn't waste a single second. Nan got straight to the point. He grabbed a pen and paper. After sketching a quick drawing, he showed the face on the paper to R and Den. Do you two recognize this person? With his exceptional drawing skills, the portrait he produced was enough for them to recognize the subject. Why didn't he seem bothered by the children's confusion? He furrowed his brows slightly while questioning the butler beside him. Ken, during the adjustment campaign that Captain Lin carried out earlier, was this man there? Although momentarily hesitant due to the surprise, the old man replied respectfully. Yes, we sent him to Sotor City. While everyone else looked blank, Nahan was secretly overjoyed, the corners of his mouth curling up at a 45-degree angle. Unbelievable luck has just fallen right into my lap. Following that, he gave a firm instruction. After you're done here, bring these two to my office. Without a moment's hesitation, his long, slender legs began ascending the many steps of the staircase. During the rather long journey, Nan entered a state of deep analysis. We must be just as vigilant against the powers of the human realm as we are against the demon kings from other floors. Because in the game, if the hostility level of the humans reaches a certain threshold, the three heroes will appear. And one of them is exactly who I have in mind. It's clearly no stranger the opponent is the sword hero. Having personally experienced the game Evil Queenmaker, he clearly understood the character's reactions. If it were Aiden, he would never let a human be mind-controlled. As he sat down in his designated seat, his mind couldn't help but marvel. I never expected I could get rid of one of the heroes without even lifting a finger. Just as he settled into his seat, Ken's voice called out, Lord Nhan, I have brought them. He remained deep in thought as his gaze shifted toward the two youths behind the old man, along with the support characters, Den and R. The potential they displayed in the game is truly excellent. It would be a waste to just sell them off as common slaves. So, even though they are on the opposing side, I've decided to offer them a chance to work under me. This successfully caused no small amount of confusion for Ken. Lord Nhan, what are you saying? He replied with his usual calm tone. I can't hand them over to Xia. If she keeps humans by her side, it will only cause a violent backlash. Den stammered, acknowledging Nan's assessment. That's true. But why would the Royal Tutor take in such lowly humans? He responded with that same composed tone. I know what I'm doing, so you don't need to worry about it. He didn't stop there. Nahan flared up with an intimidating presence as he laid out the proposal, which was more of a demand, to Den and R. How about it? I won't just spare your lives, I will also pay you well for your skills. Next, he shrugged, not forgetting to make the alternative crystal clear. Of course, feel free to refuse. But the two of you will just be tossed back into the dungeon. Nothing will change. Den furrowed his brows tightly while asking a logical question. And what will happen to us if we are locked back in the dungeon? Nan didn't mind the bother and answered honestly. You will be sold as slaves and live out the rest of your lives in misery, or you will end up just like your friend. Because their friend was dead, the pupils of both Den and R dilated intensely. They couldn't maintain their composure. Now, Den acted aggressively, as if he wanted to lunge at Nan and bite him. How can you say that with such a poker face? Nan didn't bother showing any annoyance at the other's behavior. You were the ones who brought him, true, but we are not the ones who killed him. Then, a wicked smile appeared on his sharp features. The guildmaster of Sotor City, I only sent him to do a small errand, and it seems that human killed him. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you. Their bodies trembled violently, unable to believe that things had unfolded this way. So he was killed by Lord Aiden? Nan just calmly continued. Make your choice. You will work under me. However, business is business. Den firmly expressed his thoughts in the next sentence. But working under a demon, unexpectedly. R interrupted him. You'll really let us live, right? It wasn't clear what was going through the girl's mind, but on the surface, R made the decision. I'll do it. This successfully drew a shocked scream from Den. R, are you crazy? Now, the girl just calmly replied. What? He said he would let us live. He even promised to pay us. Den was stunned. You actually believe the word of a demon? R responded coldly. Anyway, what is the difference between a demon and a human? Her hands clenched until they shook. She directly expressed the misery that had always haunted her. If you're poor, they ignore you. If you're weak, they despise you. You know full well how they've treated us. Finally, unable to hold back, a tear, full of raw emotion, welled up in R's eyes. I don't want to die, and I refuse to be a slave. I will take any opportunity I get. A moment of hesitation passed, followed by the girl's firm tone. Even if I have to make a deal with the devil. The bright white teeth of Den ground together until the muscles in his jaw bulged. Influenced by the event involving their friend and R's decision, he quickly made up his mind. I'll join too. As long as you keep your promise, what do we have to do? It wasn't any heavy labor, but he told them bluntly, not forgetting to emphasize training. Because right now, the two of you are completely useless to me. He raised his hand with a calculating smile. He didn't forget to set a deadline. You have 3 years. Prove your worth. If you can't, it's best you understand that you won't have a future. With the matter of recruiting Den and R settled, Hehan moved on to the lesson for the Little Demon King. Today is a swordsmanship class. Xia cheered excitedly. I love swordsmanship. His mind couldn't help but swirl, looking at the memories of the body he was currently inhabiting. The original owner was actually quite good at this. At least I can teach her the basics. And so, Chun spoke up. Xia, before we begin the lesson, there is one obvious truth. Forced to speak, the words tumbled from his throat. He had to hold the sword with both hands, making a girl who usually relied on her teddy bear look utterly bewildered. But what about Whitney? Nahan insisted. Right. If you want to attend class, you'll have to put her aside for a while. Nahan, knowing just how important Whitney was to her, couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After all, it was a memento from her father. It wouldn't be easy for her. He worried that today's lesson might be too much. But to his surprise, Xia asked a question. Just for a little while is fine, right? A silence passed between them. Though a bit surprised, Nahan admitted, That's right. You just need to set her aside while we train. Nahan marveled inwardly. The girl must trust him deeply to be willing to let go of Whitney like that. Showing true determination for the training, Xia Von Devata sincerely promised her familiar white bear, I'll be right back, so wait just a little, okay? Then, the swordsmanship lesson began. As he adjusted the way she held the weapon, the master said, I'll start by showing you the basic stance. Xia, now hold the sword like this. Following his lead, she asked a very reasonable question. Is this right, master? Based on the memories in his brain, he could already tell a bit about her potential. By the way, have you ever learned swordsmanship before? The girl answered honestly with an excited smile. No, not yet. This is your first time. I'm your first teacher. Nahan mused to himself. She's holding the blood oath sword with such ease, and her stance is already perfect. Truly worthy of being a demon lord. Not dwelling on his thoughts too long, he got straight to the point. Today, we'll focus entirely on the technique of swinging the sword. It's the foundation of all sword styles. Watch closely. Thanks to the muscle memory of the body he now possessed, he swung the weapon downward with both ease and immense power, successfully catching Xia's starstruck gaze. With a gentle smile, he spoke to her softly. Did you get that? Now it's your turn. I'll be right here watching. Xia wasn't hesitant at all. She responded enthusiastically, "Yes, master." Next, planting her feet firmly into the stone floor, she raised the hilt of the sword just like the stance Nan had demonstrated. The moment she focused completely, a terrifying burst of magical power erupted from her body. Without a hint of hesitation, she delivered a decisive, earth-shaking strike, leaving Nan shocked. Even though he had experienced many things, he couldn't help but gape at the blood oath sword. "I didn't expect it to appear like this. It's nothing like the game." As if unaware of the shock she'd just caused, Xia asked innocently, "Master, was that right? Did I do it like you said?" Nahan replied with a stutter, You did great." Staring at the deep gash Xia had carved into the floor, he hesitated before speaking. "Anyway, I think we should end the lesson here for today." He decided to himself that from now on, they would definitely be using wooden swords to practice. At that moment, the girl seemed to remember something, and spoke up. "Right, by the way." Emitting an incredibly scary aura, Xia asked something that sounded more like a demand. "It seems like some humans have entered the castle. I even saw a woman among them. Master, do you want to explain what's going on?" Nahan jolted, his brain running at full capacity to come up with a convincing explanation. "Those kids are just being trained to be my errand runners." This reason stunned Xia, who hadn't expected it. "Oh, what?" Seeing her begin to believe him, Nan seized the chance to seal the deal. "They aren't my disciples. They're just self-studying. I'm only teaching you." To his surprise, Xia immediately pouted, remembering something, and sadly countered, "You're lying. You teach Si Chi too." Nyan broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly trying to reassure his little apprentice. "That's just a business deal. Keeping a good relationship with her will help you a lot later on." Though she understood, Xia still wanted to confirm one important thing in her heart. "So, master, you'll always be my master and mine alone, right?" Nahan hadn't expected her to be so fixated on this. After a few seconds of silence, he replied gently, "Of course, you are my one and only disciple." That simple confirmation successfully soothed Xia. The girl giggled happily, like a kitten having its belly rubbed. "Really?" Kene, standing nearby, found it hard to interrupt such a vibrant atmosphere. "Wait, Nahan. You have duties to attend to." The old man approached and whispered a few things. Hearing them, Nan thought in surprise, "Wait, is Xia's birthday coming up already?" The more Nahan thought about it, the more distressed he became, finally letting out a long, weary sigh. "I've got something on my mind." Si Chi, who had been pinned to the floor by the pressure of his power, was so stifled she didn't know what to do, and could only look up helplessly. "Do you really have to talk about that right now?" Nahan snapped his fingers and replied nonchalantly, "Does talking about this require picking a special time?" Finally released, Si Chi stood up, brushed off her clothes, and asked, "All right then, what is it? Tell your big sister about it." Han replied irritably and sarcastically, "Big sister, my foot." His crude remark left her frozen for a few seconds before she started acting indignant. "If you're going to keep picking on me, I'm not listening anymore." Hearing that the only person he could vent to was about to leave, Nahan hurriedly opened up about Xia. Hearing the familiar name, Si Chi quickly regained her focus, her mind rapidly analyzing the situation. Did something happen between the two of them? Did they fight? And if he says he has to quit his job because of that, then? A rather underhanded plan to poach him immediately popped into her head. This could be my chance to hire Nahan. Before she could finish the thought, Nahan cut in, "Ah, the kid's birthday is coming up." Sichi couldn't believe it, and let out a loud sound. "A birthday? Don't tell me you're worried about finding her a birthday gift." Her over-the-top reaction confused him slightly. What's with that disappointed look? Sichi realized she had been a bit inappropriate, and hurriedly forced a laugh to cover it up. "What look? My face is fine." Nan knew exactly what she was thinking, and crossed his arms in warning. "Don't get any funny ideas. I'm not leaving the 72nd floor." Sichi knew she couldn't rush things, so she returned to the main topic. "All right. More importantly, Master Xia likes a lot of things, right? Dolls, pudding, cake, too." Nan didn't seem to like any of those options. "Isn't that too simple?" She immediately understood everything, laughing slyly and nudging him. "So, you want to give her a special gift, don't you?" Nahan was annoyed but couldn't vent his frustration. He had to suppress it and explain, "I am Xia's first master, after all." Though in his heart, he began to add another thought. To reach the end, favorability is just as important as Xia's growth. Si Chi Thu said, with a playful tone, then offered another suggestion with a serious look. "For a young girl, pretty and sparkly things are the best. Just look at the way Nan took that crown from the storage room." He touched his chin, analyzing it more deeply. "True, though it's far too big for her to wear. Si-Chi saw that Nan seemed interested, so she smiled and pushed the proposal forward. Then just have it resized so she can wear it. He murmured in agreement, then coldly complimented her. I can leave that task to a craftsman. It's rare for Si-Chi to actually come up with a good idea, but this kind of praise didn't make the other person happy. Instead, it made her even angrier. What? Rarely, you say. What is that supposed to mean? Han didn't care, focusing only on his own thoughts. It seemed the crown was in Xia's room, so if he wanted to surprise her, Si-Chi saw she was being ignored and raised her voice. Hey, are you even listening to me? Sadly, she couldn't break into his thoughts. Should I sneak in and take it? Being ignored multiple times in a row, she couldn't stay calm anymore and shouted. The moonlight that evening bathed the entire hallway, illuminating familiar, strong footsteps. Nahan looked ahead, tiptoeing while asking Cecily behind him, You're sure Xia is out for a snack, right? She giggled and confirmed. Yes, she's currently eating the pudding the cook gave her in the dining room. Cecil had volunteered to help with the surprise gift campaign for Nan. Soon, both of them arrived at her room. Nan gently opened the door, making a soft clicking sound. At that exact moment, Xia came running from afar, happily calling out loudly. Teacher! Nahan was doing something illicit, so he jumped and stammered in response. Xia, so you're here? Perfect timing. Xia innocently spoke her mind. I had a feeling that you were coming to my room. Nan furrowed his brows, surprised, and asked, How did you know? The little girl lunged into his warm embrace and replied, Because I can feel your mana. Just then, Nahan also felt a cold, sharp gaze from behind. It turned out Cecil was cursing him under her breath. So that's how it is. Almost got caught because of you. Only then did Xia remember. She looked up with sparkling eyes and asked curiously, But why are you here, teacher? Nan hesitated for a moment, coming up with a very awkward excuse. The weather today is so beautiful. Right, so I thought we could go for a walk together. Saying that, he turned around and led Xia in the other direction. We'll go for a stroll for a bit. He didn't forget to wink at Cecil, signaling, I'm counting on you. She bowed respectfully. Yes, sir. Nahan also made a similar gesture to reassure her, Don't worry. Even though it was a random lie, fortunately, nature favored Nahan. As soon as Cecil stepped outside, she exclaimed excitedly, The full moon is so beautiful. He reached out to pat the little girl's head and asked with a smile, Xia, you like sparkly things, don't you? She swung her legs in delight. Yes, they're beautiful. Hearing confirmation from the source herself, Nan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was a good thing he decided to fix the crown as a birthday gift for her. Suddenly, he became sentimental, looked up at the moon, and gently reminded her, Xia, you must always take care of your health. You must not get sick like last time. So if you ever have any difficulties, just tell me. You don't have to force yourself to endure it alone. Xia didn't seem to grasp the emotion behind those words, innocently replying, I like you, teacher, and I like your lessons too. So there's nothing difficult at all. But just that was enough to touch Nahan. Suddenly, the little girl laughed and added, So I'm fine. Please teach me more. Her positive energy seemed to rub off on Nan. He gently gave instructions one more time. All right, but in return, you must tell me if you feel tired. Resting is just as important as studying. Xia hugged her doll tight and responded loudly and firmly. Yes, sir. Her smile seemed even more dazzling than the moonlight in the night sky. Nahan silently prayed, hoping that Xia would never lose this pure heart. Suddenly, he glanced behind him. Cecil poked her head out of the bedroom window, making a circle with her arms to signal that the mission was accomplished. Nahan received the signal and spoke up. Xia, let's head back inside. Early the next morning, that familiar voice echoed on the 70th floor. Dungrek, long time no see. The man saw who had arrived and asked in surprise, Lord Nahan, what wind brings you here? Nahan was too lazy to chat, so he went straight to the main point. I want to commission a handmade item for Xia. I want to keep the design but downsize the scale a bit. Dungrek clasped his hands in front of him and respectfully reported, Coincidentally, there is a blacksmith who can do this. When do you need it? A somewhat intrigued smile appeared on Nan's lips, and he held up his index finger mysteriously. 1 week, and what I asked of you must be kept a secret from her. Suddenly, he remembered something else just as important. By the way, how is the research progressing? Everywhere was filled with exquisitely crafted weapons, yet their master was cautiously answering questions related to his specialty. We have analyzed and researched day and night, and we have a prototype, but it is still at a level where I'd be embarrassed to show it to others. Nan wasn't an exploitative capitalist. He smiled and patted his subordinate's shoulder. It's fine. Even if it takes time, do it properly before showing it to me. Dungrek bowed and replied, "Thank you, sir. I will definitely succeed." Before leaving, he added, "I'll be looking forward to it." The sun rose higher, shining throughout the castle, as Nhan walked happily down the hallway. So, the gift preparation for Xia was finished. Now only the preparations for the birthday party remained. Suddenly, a cry rang out, cutting through his thoughts. He hurried to look toward the source of the sound. "What's wrong?" He saw two Cecils desperately trying to coax Xia. "Your Majesty, look over here. Lord Nhan is just out for a moment." She was dripping with sweat, trying to console her. "Let's eat pudding while we wait." But the only reply was the girl's sobbing. No. This single word from Xia immediately shocked everyone present, leaving them wide-eyed. All three had the same thought. She said no to the pudding. Suddenly, the crying quieted down. Si Chi looked forward, mumbling, "Teacher," and then suddenly shouted, her voice full of both grievance and happiness. "Teacher!" The tiny body rushed forward to embrace Nan tightly. He was a bit confused, but still gently coaxed her. "I'm right here. But what's the matter? Why are you crying?" Cecil rushed over to explain the situation clearly. "She came to find you, but didn't know you had gone out, and that's how it happened. It seems she thought you had left forever," he replied with a hint of helplessness. "I see." Nhan wasn't annoyed. On the contrary, he smiled gently to reassure her. "I just stepped out for a moment. I'm sorry for leaving without saying a word. Let's head inside, shall we?" A moment later, he sat her on his lap, maintaining his usual gentle demeanor as he asked, "Have you calmed down a bit? I didn't realize you'd be so frightened. I was too careless. But what were you worried about that made you cry like that?" Recalling the moment, the tears that had dried on Xia's face began to well up again. She was afraid he would leave her. Finally, understanding the girl's fragile state of mind, he patiently reassured her once more. "So that's what you were afraid of. But you don't need to worry. I will take care of you until you grow up strong and take your place on that throne." Unexpectedly, his words backfired. Xia prepared to cry even harder, her voice choked with pitiful sobs. "Then, when I take that place, will you leave me?" Struck right at the heart, he couldn't answer immediately and fell into deep thought. It was true that he was striving for the ending that would allow him to return home, but he couldn't tell that to Xia. Even though he knew he was deceiving a child, he had no other choice but to say it. "Of course not. I will always stay by your side, Xia," the girl asked again, hardly daring to believe him. "Really?" Seeing that she had finally calmed down, he smiled and confirmed, "Of course. Now, let's go have some pudding." Xia paused for a few seconds before answering. "Okay." Deep down, she felt that he was lying the first time he had ever lied to her. She obediently let him carry her, but her mind was spinning with endless thoughts. Once he achieves his goal, he will definitely leave. Xia's emotions gradually turned dark, manifesting as thorny vines representing her selfish possessiveness. "That can't happen. You are my teacher, so you have to stay by my side forever. If I just work harder." Where he couldn't see, Xia was still smiling, but her eyes held a chilling, terrifying coldness. "You won't leave me, will you? I will never, ever let you go." A week later, on Xia's birthday, the castle hall was filled with the respectful voices of guests. "Her Majesty, Xia has arrived." The little girl, dressed in a lovely pink gown, held Whitney in one hand and took Nan's hand with the other, smiling brightly as she accepted blessings from all around. "I humbly wish your Majesty a happy birthday." "Happy birthday, your Majesty." Xia giggled and replied politely, "Thank you, everyone." That innocent appearance successfully captured Lin's heart. "Her Majesty is so adorable, isn't she?" Varuna fumbled through his pocket and answered nonchalantly, "Indeed, Commander." Then, he stepped forward and respectfully presented a red bow. "Your Majesty, this is a gift that the Commander and I prepared." Xia exclaimed in surprise. "Is it for me?" Even though it was just a small, pretty accessory, it was enough to make her beam with joy. "It's so beautiful." Then Yu also knew the value of it, and replied with a blush, "It's nothing much, really." Whispers began to ripple through the crowd. "That's a bit too modest a gift for Her Majesty Xia." The people turned their attention to this side. "Her Majesty Si Chi, may we look forward to your gift as well?" She didn't look afraid at all. She smirked and clapped her hands as a signal. "Of course, bring it in." Immediately, the entire hall was filled with astonishment. "What is that? Is that Her Majesty Xia?" Nan covered his face as if he didn't want to see such a shameful display, and even Xia gave a surprised, "Huh?" Si Chi confidently introduced her gift. A life-sized gold statue of Xia. A demon king must know how to project her authority, so I prepared this. How is it? Although it was somewhat cute, Nihan stood by and muttered, "You're not wrong, but I didn't know you had such admirable thoughts." His tone was full of sarcasm, which immediately made Sichi snap. Hey, are you complimenting me or what? What was more surprising was that Xia actually liked the gift. She gave a thumbs up and said, "Thank you so much, Sichi. I really love it." Ah, hearing that, Sichi blushed in embarrassment. If you like it, then my hard work was worth it. Sichi didn't forget to create an opportunity for Enhan to shine. Now, it's time to see teacher's gift. He nodded slightly and gave an order. Dungrek, bring it here. He quickly brought over a wooden box and bowed low to present it. Here you go, sir. Nice work, Nan. He smiled and gave him a compliment. You've worked hard. Then he turned to the guest of honor. Xia, I think you'll like this. The girl immediately became excited. She turned to the butler. Keen, wait, hold this for me. The old man looked at the snow-white bear in his arms, unable to hide his surprise. Your Majesty. The whole hall erupted. Her Majesty gave Whitney to someone else. Is this for real? At that moment, Xia didn't care about anyone around her. She only looked up at Nahan with wide, sparkling, expectant eyes. Can I open it now? Of course, he wouldn't refuse her request. Go ahead and open it. The moment the lid flipped open, sparkling light reflected from within, making Xia's blue eyes shine even brighter. A second later, a diamond-encrusted red crown rested perfectly on her platinum hair. The way it fit made Nahan's voice soften with a hint of a smile. Xia, happy birthday. The girl immediately clasped her hands to her chest, wearing a look of unabashed happiness. Thank you, teacher. Nan hugged her and asked, Are you that happy? Xia giggled. Yes. He patted her head while observing her silently. The more she practiced, the more her hair turned red. That meant she was gradually getting used to storing mana from the outside. Suddenly, Nan noticed something. Xia, wait a minute, Xia asked, confused. Teacher, what's wrong? He looked in disbelief at the tiny thing sprouting from the top of Xia's head. That's a horn. Nahan panicked and asked, Ken, Xia is growing a horn. Is she okay? Ken replied calmly. What do you mean? It's normal for a demon king to have horns. Besides, Her Majesty Sichi has horns too. He couldn't help but be curious. Sometimes, I really wonder what you used to do, sir. Nahan, still bewildered, thought, is this another hidden plot point? He let out a sigh of relief. I thought Xia was sick or something. Xia cheered happily. I'm not sick. Nahan patted her head, reassured. That's good then. Qin frowned and warned. Seer Nahan, horns are very sensitive, so you must be especially careful. Nahan answered awkwardly. All right, I understand. If Ken is stressing it this much, I really should be careful. Outside, Dungrek spoke up. Seer Nan, I have prepared everything as you requested. Nahan looked at the sword with satisfaction. Good. Where is the prototype? Dungrek hesitated. I have it ready. But he nervously pulled out the sword. He really intended to test it immediately. What if it fails? Nahan suddenly reassured him. It's okay if it fails. Nahan said encouragingly, his voice soft. A good result would be ideal, of course, but we can learn from our failures. Turning that into motivation is what leads to even better outcomes. Nahan smiled as he took the sword. Don't be so tense. Dungrek slowly relaxed. Yes, sir. Nahan looked it over, giving it a quick inspection. Looks good on the outside. Nahan reminded him carefully. Xia, it's going to get dangerous from here on out, so you should step back a bit. All three quickly moved aside to watch as Nahan calmly lifted the sword. The blade glinted as he swung it down in a powerful strike. Dungrek was sweating nervously, unable to take his eyes off the sword. Nan tightened his grip on the sword and praised him. Dungrek, you did a great job. Both of them were immediately excited. You did it, Dungrek noted happily. Just need to adjust the sharpness a bit more, and it'll be ready for sale. Nahan said enthusiastically. I need you to process all the other weapons just like this one. I have high expectations for you. Dungrek bowed his head in response. Yes, sir. I will definitely give it my all. Xia ran over excitedly. Teacher, are you going to do that now? Nahan replied immediately. Yeah, we can finally get started. A chatter of voices filled the room. Hey, Lord Bennett, have you heard the news? At the 69th floor, Wei shared curiously. I heard they're selling extremely rare weapons on the 70th floor. Bennett flatly dismissed it. Lord Wei, news without credibility isn't news, it's just a rumor. Wei remained hopeful. It's not just a rumor. They're saying those are human-made weapons. Bennett wasn't very interested. Even so, they're just war spoils. The supply won't be high. Wei continued. I heard they even have some that they crafted themselves. Bennett maintained his disdain. Anything crafted in the demon realm will just be a piece of old junk. Wei, on the other hand, insisted. But what if they're on par with human weapons? Bennett scoffed, waving him off. Forget it, no way. Wei then decided. It might be a rumor like you said, but I'm going to check it out. Bennett started to rethink it. On par with human weapons? If that's true, it's worth the investment. He pondered for a moment and agreed. All right, I'll go with you. But do you even know where to go? Not long after, Bennett's shocked voice echoed through the hallway. Lord Wei. Bennett looked around in a panic. Isn't this the Demon King's palace? Wei calmly confirmed. That's right. This is a business run by the Demon King herself. The door opened slightly, and the three inside were already waiting. Siqi spoke up first. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for coming all this way, just for rumors. Wei couldn't help but feel confused. Her Majesty Xia is here too? I had no idea about this. Nahan whispered a reminder. Isn't the alliance between the two Demon Kings quite famous? This isn't a business run solely by Her Majesty Siqi. Both of them observed carefully, though the atmosphere felt a bit tense. Siqi firmly gave her assurance. What I have brought for you are weapons that we crafted ourselves. I guarantee that their quality is completely on par with human weapons, in the name of the Demon King. Bennett was startled to hear that. Guaranteeing it in the name of the Demon King? They must be incredibly confident. Siqi continued with the conditions. However, I only intend to share information with those who are certain to close a deal. If you're not interested, you can leave through that door right now. But if you stay, you must agree to the trade. Her words carried an invisible pressure. If they heard the details and then started spouting nonsense about not trading, they shouldn't expect to leave this place in one piece. Wei asked hesitantly, Are you threatening us, Your Majesty? Siqi replied calmly, I'm simply giving you a heads up. Wei was extremely hesitant. Lord Bennett, what will you do? This request seems a bit excessive. But Bennett didn't hesitate. I'm staying. In the end, Wei decided to turn back. Good luck, Lord Bennett. Bennett secretly reassured himself. I should see this as an opportunity to build a relationship with the two Demon Kings. A while later, watching the situation, only 20 people remained. Siqi put on a bold front. 20 people? Why does everything always go exactly according to plan? Nhan sighed, annoyed. Don't get cocky yet, we've only just begun. He stepped forward to introduce himself. I am Nhan, teacher of Xia Von Devata, and the one behind this business. Bennett was stunned. Isn't this Her Majesty Siqi's business? Nan then frankly confirmed that while Her Majesty Siqi was involved, he was the one who planned and executed everything. Bennett's jaw dropped in disbelief. Wait, does that mean he's using a Demon King as a puppet? Nan went straight to the point. I have two proposals for you. First, regarding the weapon trade for the next 3 years throughout the Demon Realm, I will grant you exclusive distribution rights for our equipment. He didn't forget to add. However, the profit split is 6,040, with us taking 60. Bennett was confused. 3 years is a reasonable time frame. But why did you decide on that profit split? Nahan explained cheerfully. This is a joint venture, so the two floors need to share the profits. In reality, it's a 3-3-4 split. You're actually the ones getting the largest share. Hearing that, Siqi fumed internally. Look at that shameless guy. I only get 5%. Bennett replied quietly. I understand. He thought it over carefully. The cost of raw materials and labor must be a complex arrangement. Still, if these were human-level weapons, 40% was still a huge profit. To add credibility, Nan brought out the goods for testing. But that's only if the quality is guaranteed. The one on the left is a human sword, and the one on the right is ours. Feel free to compare them. The crowd below immediately murmured in excitement. This craftsmanship is truly astonishing. Bennett smiled, satisfied with having exclusive rights to goods of this quality for 3 years. Wei, you were wrong this time. He quickly calculated the volume. How many do you plan to supply us with? Nan replied, 400 swords per month, which means 20 for each of you. Bennett looked confused. That quantity seems a bit low to build a large business. Nahan smiled and revealed. You calculate quickly, but what we have prepared isn't just swords. Bennett asked in disbelief. You mean armor and even helmets too? So what exactly are you going to provide us with? Nahan snapped his fingers, and a list appeared before them. That's right. We will trade almost every type of military equipment with you. Nahan introduced the details. For now, there were swords, spears, axes, protective gear, helmets, and even complete sets of heavy and light armor. Bennett was extremely excited. This is more than enough to start a massive business. Excellent, Nhan. I'll provide the rest once they're fully developed. Watching the situation unfold, Siqi immediately regretted his hesitation, thinking, should I have demanded a better profit share? If I push any harder, he'll cut me out entirely. Just then, Bennett chimed in. By the way, Nan, what was your second proposal? Nahan scrutinized the man, noticing he had stood out from the very beginning. What's your name? Nahan asked. I'm Bennett, the man replied, though Nahan had already realized exactly who he was. In the game, he was always the head of a massive merchant guild. His skills and status were legendary. Recruiting him would be a brilliant move. Nan continued, laying out his position. Not everyone needs to agree to this offer. After all, the supply is limited. Bennett caught the implication immediately. It meant the items were incredibly valuable. Nan added with a smile that while some might hesitate, others would do anything to get their hands on them. Better to show them than explain, Nan thought. He looked up and announced, I'll be right back. Xia replied awkwardly, Be careful. I mean, go ahead. Sichi nodded slightly, signaling him to proceed. As the group followed him down the stairs, they couldn't help but wonder, why are we heading to the dungeon? What kind of goods could these be? Nan quickly cleared things up. Now, for my second proposal. We captured these on the 72nd floor. The group was stunned to see humans locked behind the iron bars. A chorus of desperate pleas erupted. Please, let us out. This isn't right, Bennett stammered, his confusion growing. Humans? Why are they here? Are you proposing we trade in slaves? Nahan confirmed it calmly. You're as sharp as ever. I've already selected the ones that are useful. However, the supply won't be consistent in the future. He continued, leaving the choice to them. This carries risks, so I won't force anyone. Only those who want to trade should stay. The rest are free to leave. Bennett pondered this. Even as slaves, humans are notoriously difficult to control, and most demons despise them. But then, he flashed a triumphant smile. For those in power, though, it's a completely different story. This is a gold mine. One by one, they spoke up. I'm in. I want to help. Me too. Nahan looked at the remaining group. So, there are only 5 of you left? A perfect number. Let's continue. He gestured toward the slaves huddled for labor. These are well suited for manual labor. He then looked toward another cell dedicated to entertainment. These ones are quite good looking. Nan kept suggesting options, gesturing to a group meant for protection. Their skills are at least on par with the kingdom's knights. If they're as good as knights, they'd be incredibly useful. Suddenly, one of the slaves slammed his fists against the bars. What? Useful? And be slaves to you damn demons? He screamed with pure indignation. You think I'll let myself be a slave to you people forever? You bastards. Just kill me already. Bennett grew anxious. Just as I thought. They're hard to control. This is going to cause trouble, he worried. Nan shook his head. That won't be an issue. Nahan took a cold breath, and a sigil suddenly flared on the back of the slave's neck. What? You bastards, stop it! The man continued to scream. You filthy demon scum. I'll kill every single one of you. The very next second, the man's head exploded into nothingness. Bennett stood frozen, staring at the carnage. As the screaming echoed through the dungeon, Nihan explained, At the base of every slave's neck, I've carved an activation curse that can be customized by the owner. If you're still worried, I can even throw in a brainwashing service. His eyes were now glowing with a sinister red hue. So, what is your decision? Looking at the crates being delivered, Wei asked, bewildered. Boss Bennett, where on earth did you get all this stock? Bennett calmly sipped his tea and replied, I signed a supply contract with the 70th floor. At Bennett's general store on the 69th floor, Wei inspected the sword in his hand and sighed in awe. I can't believe the quality is this high. Boss Bennett, can you let me have some? I'll pay double the original price. Bennett replied regretfully, I'm sorry. I really wish I could. But I'm bound by an exclusive sales contract, even if it only lasts 3 years. Wei looked disappointed. You have an exclusive deal on goods of this quality? Bennett turned to leave and replied, There's going to be a major shift in the market soon. Honestly, you'd better prepare yourself. He then turned to the young man and asked, Bennett, is your side ready for this afternoon? The young man tilted his head and answered, Everything is perfectly set. Bennett announced with satisfaction, Good. When we return, start spreading rumors about the auction. Spread it all throughout the demon realm. Focusing on the elite, the young man asked, Are you sure about this, sir? Bennett gave a faint smile. They might even welcome it. Those with power are always hungry for new toys. Back at Nhan's place, Kane walked in to announce, Lord Nhan, there's a letter from Bennett for you. Nhan took the letter and muttered, A slave auction? He has some interesting ideas. He invited us to check it out whenever we have time. He figured that since the supply was unstable, this was likely a well-thought-out plan. Nan Dong Tin. True. He knows how to use his head. but just going to watch seems like a waste. He debated. Should I bring those two along? A few days later, at Bennett's store on the 69th floor, Xia walked in with her eyes sparkling in excitement. This place is huge, Nan smiled. There's a lot to see. The little girl cheered with delight. So many shiny things. Nahan took her hand and replied, I'm sure there are even more shiny things inside. In the corner, Ri and Den whispered to each other, I can't believe that cute kid is actually the Demon King. They just look like they're out shopping. Why would he bring us along? Bennett stood at the front of the shop, bowing and greeting. Welcome, Your Majesty Xia. Mr. Bennett, Nan asked. We're here to see if you have any magic tools. Bennett replied, Yes, sir. Please, follow me. He led them to a small sub-level right in the middle of the shop. Looking at Bennett, Nhan asked curiously, Are those two humans? Nhan lowered his voice and warned, That's none of your business. Realizing he had overstepped, Bennett quickly replied, I understand. Nhan was then led into a mysterious room below. Bennett walked ahead, guiding them into a space overflowing with rare treasures. Den followed behind, looking bewildered. Are all these things magic tools? Ri also looked stunned, guessing, these are high-end, maybe even top-tier items. Standing nearby, Nyan made an offer. If it helps with your studies, each of you can choose one item. The two were startled, unable to believe what they had just heard. Wait, really? In that case, R asked without hesitation, Can I have this one? Looking at the glowing ring in the girl's hand, Nan judged it to be a relic capable of storing mana. Since humans can't generate their own mana, it's a good choice. Hearing this, Ri wondered, how is he able to do this? Nan suddenly turned his attention to Xia, silently wondering, what's wrong? Did I do something? She looks like she's jealous. Thinking that, Nan leaned down to coax her. Xia, do you want to pick something too? The girl, suddenly receiving attention, smiled happily and replied, Yes. Xia ran over to pick up a necklace, her eyes sparkling as she said to Nhan, Master, I'll take this one. I like it because it's the shiniest thing here. He observed the pendant, smiled, and agreed. It has a protective enchantment on it. That's excellent. Afterward, he pointed to the inside and told Bennett, I'll settle the payment on the 72nd floor. Please recommend a suitable magic tool for him as well. The man replied, I understand. Bennett calculated the time. How much time do we have left anyway? If we head out now, we'll arrive right on time. Looking at the notification, he said, Then let's go immediately. Let's go, Xia. He also told R and Den, You two, follow me. The two whispered to each other, It seems like he's truly taking responsibility for us. Yeah. Arriving at an auction house, the MC on stage announced that the next item up for bid would be perfect for the guests' entertainment. Thanks to the brand, they will never dare to defy their master's human slaves. We will start the bidding at 5 gold coins. Den and R were stunned, thinking to themselves, This is clearly a warning directed at us. Nan stood behind, praising the store owner for solving supply issues and increasing profits through the auction. A smart move. Bennett and Xia stood nearby, and she asked, But master, why don't you sell those people? They look like they're worth a lot. Nahan explained, I need my own subordinates too, just like how you have R and Cecily. The girl asked curiously, Does it have to be humans? He explained, They are valuable precisely because they are human. Can you trust me on this? Xia smiled happily and replied, Yes, I understand. Nan then turned to ask his other two students, Tell me, do you regret taking my hand? The two were lost in deep thought, both bowing their heads without answering. On stage, the MC shouted, Any other bids? Then, it's sold. As for Ri and Den, at that moment, they only focused on the people trapped in the iron cages, thinking, that could have been us. Then, both of them spoke up in unison. That was the best decision of my life. Same here. Hearing that answer, Nan was extremely satisfied. I'm very pleased. I will be counting on you both. Time passed, and Xia had grown significantly. She had long, silky, attractive white hair. Nhan looked at her and offered praise. You've become much better at storing mana, Xia. The older Xia turned around happily and replied, You've arrived, master. Nhan suggested, You've been practicing mana very diligently. Let's change our training location this time. Hearing that, the girl wondered, Are we going somewhere interesting? He just smiled and replied, I'm not sure it'll be interesting, but it's definitely a lesson you need to learn. Xia hesitated. If it's about official work, master, couldn't you just… Nahan turned serious and reminded her, Don't be lazy, Xia. The girl knew better and answered, Yes, sir. Later, the two walked through the palace grounds under the moon, and he asked, Xia, do you know what day it is today? Xia replied, I'm not sure. What day is it? He explained. Today is the day our 2-year exclusive equipment trade contract ends. Xia was startled as she remembered. So they've contacted us to renegotiate the contract, but I don't think we really need to agree to negotiations. Nan asked why. She replied, our equipment has become famous all over the demon realm. We don't need to rely on them anymore. We can secure our own distribution network. Furthermore, more and more merchants are becoming dissatisfied with a single trading guild holding a monopoly. If we give them hope of a deal, they will offer us better terms. Nahan, hearing such logical and precise analysis, was extremely satisfied and didn't hesitate to praise her. Excellent judgment. You're right. It's best to end the monopoly now. Of course, we should offer tiered benefits to maintain existing relationships. This is also the perfect time to expand the human slave trade. Xia asked. I've heard about that. Everything in the human realm is in chaos, right? Nahan recounted the Northern War between the Northern Alliance and the BMK Empire from the game, an event that you could use to overlook relationships, which is an opportunity to expand our influence. But there is a bigger reason for this. Do you remember what I said when I first planned this business? Xia remembered the master saying he would destroy Dantalian's reputation, so it meant he wasn't denying it. That's right. The foundation to conquer the 69th floor is set. It's time for us to act. Moving inside, he sat down before the palace stewards and announced, I'll keep this brief. I will not be renewing the exclusive contract. 5 years is more than enough time to profit. They replied, we understand, sir. But he continued, instead, I have a new proposal for you. He pointed at the document and suggested, take a look at this first. All you have to do is spread a rumor. In return, I will provide you with even more equipment and slaves. Bennett read the content and asked hesitantly, Seer, is this information? Is it accurate? Nahan asked coldly, are you doubting the information I've given you? I thought we had built up enough trust by now, hadn't we? Bennett looked at that face and heard that low voice, feeling a chill run down his spine, and stammered, no, of course not. He thought to himself, spreading this will make Dantalian turn his back on us, but we can't cut ties with him either. Shah sat nearby and asked, Master, you have so many other buyers, why do it this way? Nan replied, we have a history of working together. I should give them the first opportunity. These words were also meant for Bennett to hear. He judged, he's saying that if we refuse, he'll simply find new pawns. I can't refuse. Dealing with him has become our biggest asset. No, perhaps he had planned for everything to happen this way from the very beginning. Thinking that, Bennett spoke up. I'll do it. We will do it, Nan said with satisfaction. I'm very appreciative. I look forward to our continued cooperation. Sichi sat back with her legs crossed and asked, but is that intel actually legit? No matter what kind of guy Dantalian is, he's not the type to be careless with his business. If you had a bombshell like this, you should have told me sooner, shouldn't you? Nahan crossed his arms and retorted, then you should visit more often. Your training progress has been slacking lately. Sichi snapped back, annoyed. Shut it. I'm finally standing on my own 2 feet, all right? Besides, do you even know why I can't visit the 72nd floor? She glanced at Xia and choked on her words, unable to continue. It was all because of that terrifying child. Looking at that innocent face, Sichi could only give in helplessly. Fine, I'll visit more often. What do I need to do now? Nan replied vaguely. Just act like business as usual. The cracks will form on their own. On the 69th floor, at the Demon Lord's castle, Dantalian was reading the newspaper reports about the 69th floor's fraudulent revenue scandal being exposed, and he screamed in a blind rage. What is this? Who the hell found out about this? Wholesale weapon trading, supplying goods from the forges to merchant guilds, was one of Dantalian's core businesses. But in recent years, high-quality gear flooding in from the 70th floor had hit that business hard. I can't believe they're crafting weapons like that in the demon realm. Unsold inventory was piling up in the warehouses. But instead of cutting orders, Dantalian had cooked the books to make it look like everything was sold out. He believed that maintaining relationships with clients, even while taking a financial hit, would be more valuable for the future. But Dantalian was losing his mind, shouting, "This makes it look like I'm trying to embezzle the payments." His 2 guards stood below, trying to calm him down. "There were no signs of internal leaks, Your Majesty. We will uncover the truth soon." "Your Majesty, there is a more pressing issue, however." Dantalian trembled with rage. "A pressing issue, you say?" Anbas reported. "The merchants we deal with are demanding to terminate their contracts, and the forges are hunting us down for payment." Dantalian grabbed his hair in frustration. "They're doing what? Damn it. Where am I supposed to pull that kind of money from now?" The underlings below scrambled to offer all sorts of schemes. For now, we should appease the merchants, and perhaps we should liquidate the inventory to secure some capital. The losses from that would be massive, but we have no other choice. Leonard, who had been silent until now, also spoke up. Your Majesty, that is still better than losing our trade routes entirely. If we can't maintain the army due to lack of funds, Sichi will bare her fangs at us any second. Dantalian gritted his teeth and said, Contact Arabia. I'll borrow some capital. It's better to swallow my pride and lean on those higher up than to be swallowed by that woman crawling up from below. Nihon read the contents of the paper and set it down, satisfied. As if he had expected this outcome, he muttered, You're struggling just as I expected. What a beautiful sight. Inside Nihon's new office, he handed a document to Xia and explained, If you think about the nature of Arabia, no matter how tight their network is, they'll squeeze every last coin out of him. The young girl sharply added, As for Dantalian, he'll do anything just to stay alive. He won't let go of his only lifeline. Even though she understood, Xia still had some doubts. But teacher, how did you know Dantalian was hoarding goods in his warehouse? Nyan praised her bluntly, saying it was thanks to her, but he was the only one who knew the true answer. I already knew this from the game. The girl didn't dwell on it and switch topics. Those humans are more useful than I thought. Nan immediately put on a hurt expression. Xia, do you not trust your teacher's eye? The girl jumped and waved her hands frantically to deny it. I don't trust you? That's not what I meant. She stopped mid-sentence. In truth, there was so much more she wanted to say, but she had to hold it back. It's just that you pay too much attention to them. Nahan, being naturally thick-headed, ruffled her hair and teased her. Even though you've grown up so much, you still have such childish sides. Xia, no matter what anyone says, I am still your teacher. The girl blushed and asked back. Really? He replied with a firm, confident tone. Of course. After comforting her, he returned to the unfinished topic. Regardless, their relationship will crumble sooner or later. But it's better if we speed up the process, isn't it? What do you think, Xia? The girl didn't hesitate to agree. I think this is the perfect kind of intel to spark chaos. Nahan waited for exactly that to start his plan. Exactly. That's why I want Commander Lin to handle something for me. Can you call her in to help me, Xia? A moment later, Lin arrived at the 72nd floor Demon Lord's Hall and announced her presence. I pay my respects, Your Majesty. You summoned me? Xia, sitting on the throne, gestured for her to rise. Commander Lin. She went straight to the point, not mincing words. Dantalian has begged Arabia for help. The 68th floor will send a delegation to the 69th. Lin understood and finished the thought. If they meet, that won't be in our favor at all. While looking at the sword brought before her, Xia's voice echoed calmly. That's right. That's why I want you to take care of them, Commander Lin. She emphasized her expectations of Lin with that very sword. Lin stared at the blade in her hand, then spoke with suspicion. This blade wasn't forged by our side. Based on the quality and the engravings, this is a sword forged on the 69th floor. Lin didn't say anything more, but deep down, she had a sinking realization that sent shivers down her spine. So this plan is surely another one of Nan's schemes. Lin immediately stood up and pledged, I will definitely complete the mission. On the outside, she only said that much, but in her heart, she added quietly, for His Majesty, who now stands tall as a true king. Once the mission was handed over, Xia immediately chirped for a reward. Teacher, I did a good job, didn't I? Of course, Nan was never stingy with praise for his favorite student. Well done. You finally look like a proper demon lord now. The girl took the opportunity to state her request directly. Then reward me. Nahan stroked his chin, acting as if he were in deep thought. A reward, huh? All right. Which doll do you want this time? That dismissive attitude made Xia want to grind her teeth in anger. Not a doll. With that, she stomped off in a huff, leaving Nahan stunned as he called out after her. Xia, what's going on? Since I didn't get a response, I had to find out the reason myself. Is this her rebellious teenage phase? Near the teleport gate, the connection point between the 69th and 68th floors, Lin was giving loud orders. Everyone listen up. During this mission, we absolutely must not reveal our identities. Varuna chimed in to explain. That means we cannot use our full power recklessly. Lin continued, raising her voice to share the plan. They have a delegation of 15 people. Each of you will take care of 2. Vice Commander Varuna and I will handle the rest. Hearing his name called, Varuna hurried to voice his concern. But what if they're protected by the Pentagram Knights? If they show up, we won't just fail to hide our identities, we'll also. Lin suddenly gripped her sword hilt and spoke sharply. It'll be a bit troublesome. As she drew her blade, her attitude shifted into cold, sharp focus. I'll handle them myself. No matter what, This must not leave any traces pointing back to us. Following the call to take positions, everyone pushed off the ground and vanished. A moment later, the teleport gate slowly creaked open. Seeing the group lined up right at the exit, Lin felt a wave of relief. No pentagram knights, then this will be much easier. Let's move. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped from her hiding spot. With just one decisive sword sweep, Lin sent a whole row of opponents to the afterlife. Furthermore, she didn't forget to shout instructions to her team. Take them all down. The newcomers, caught completely off guard, were in total chaos. An ambush? Where did they come from? Of course, none of them got an answer because Lin had already served them their final meal. She tossed her sword among the scattered corpses and coolly declared, "That's that. Let's head back." In the 69th floor territory, the bad news reached Dantalian, and he started screaming in a panic. "What did you say?" "The delegation from the 68th floor. They've all been slaughtered?" Anbas confirmed it solemnly and offered a suggestion. "Yes, Your Majesty. It seems they were assassinated. We must notify Dicarabia immediately." Dantalian instantly rejected the idea with a fierce glare. "Are you insane? We can't report this." But Anbas hit him with a cold bucket of reality. "The sword found at the scene is one of our own products." Dantalian was stunned. "What?" Anbas patiently laid out a long explanation to drill some sense into him. "Dicarabia will definitely realize someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes, but he will use this as an excuse to put more pressure on us. In the end, he'll turn this alliance into an exploitative relationship. Therefore, it's better if we act first and offer compensation." Before he could even finish, Dantalian was so angry his voice trembled. "This is clearly the work of Chi. Send a letter to Dicarabia and prepare for war. I will make that bastard kneel." No sooner had he finished than a panicked voice cut in. "Your Majesty," Dantalian barked impatiently. "What is it now?" The subordinate knelt, reporting the situation cautiously. "Decarabia's army. They've already crossed through the teleport gate." Dantalian screamed in horror. "What? That madman wants to turn me into his vassal?" Leonard then shared his perspective. "Your Majesty, the timing is too coincidental, as if they had prepared everything beforehand." Even Anbas, standing beside him, realized the anomaly. "That is correct, Your Majesty. There's even a possibility that Decarabia himself staged the massacre of the delegation." This lucky guess successfully drove Dantalian mad with rage. "So he wanted to clean up our alliance this way, huh? Deploy all forces to stop Decarabia's total offensive." The subordinates didn't dare to object and shouted in unison. "Yes, Your Majesty." On the 72nd floor, Xia was relaxing, listening to the intel being reported. It seemed the 68th floor had officially launched an invasion of the 69th. The girl turned to look at me, smiling with praise. "Just as you predicted, teacher." I didn't take the compliment immediately, and instead asked Xia a question. "Do you want to let me handle this myself?" The girl beamed and shouted, "Of course." I immediately took the bait. "Very good. This is a golden opportunity for us to reap the rewards while others fight." The modern term left Xia a bit confused. "Reap the rewards? What does that mean?" I patiently enlightened my star pupil on the spot. "Simply put, it means gaining a huge profit without putting in much effort." Commander Epsilon, prepare to deploy. When the 69th and 68th floors clash, we'll jump into the fray. He stood below, hesitantly expressing his concern. "We can deal with the 69th floor, but the 68th floor's forces are beyond our control." I analyzed it further. "We won't confront them head-on. We just need to harass them to distract Decarabia's army." Epsilon looked like he'd found a new horizon and grinned in approval. "A very compelling plan. I await your command." Xia waved her hand, adding words of encouragement. "I'm counting on you." Epsilon bowed his head, promising solemnly, "Yes, my lord. Please leave it to me." I then turned to the mastermind behind this plan. "Also, Commander Lin, evacuate all the merchants from the 69th floor to the 70th. She understood the issue but was still a bit concerned. "But will those merchants listen to us?" I had to take the time to run a quick strategy class for them all. There's a very simple reason why merchants flocked to the 69th floor. It was safe and they were treated well. But lately, Dantalian has been cheating them, and now the 68th floor's troops have swarmed in. This is the perfect chance to shatter their trust in Dantalian, especially when we're about to roll out a bunch of favorable policies for merchants on the 70th floor. Xia interjected curiously. "Wouldn't we need the approval of Queen Chi for that?" I replied with certainty. Chi has no reason to refuse. All she has to do is sit back and watch the money flow into her pockets. The girl felt much more at ease and immediately gave the order. "I understand. If everything goes smoothly, I'll leave the rest to you, teacher. Just do exactly as we discussed." The group below shouted in unison once more, "Yes, Your Majesty." As they left the throne room, I heard a cough and turned to ask, "Xia, what's wrong? Is there something you don't understand?" The girl replied, "It's not that. I just thought of a great idea." I suggested, "Let's hear it." Xia replied, "While our army distracts Decarabia's forces, why don't we conquer the 69th floor ourselves?" I warned her. "That would be extremely dangerous. We're going to have to face the entire Decarabia army too." The young girl, on the contrary, was incredibly eager and suggested, "Just let me do it. I've been studying really hard in class and working hard on my training, especially since I've learned so many spells from my teacher. Even if it makes me a bad, disobedient child." Thinking this, Xia requested, "Commander Lin, let me come with you." She hesitated and asked, "Your Majesty, you want to join us?" "Why?" the girl replied, "Because I am the ruler leading all of you." Lin looked at Xia's demeanor and made some assessments. It's true that Her Majesty's swordsmanship has improved greatly, and with the ancient magic she learned from the teacher, she will definitely be a big help in battle. However, there's surely a reason why Lin didn't want to bring Her Majesty to the battlefield. Thinking that, Lin bowed to refuse. "I apologize, Your Majesty, but this mission is something we must carry out ourselves." Xia didn't waver. She pointed directly at Lin's face and asked. Commander Lin was flustered. "Who is the master you serve?" She replied, "Regardless of what others say, the only master I serve is Her Majesty Xia." The young girl pointed at herself and asked, "Then which is more important, my order or the teacher's order?" Lin hesitated and answered, "Your Majesty's order comes first." As if waiting for this, Xia replied, "Good, then it's decided. I'm coming with you, Commander." Lin nervously reminded her, "Understood. However, please don't push too far forward. If something happens to you, Your Majesty," Xia replied as she walked. "I know," she anxiously repeated. "Your Majesty, you promised," Xia patiently replied. "I already told you I understand." In her heart, the girl was whispering to herself, "Teacher, please wait for me just a little longer. I'll get this finished quickly so we can go traveling together." Dantalian stood on the high tower, calling out to his troops, "Stop them at all costs, no matter what. Absolutely do not let Decarabia's army get close." Once everyone was in position, he ordered the archers to fire. The enemy forces of Decarabia below were hit by a rain of arrows, causing a number of them to fall. The artillery systems were also locked and loaded. Dantalian ordered, "Rain it down on them." As he spoke, volleys of cannon fire created a hellish downpour that terrified the enemy. The power of Dantalian's forces shattered even the largest boulders. This horrifying sight made Decarabia's army tremble with fear. Some were even crushed by giant falling stones, suffering intensely. Seeing the unfavorable situation, they could only stand by helplessly. "Damn it, they're firing continuously, we can't break through." Soon after, Decarabia's troops received orders to retreat. Balthazar stood in the middle of the bombardment, calmly observing. Shells and bullets continued to rain down endlessly. He glanced over, slowly tracking their trajectory. When a cannonball headed straight for him, Balthazar blocked it with his sword. After deflecting the blast, he loudly reassured his troops. "Soldiers, do not fear. The first star of the Decarabia pentagram has arrived." He introduced himself. "Balthazar is here." On Dantalian's side, the terrified enemy soldiers reported, "Your Majesty, there are too many of them. If the pentagram has joined the fight, we have no chance of winning." He angrily ordered, "Stop whining and keep firing." Then, he prepared a decisive strike. Useless trash. This is what you get for hiring mercenaries. Dantalian secretly empowered his army with hellfire. "Burn my enemies with the fires of hell." Balthazar, being sensitive to magic, quickly realized the change. He found himself caught in the massive burst of hellfire, causing the enemy troops to call out in a panic. "Lord Balthazar!" Dantalian's army, seeing the tide turn, cheered with joy. "Amazing, Your Majesty. Your magic is truly the best." He, however, was not amused and warned them, "Cut the flattery and get ready for the next attack." The city gates then swung open with more dramatic developments. Dantalian's enemy troops, seeing Balthazar disappear, charged forward. "The enemy commander is dead. Our chance is here. Charge." He stood atop the castle walls, smiling as he calculated. Defense always has the advantage over a siege, and once one of the pentagram members has fallen, we can win alongside Leonardo. The situation has tilted in our favor. Decarabia, we just need to keep holding them back. But before that thought could fully form, old Leonard was run through the middle of his stomach by a sword. He collapsed, ending his life in a bland, boring, and confusing way for his troops. Balthazar then stepped out of the hellfire, confident and vocal. A bit warm, but that's all you've got? He mocked. You're pathetic, Dantalion. To think you'd want to ally yourself with such pathetic power. Do you really think you can stand as an equal to the great Lord Decarabia? Dantalion, seeing Balthazar appear, was terrified. He screamed back, You damned insect! You're only alive because of that magic armor. How dare you talk back to me? He didn't hesitate to retort, This magic armor is a gift from Her Majesty. Blame your own weakness for not being able to pierce it. It seems you've run out of tricks. It's time. As he finished, another massive boulder, calculated to hit Balthazar, came crashing down, but he nimbly dodged it with ease. Xia stepped out from somewhere and spoke, Too bad, you dodged it. Balthazar asked, bewildered, Are you, Xia Von Devata? The young girl smiled and replied, That's right, it's me. Dantalion was extremely confused by this unexpected appearance. Why is Xia Von Devata here? It looks like she came to help me, but there's no way she would mobilize her army for no reason. What is she planning? Below, Xia chatted casually. You're Balthazar of the Pentagram, right? He bowed respectfully. It is an honor that you remember my name, but what wind has brought the Demon King of the 72nd floor here? The girl replied, I have an important schedule, and you're in my way, so I'll handle you myself. He smiled knowingly and replied, Perhaps because you're young, you don't know your place. Balthazar then gripped his sword and lunged toward Xia, thinking to himself, This is too perfect. If I take this chance to conquer my way up to the 72nd floor, my master will be very pleased. Xia, who was relaxed, suddenly activated her combat energy. Her hair billowed, radiating a brilliant aura. Xia unleashed her first attack. Burn. As she spoke, a giant flaming humanoid construct appeared right in front of Balthazar, with searing hot flames. Balthazar was deeply rattled, wondering, She cast that spell without an incantation? Damn it, the magic armor. I'm burning up even before the attack lands. This power is on a completely different level than Dantalion's, but how ridiculous to think you could take me down with just magic. Then, with a single slash, he wiped away the searing heat of the flames, muttering mockingly, This little brat actually has some talent, but things like this will never. Before he could finish, Xia took his head off in a split second. She then sneered, What was that? Is that really all you've got? Dantalion, who had been watching the battle, was stunned by Xia's terrifying speed. What just happened? I didn't even see her move. Lin, who had been trying to keep up with Xia, said worriedly in a sharp tone, Your Majesty, you can't just charge out there alone like that. The girl waved to her, Commander Lin. You're here? But as Lin stepped towards Xia, she froze. Wait, is that Dantalion? Varuna sighed wearily. Your Majesty has really made a huge mess this time. Lin held her head, feeling helpless. Shut it. Lin had to step in and explain. Your Majesty, a war with the 68th floor is inevitable. Xia tilted her head, confused. She pointed at the enemy troops and continued, If we kill everyone here, no one will know. Lin replied, This isn't the only thing. The other members of the Pentagram must have realized what's happening by now. Xia realized, Is that so? In that case, let's pin the blame on the 69th floor. We were just passing through, but Dantalion begged us for help. Dantalion, listening from above, caught snippets of the conversation, and grew even more panicked. What is this? This sudden chill? Lin, down below, warned her. But despite the many witnesses, Xia showed no fear, retorting, We'll wipe them all out, and make Dantalion play along with our story. My teacher told me that if necessary, I shouldn't hesitate to kill or threaten others, so I'm just doing exactly that. Lin looked confused. He certainly taught you well, Your Majesty. Xia then smiled and asked, So, Commander, you handle the soldiers. Simple, right? She had no choice but to agree. Yes, Your Majesty. Lin then shouted, All troops, prepare for battle under the command of His Majesty, wipe out all enemies. Dantalion's soldiers were now feeling incredibly relieved. Looks like the 72nd floor is helping us. How should we repay them? Money, maybe? Hearing these idiotic words, Dantalion fumed internally. I'll deal with these bastards as soon as the war is over. Down below, the little head of the girl, Xia, twitched, as if she were concentrating all her mental strength to prepare a heaven-shaking dark art. Xia stood proudly between heaven and earth, raising her hands to gather energy, condensing a black orb of magical light, crackling with an unusual, thunderous power. Standing before the solid fortress gates, her small figure showed absolute resolve, directing the overwhelming dark magical energy toward the grand gate. As the destructive technique was released, a terrifying explosion echoed, and the violent shockwave completely flattened the fortified gate, leaving Dantalian's soldiers in shock. Earthquake! Save me! Meanwhile, Dantalian clung to the wall, trembling as he shouted, Xia Von Devata, why are you attacking us? The girl looked up and replied, attacking? You've already been conquered. If I hadn't intervened, I saved this castle with my own power, so now it's mine. Any problems with that? Dantalian muttered. Damn it. So, that was your plan all along? Don't make me laugh. A spell like that is nothing to. He secretly tried to cast a rejuvenation earth spell to undo it, but Dantalian panicked as he realized, what? Why isn't my magic working? Don't tell me this brat has already mastered dispelling magic? Seeing this, Xia warned him, struggling is useless. Choose. Be buried with your castle, or take my hand. To be exact, serve under me, and in return, I'll keep the 69th floor safe. Dantalian finally realized this was the power of the Demon King of the 72nd floor. If things had gone differently, he might have met the same fate as his own men. Perhaps it was better to take this chance and form an alliance with her. Thinking this, he quickly conceded. Fine, I understand. Just stop this for now. Xia cut him off. What kind of servant speaks so disrespectfully to their sovereign? Dantalian, hearing this, had no choice but to lower his head. I understand. I will submit to you, your majesty. Please, stop now. Xia replied happily. Good. Now, let's sign a peace treaty immediately. Afterward, everyone sat down in the 69th floor's Demon King meeting room. Xia suggested reviewing it one last time. Lin whispered anxiously, Your Majesty, are you sure about this? This is the first time you've gone against his advice. Seeing Xia trembling with anxiety, she replied, Commander Lin, have you forgotten? I am a Demon King. Teacher might be a little angry, but have you forgotten? I am a Demon King. But seeing this expression, Lin panicked and wondered to herself, Your Majesty, where did all that confidence from earlier go? Just then, Nan rushed in from outside, threw the door open, and called out for Xia. This unexpected appearance startled everyone in the room. Xia, however, panicked and called out, Teacher, she stammered, trying to explain. Teacher, you see, the reason I did this is because, but before she could say another word, Nhan didn't say anything and unexpectedly rushed over to hug her tightly. He let out a sigh of relief and said, You're safe, thank goodness. I'm just so glad you're okay. Xia choked up as she replied, Teacher, I'm sorry. Nan turned coldly toward Ken. Commander, report. What happened? The old man's voice suddenly became stammering. About that. After a moment, Ken had to honestly report. Actually, His Majesty Xia has already headed to the battlefield. Nahan turned around immediately, looking stunned. What? Why would she? Deep inside, a sense of unease couldn't help but rise. He couldn't believe she had ignored his orders. Nahan turned around immediately. I'll go see for myself. Ken hurriedly tried to stop him. My lord, look, Her Majesty will be fine. He glared at him, his face dark as a pot. Did I do something wrong? I don't remember doing anything. No, that's not what's important right now. Nhan felt like his stomach was burning like fire. Surely she's okay. But what if Xia is hurt? He rushed off to find her. Xia. The appearance of Nan made Xia unable to hide her surprise. Teacher. Her eyes widened as she looked at him, her voice trembling as she hurried to explain. The thing is, the reason I did this is because... Nan didn't wait for her to finish before rushing over to embrace Xia. You're safe. His tightly wound nerves finally relaxed. Thank goodness. I'm so glad. Xia's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. Teacher. Then he looked over and said politely, If you don't mind, could you give us a moment of privacy? Dantalian jumped up from his chair immediately. Hey, who do you think you are, barging in here like this? He lost his patience and growled. Did you not hear me? I said, Get out. The dark mana radiating from him scared Dantalian into silence. What was that? What in the world was that terrifying mana? What exactly is he? Turning back with a worried tone, he asked, Xia, can you tell me what happened now? Xia whispered timidly, I just wanted to be helpful. He leaned down and said patiently, I already told you that you didn't have to do that. But the young girl wouldn't listen and started panicking. But I did a good job without making any mistakes. I conquered the 69th floor and killed Baphomet of the 5 sages. I even captured Growly alive. Seeing how persistent Xia was, he squinted and nodded. You did well. I'm not saying you didn't do a good job, but you know what happens to a force when it loses its demon lord. The responsibility on your shoulders is heavy. From now on, be more careful. The girl replied softly. Yes, master, he added slowly. Besides, I didn't want you to reveal your power so soon. The girl finally looked up, puzzled. Why not? Nan explained with extreme patience. Information is power. It's best not to let the enemy know your true strength. He slowly stood up straight. Well, what's done is done. Now, let's figure out our next move. Is this a peace treaty? Xia looked over when she heard the question. Yes. Would you like to take a look? Nahan slowly picked up the treaty and scanned it. So, the plan is to hand over the 72nd floor to Dantalion and turn the 69th floor into our new base of operations. We'll also take over the merchants on the 69th floor. Without a power base on the 72nd, Dantalion will just be a loyal manager. He squinted his eyes and smiled, praising her happily. You handled this quite neatly. Hearing that, the girl immediately asked, So, will you grant my wish now? Nahan replied slowly. The outing? Of course. Xia's eyes couldn't hide her excitement. Really? He said softly. But first, we have to deal with the 68th floor. I don't think Arabia will just sit still. The girl's expectant gaze brightened a little. That's right. Nan quickly followed up. Then we should resume the meeting. He waited for everyone to return before asking. Dantalion, do you know the total size of Arabia's army? He answered slowly. As far as I know, they have 250,000 infantry, 50,000 cavalry, and over 1,000 magic warriors. Nahan crossed his arms, troubled. That was indeed a large number. Meanwhile, Xia kept pointing at things, which confused Dantalion a bit. What's wrong with Her Majesty? Is it because I'm not speaking formally enough? Still, he ignored it and added, however, their numbers have probably been cut in half after today's battle. Thanks for the info. He responded softly. Even so, there are still about 150,000 left. The girl raised her hand in a sign that she understood. This was the correct way to communicate. I should be careful. Nahan rubbed his chin. And I suspect there aren't many private soldiers left on the 69th floor. Hearing this, Dantalion confirmed reluctantly. It's embarrassing to admit, but that's true. He hesitated for a moment and asked, Is there any way to wage war and still preserve our current infrastructure? Before Dantalion could answer, Xia spoke up. We still have. But, she explained slowly, this will be an all-out war, so damages are inevitable. Recovery won't be easy either. Hearing him say that, the girl felt dejected. It's all my fault. Nahan comforted her patiently. Don't be so discouraged. Just treat this as a lesson. On the surface, he was calm. But inside, he felt heavy. Things were only going smoothly because he had played this game dozens of times, not because he was some genius. To fix this bug, he said gently, I really didn't want to use this. But there's still one way. Xia looked surprised and asked, Really? What way, Master? Nahan smiled. It's nothing special. I'll handle it myself. At the same time, at the 68th floor Demon Lord's castle, the echoes of Arabia's angry roar resounded. Baphomet is dead, Growly was captured, you lost the majority of your troops, and you still couldn't conquer the 69th floor, he shouted in a rage, and you call yourselves the Five Sages? I trusted you and gave you everything. And this is the result? Anne, Rubia, and crew prostrated themselves, claiming they had no excuse. My lord, please give us one more chance, and then pleaded on behalf of the group. This time, we will definitely deal with Dantalion. Arabia gritted his teeth and growled, Fine. But this time, I don't just want Dantalion's head. Bring that brat Xia Von Devata's head to me as well. If you fail, your heads will be on the chopping block. The group trembled as they received the order. Yes, Your Majesty. A moment later, and sighed exhaustedly. I was just talking big to save my neck. But he glanced to the side. Crew, do you have a plan? He shook his head helplessly. I have nothing. Even Baphomet was taken down. Rubia heard this and retorted loudly, How did Baphomet die? He was wearing his magic armor, and frowned and looked over. You were down there with him. You should be the one who knows best, right, Rubia? She slammed her hand against the table in frustration. I was busy fighting elsewhere. Besides, Lin suddenly appeared. I was barely able to retreat in time, and agreed. Yeah, that's impressive. Crew nodded in agreement. Retreating wasn't a bad decision, if the opponent was Lin. Saying that, he frowned in annoyance. To be honest, it is surprising. I didn't expect that young demon lord to be able to build a force like that. Anne's expression turned ugly. That is why we must nip this in the bud right now. Who knows? Xia Von Devata might have even been reincarnated, Rubia asked blankly. But how? There are only 3 of us left, and hardened his resolve. In a decisive battle, we still have the advantage in numbers. We can crush them with sheer force. The Sichi might be their allies, but they won't want to clash with us either. She sighed, confused. Why do you have to make it sound so complicated? You're just saying we should attack first, right? He replied softly. In simple terms, yes. Anyway, Now that you understand, everyone prepare. Before he could finish, a subordinate rushed in. General, urgent news. The enemy is attacking. Crew raised his voice in shock. What? Meanwhile, Nahan was standing leisurely on a cliff. The wind is so refreshing, it feels strangely cozy. Lin stood behind him and answered softly, yes, thanks to us advancing so quickly. The breeze feels so nice today, it's strangely warm and cozy. Lin, standing behind him, answered softly, yes, it's thanks to our lightning-fast advance. It seems there isn't an ambush after all. Nan nodded in appreciation. Well done, Commander. She asked slowly. But can we really pull this off without Si-Chi's support? His expression darkened slightly. I don't know. I'm not even sure myself. Lin was startled upon hearing this. What? Jian chuckled softly. Why are you so surprised? She bowed her head, her expression somber. The Anyan I know is always calculating. You never act without a solid plan. He couldn't help but laugh. I used to be that way, but things have become complicated this time. I don't mean to blame you. Commander, it's my fault for not seeing through the intentions. Lin looked up, confused. Then why would you take such a huge risk? He simply replied, because I think this is the fastest way to minimize casualties. With that, he looked back and calmly instructed, Commander Lin, you stay here with the troops. Her expression immediately darkened. Are you planning to go alone? He ran a hand through his hair. No. He said the names softly. I'm taking those two with me. Li was startled. What? Those humans? You don't mean? He glanced at Den and Ri. I know you still don't trust them, Commander. That's why I'm going to test them today. Nan said quietly, show me how much you've grown. Prove your worth today. He and the girl responded in unison. Nan headed toward Luonghai, his heart racing with doubt. Can I actually do this? I'm still not sure. I only took down Andromalius so easily because it was a surprise attack. Nahan channeled a bit of mana and fell silent. This body is incredibly strong, that's for sure. But I don't know its exact limits. This anxiety, this uncertainty about the outcome, he smirked. It was this very anxiety that made him keep Xia out of the fight, because he knew he wouldn't get a second chance. Den and Ri spoke up together. Nahan, I sense the enemy right in front of us. Nahan nodded. It was indeed a grand welcome. He scoffed. They're swarming everywhere. He looked at Hyo Chen and smiled coldly. You two provide cover for me when the time is right. Let's go. Below the cliff, Anne scanned the distance. Scouts reported the enemy had reached the other side of the valley. He continued, confused, but why is there only one person? Am I seeing things? And added, crew, this is definitely a trap. He frowned and nodded. I agree. We'll wait here and send a scouting team to assess their movements. Rubia, excited, asked, maybe they've already run away? And turned to look at her. Rubia, do you think that makes sense? After coming all this way, Crew quickly voiced his theory. It's highly likely they are lying in ambush along the mountainside. Rubia immediately brushed it off. Don't be ridiculous. If they were preparing magic, I would have sensed it already. Crew looked annoyed. No way. Can you really not sense any mana at all? She replied irritably. Exactly. That's why I said they've probably already run away. He mused for a moment. If they knew Rubia was here, they might have avoided using magic entirely. Rubia charged forward recklessly. You cowards, you just want to believe this is a trap, don't you? With that, she took flight. Just stay here and wait. I'll go check it out myself. Crew and Anne shouted in alarm, but it was too late. Wait, Rubia, Crew exclaimed, extremely frustrated. That brat. Does she want the same fate as? Anne was speechless. Well, she'll be fine. She's already wrapped herself in defensive magic. Rubia's heart was blazing. Honestly, you wingless insects are all the same. How long are you going to keep sending scouts? She dove at full speed toward the approaching shadow. You should have faced us head on. Rubia gritted her teeth and lunged. Look closely. Witness the terror of Happy. Nan calmly moved his lips. Pierce. Instantly, her body was impaled by something surging from the ground. Rubia muttered in pain. Am I dying like this? Then her body fell heavily. Anne and Crew, watching from afar, were horrified. Rubia. Crew's voice was no longer steady. Damn it, Rubia. She just died. And Anne shouted furiously, Who are you? He looked over, walking slowly with a grim face. You talk too much for being on a battlefield. Just then, a pair of red eyes snapped open. Leviathan appeared behind him, its massive shadow stretching across the ground as he smirked coldly. Clean this place up for me. There are many factors that decide the outcome of a battle. The commander's experience, the number of soldiers, the quality of equipment, and brilliant tactics. All of it is important. However, there is one factor that can overturn all of that instantly. Overwhelming power. As the battle reached its climax, he coldly commanded, "Clean this place up for me." Leviathan. The soldiers fell into a state of helpless panic, horses running wildly through the pitch-black space filled with smoke and mist. The soldiers didn't know where to run. They could only scream in despair. No, they're being attacked relentlessly without stopping. Loud screams echoed, throwing the area into horrifying chaos. Somewhere, someone was still crying for help. "Please, save me." Leviathan followed orders, continuously unleashing deep, devastating attacks with terrifying, destructive force. Anne, watching from afar, became frantic and blurted out, "It's a disaster. I've never heard of power like this." He rode his horse toward Nahan and cursed. "You bastard! Who exactly are you?" He replied coldly. "Me? I was wondering that myself." Ri, standing nearby, asked blankly, "Hey Den, do we really need to intervene?" He hesitated. "Probably not, but we have to do something, if only to prove our worth." Ri agreed. "That's right. We were the ones who made this choice. Go for it, Den. I'll cover you." Den jumped high and replied, "Counting on you." Ri stood below and began casting support, imbuing him with the speed of the wind. Den received the power and shot forward. Crew watched with a weary sneer. "Just a lowly human? Yet you dare?" He then launched an attack. "Take this." Ri quickly stepped in, shielding him with a sturdy barrier. A surge of power crackled with blinding lightning, violently crashing into the enemy's glowing protective aura, creating an earth-shattering explosion. 2. And observing, judged. "He's finished. Everyone, charge." But from within the thick smoke, Den emerged, leaving everyone in shock. Then he charged forward coldly like a storm, preparing for a relentless, unforgiving assault. Then, a loud scream of regret echoed through the air. Crew roared in a wild, frantic rage. "That pathetic human scum, how dare he?" He screamed. "I'll tear you apart with my own 2 hands. But you're only speaking up now? You shouldn't let your guard down on the battlefield." Nahan channeled his full strength into a strike so powerful it could decimate an entire army, cleaving through the monster's chest and shattering the spirit of the rampaging crew. Nahan said coldly, "Quiet down. I'll be sending D. Carabia to join you soon enough." Ri, watching from a distance, was stunned. Is it really over?" Suddenly, Xia appeared out of nowhere, making her jump. "Where is that man? Where is my master?" Ri stammered. "He's right down there." Seeing him, Xia exclaimed joyfully, "It was Master, wasn't it?" Ri thought to herself, "I never expected to see him make an expression like that." Xia then chimed in, "One day, I'll be able to do that too, right?" Ri stuttered in response. "Of course, Your Majesty. You are a great demon lord." The young girl turned to praise him. "You really know how to talk, don't you?" That one sentence made Ri blush. She quickly changed the subject. "But Your Majesty, did you know he was here?" Nan replied, "I came to see him without letting him know." The girl was puzzled. "But what does that have to do with you?" Realizing she overstepped, Ri apologized. "I'm sorry, I misspoke." Xia's mood shifted, and she asked coldly, "That human, you don't happen to have any strange feelings for my master, do you?" Hearing that, Ri fell to her knees, bowing her head. "I'm sorry, I was just so afraid of you, Your Majesty." Xia Von Devata was startled. "What?" The girl looked up, her face pale, stammering. "Isn't that what you implied, Your Majesty?" Xia realized she had gone too far and replied, "Forget it, I misunderstood." Their conversation ended as Nan ran over to call for Xia. She answered happily, "Master." He realized, "Nahan, you're safe." Nahan replied, "It's all thanks to you." Beside them, Nahan asked Xia, "What are you doing here?" She replied casually, "I came to see you, Master." He smiled and said, "Is that so? Thank you." Nahan thought to himself, "I've wiped out everything that could threaten her. Maybe I should let her get some more combat experience." He patted her head and said, "The Demon Lord's castle on the 68th floor is almost empty now, Xia. Why don't you and Captain Lin go clean up the rest?" Si Chi replied happily, "Understood." He then turned to the others and said, "And you two, well done. You've both trained incredibly hard over the past year. I'll have a mission for you when we return. Rest up until then." Nahan and Ri bowed. "Yes, Your Majesty." Nahan looked over the area and concluded, "That should just about wrap up the conquest of the 68th floor. Now, I just need to find that item." As for De Carabia, he was trembling, having just survived the most terrifying battle of his life. Before him stood Xia, who happily bragged he wasn't even that strong. Lin stood by and reminded her, "That is because His Majesty has become far too powerful." Looking at Xia, she thought about the combination of his swordplay and ancient magic. How does His Majesty even know that kind of ancient magic? Everything like that should have been lost to time. Arabia, despite his fear, cursed loudly. Xia, you crazy brat, you've created a monster. Lin reminded her again. Your Majesty Han gave orders to keep Arabia alive. Without a word, the girl grabbed Arabia by the collar and hoisted him up. He panicked as he was lifted into the air. What are you doing? Xia didn't answer, instead saying to Lin, I know, Captain Lin. I just need to keep him alive, right? After giving Arabia a few punches to vent her frustration, Lin stepped in, worried. Your Majesty, you're going to kill him. As for the man, his face swollen, he could only murmur helplessly. Just kill me already. Xia panicked. Why is he so weak? Just tell Master that Captain Lin did this. He'll be furious if he finds out it was me. She pleaded. Please. Lin reluctantly agreed. I understand. Xia beamed. Thank you, Captain. As soon as she finished, Nan walked in and asked, What are you thanking her for? Xia jumped, quickly trying to hide Arabia, and stammered, Master, it's nothing, really, right? Captain Lin followed up. Yes, Your Majesty, of course. Nan immediately sensed something fishy. He asked, Is that Arabia lying over there? Xia was startled. This is. Nan sternly reminded her, Do not lie to me. If you've done something wrong, you must be honest. Xia hung her head, admitting her fault. Yes. I'm sorry. The master leaned down to check on Arabia. Good grief, he's absolutely trashed. At least he's still breathing. Arabia could only whisper one thing. Kill me. Lin asked, But Your Majesty, why are you keeping Arabia alive? He's not the type to bow his head to others like Dantalion. Han replied, I'm not sparing him. I'm just gathering information. Xia, you've heard of the Nebula Stone, right? She replied, Yes, it's a specialty of the 68th floor. He explained, I'm going to compare Kry's testimony with Arabia's. Only the 68th floor Demon Lord and his closest confidants know the location of the mine in the game. The location changes every playthrough. It's such a pain. Xia wondered, wouldn't it be easier to just capture the other members of the 5 pentagrams? Nahan wiped the blood off his hands and replied, They resisted too fiercely, so I had no choice but to kill them. He thought to himself, To be honest, I didn't realize I'd become this strong. Master told me not to lie, yet here he is doing the same thing. What a double standard. Xia had another question. Brainwashing doesn't work on a demon lord, so how are you going to make him talk? Nan just smiled. Suddenly, a new guest arrived. Long time no see. Xia recognized Lady Siqi. She spoke up. I heard you needed my help, so I came. This is quite an impressive sight. Is that bloody mess Arabia? It's been hard to find you lately. You haven't even dropped by to train. I put everything aside to get here. You know? As Siqi finished speaking and looked at Xia, she shivered, thinking, Not again. That terrifying gaze. She's the exact reason I can't visit. Wait, if I use my abilities in front of this kid, will she stop at just glaring at me? Out of fear, Siqi just stood behind Nahan and suggested he leave the area immediately. He asked if this was really so urgent. She insisted, Yes, let's go, now. Nahan then told Xia, All right, I understand. We'll wait outside. Xia, let's go. The girl replied happily, Yes, Master. Outside, she asked, Master, how will Lady Siqi be able to find the Nebula Stone? He replied, Isn't fire magic her main ability? That's both true and false. Siqi has a unique ability. In the room, she started casting her spell. Arabia, there's something I want to know. Despite his swollen mouth, he remained defiant. I won't tell you a single thing. It's a power that makes any person of the opposite sex fall in love with her forever. Siqi unleashed her charm spell. Come on, just tell me where the Nebula Quarry is. You can tell me, can't you? Arabia's ability doesn't work if they are on equal footing, but in his current state, it was clear he would fold easily. After being hit by the spell, Arabia started acting honest. 50 kilometers to the west, Siqi pressed him. That's right, keep going, tell me more. Yes. And so, after getting the full scoop, Siqi spoke up. Thanks for the info, you idiot. As a reward, I'll give you my heart, though it might be a little hot. Arabia, still lost in that blind love, gasped. So this is your heart. Thank you. I love you, Siqi. Just outside the room, Nahan's polite voice echoed. Thank you for your help. Siqi rubbed her chin and replied nonchalantly, It's nothing. Do you intend to sell the Nebula Stones? Nahan shared his new plan candidly. I can't rely on weapons and slaves forever. I need a new source of income. Though he said that, his true motives remained hidden in his mind. There are also things I must get from the Nebula Quarry. Siqi suddenly forced a smile and spoke very politely. But it's not like I'm being greedy or anything. But I did help you find the Nebula Quarry. Nahan, quick-witted, caught the implication and cut her off. I was planning on giving you a cut anyway. However, his next statement left Sichi completely dumbfounded. But since you're being so thick-skinned about it, I've changed my mind. She was so stunned, she shrieked. No way! That's so unfair! After enjoying her hilarious reaction, Nan finally decided to compromise. I get it. I'll share the Nebula Stones with you. But please, act as if I have already conquered the 68th floor. Chi was hit with such a massive opportunity that she couldn't believe it. I get a Demon King's castle too? Alright. Nyan saw she was starting to get carried away and had to clarify. I mean, only on paper. Please just act as if I've conquered it. Getting a Demon King's castle for free without sending a single soldier. Don't you think that's a bit shameless? Yet, this time, Chi had the nerve to argue back. No, it's just like last time, so they might misunderstand. Besides, if rumors spread that I'm conquering floors, they'll be on guard, and it'll be harder for me to regain my strength. Nahan immediately clapped loudly in praise. You figured that out? Realizing she was being toyed with, Chi subconsciously shrieked, Hey, do you think I'm an idiot? Nahan suddenly reached out, his tone turning serious. In exchange, I'll give you half of the Nebula Stones. Having learned from the previous trap, Chi cautiously asked, Really? Nan urged her. What's your choice? She reached out without hesitation, though she still tried to play it cool. If it's half the output, the risk is. Xia, who had been watching the whole time, was getting restless. The young girl took the initiative to decide for this dysfunctional pair. Then it's a deal. Nan, startled by the girl's bright smile, remarked, Nan really should handle these things himself from now on. But on the other side, Chi didn't have that luxury, so she stammered in agreement. Right, I should go do that with the Emperor. Just remember to hand over those stones. I'm leaving. Nan watched her dash off like she was being chased by a ghost, completely baffled. What's wrong with her? Xia, though she knew full well she was the cause, just beamed and made up an excuse. Maybe she remembered something urgent. Nhan didn't dwell on it for long and quickly changed the subject. Oh, right, Xia. About the trip, do you want to handle the aftermath of the war first, or should we go tomorrow? The girl pondered for a moment before making her decision. I'll handle my work first, because I'm a Demon King, Nahan boldly suggested immediately. Then why don't you try it yourself? Just leave the Nebula Quarry to me. Xia didn't even think about it, happily offloading the responsibility. Yes, teacher. A while later, in her room, Xia stared at her hand, lost in thought. It's been so long since I held teacher's hand. Inside, the girl's heart was swirling with the confusion of coming of age. I know I'm not a child anymore, so he can't baby me like he used to. But this time, when it's just the two of us, I'm going to hold his hand as much as I want. At the same time, from the other side, Agon's complaining voice rang out. Has this Nebula Quarry been abandoned? There's no one here. Nhan, standing beside him, calmly explained. I told them to start work later so they wouldn't get in the way. Agon, unashamedly showing his laziness. Is there anything here worth protecting? Can I go back to sleep now? Nhan tried to suppress his irritation to make him understand. Stop talking nonsense. I brought you here to find something using your ability. You can distinguish between ores, right? Agon cringed and muttered. So, that's why you brought me along. Nahan didn't delay any further, showing his true capitalistic nature. Scan the area with the most ore carefully. There should be a gold bracelet. This god-forsaken mission actually piqued his curiosity. Understood, Master Nahan. But why would a gold bracelet be buried in the ore? Nahan shrugged his shoulders and gave an irresponsible answer. Well, I don't really know either. Outwardly, Agon agreed easily. What? I see. I'll find it. But internally, he still had doubts. He must have a reason for hiding it. Agon didn't know that Nan himself was truly confused. Even I find it strange. It doesn't even have any logic to it. If it was created to be hidden, there's no reason for it to exist in the first place. Is this some kind of prank by the game developers? Regardless, the deposits were overflowing. No wonder Decarabia stayed steady as an oil tycoon just from the Nebula Stones. Thinking of this, Nahan immediately covered his mouth to hide a smirk. Now half of that income belongs to us. Agon looked at that despicable face and felt a chill run down his spine. Why is he acting like that all of a sudden? After having his fill of laughing, Nan switched to serious mode. I need to prepare. The fact that I've conquered the 69th floor will soon be known to low-level demon kings. Since there are no issues with expanding finances, thanks to the Nebula Stones, I should start building an army in earnest. From now on, it will be very difficult to advance without casualties. Just then, His train of thought was interrupted by Agon. Master Nan, I think I found it. There's something that isn't a nebula stone around here. Nhan rushed over to warn him. Really? Get out of the way. Nhan didn't hesitate and held out his hand, unleashing the substance. Materia. Following that was the glowing extraction ring. Extraction name spilled onto his palm. The once dark space was suddenly flooded with a faint, otherworldly glow. Looking at what was being revealed before his eyes, Nhan was so pleased that he couldn't help but compliment his little horse. Found it. Well done. Now that the Agon relic is in our hands, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Its name is the Ancient Golden Bracelet. In the game, this item boosts growth efficiency. I wonder how it will manifest here. Agon, who had been cosplaying as an invisible person by his side, suddenly spoke up. My lord, please, look. It trembled on the ground, cautiously pleading. If you are finished, please retract your energy. It's too much to bear. Nhan was startled, only then realizing his oversight. I didn't expect my energy would affect you up there. Is it really that overwhelming? Agon couldn't even lift its head, but still honestly reported, it feels like my entire body is about to shatter. Nhan awkwardly scratched his head, apologizing for the trouble, and even made a mental note to himself. I really need to be more careful with my magic from now on. Back inside, Dantalion was timidly negotiating. Do I really have to sign it with a blood seal? Xia firmly pushed the document toward him and asserted, that's right, there's nothing more binding than this, is there? Deep down, the girl was burning with determination. Master trusted me with this, so I have to finish it cleanly and speed things up. Xia didn't hesitate to threaten him further. What? You don't want to do it? Or do you have some other hidden agenda? Should I turn you into someone like Decarabia? Dantalion jumped in fright, hastily backing down. No, of course not. I'll sign it. After lifting his finger from the paper, he reported tremblingly, I've sealed it. Xia pressed the mark on her hand against it, and satisfied, reminded him, from now on, pick up when I call, and be on time. Since you were once a demon lord, I trust you'll do well. Dantalion looked at the identical mark on his hand and obediently complied. Yes, your majesty. The girl finished her business and immediately brushed him off. All done, you can go now. Xia waited until he was out of sight before switching to a sweet, gentle tone. Master, did I make any mistakes? Hinan didn't hesitate to give her a thumbs up. No, you did great. You really look like a demon lord. Riding the wave of excitement, the girl immediately planned the next step. Now, we just need to repair the demon lord's castle on the 69th floor and move in. Nan also felt that this schedule was perfectly reasonable. Yeah, since we've finished all the important tasks, let's prepare to depart. Xia took the opportunity to state her request. I want a quiet place with beautiful scenery, and somewhere that isn't crowded. Nahan tried to suppress a smile as he advised. All right, I'll find a location tomorrow, so for today, you should get some rest and recover. Seeing that the deal was sealed, Xia cheered, yes, without a worry in the world, but her expression suddenly froze as he held out the bracelet. And this, too. I prepared this for you. Xia took it with both hands, chirping like a young bird. Is this really for me? Thank you, master. Nan patiently added. From now on, always wear it, okay? He never expected that his kindness would only tighten the shackles in Xia's heart. As expected, I can never let master go. Master, she whispered. Over in the city of Salino, Den was casually lamenting. It's been a long time since I've been to the human realm, even. Nahan spoke up. You're right. Oh, by the way, do you remember Lord Nan's orders? Both of them subconsciously recalled what he said before they left. Recently, the number of humans infiltrating the 72nd floor has decreased significantly. Disguise yourselves as adventurers in the human realm. Grasp the situation and send periodic reports. So, decide on your path forward. I will go to HM City, so you stay here. We will meet in Salino City once a month. Go register as a new adventurer at the guild, and get started right away. You remember our aliases, right? I am Daniel, and you are Eli. Ree subconsciously voiced her concern. Yeah, I got it. But will we really not be exposed? Even with forged documents, he lifted his greatsword and reminded her immediately. Eli, listen closely. Of course, this was probably hard to accept, but he paused to put a heavy hand on her shoulder before emphasizing, there is no one left here who remembers us, so just be careful. Don't go picking fights with scum for no reason. Ree was stung in her weak spot and immediately flared up. I'm not that stupid. Den finished teasing her and held out a treasure. Still, if you're in danger, break this, Ree asked blankly. What is this? He shook it in his hand and gave a vague instruction. It's a type of alarm device. If you break it, mine will break too. Ri watched his back and called out softly, "Got it. Thank you." He replied with satisfaction, finishing their promise. "I'm heading out. Take care. See you in a month." When Ri turned to head in the opposite direction, she couldn't help but complain to herself. Does he really think I'm a troublemaker? What could possibly happen on this peaceful mountain? But Den's words seemed to come true immediately as a sleazy voice rang out. "Hey, Missy." The group surrounded her and threatened aggressively. "Hand over all your belongings and get lost, or you won't have an easy time." Ri let out a long, weary sigh internally. He was half right. When she opened her mouth, she didn't hesitate to call them out. "But looking at you guys, you don't even look like real bandits. Why are you doing this?" The men were hit right in the heart. They hung their heads and mumbled, How did you know?" Finally, one of them weakly explained on behalf of the group, "With the state of the country like this, we don't have any other choice." This statement successfully piqued Ri's curiosity. The state of the country? What exactly is happening in the Holy Kingdom? The other man stepped forward and poured out a stream of grievances. "You really don't know? The people in charge have completely lost their minds. They are putting citizens on trial and burning down villages under the pretext of hunting for hidden demons." Her bewildered expression only made the group of men more confused. "What? You really don't know?" In the end, Ri shared a half-truth. "For some reason, I've been trapped on the mountain for 5 years." They all sighed in unison. Poor girl. She was comforted to the point of being completely bewildered. "Poor? What do you mean?" The kind man comforted her. "You must have lost your memories from the shock of losing your hometown. Our situation isn't much better, but if you come with us, we'll take care of you." This time, Ri was terrified by their excessive kindness. "No, I'm perfectly fine." He didn't hesitate to press her. "You expect me to believe a girl has been living alone on a mountain for 5 years? If the Holy Knights heard that, you'd be branded a witch immediately." Ri went pale, her voice faltering. "Did you say a witch?" The kind man carefully clarified the situation. The Great Temple issued a declaration. The disappearance of humans in the demon realm 5 years ago was actually caused by witches hiding in the human realm. So the Holy Knights have started tearing apart cities and villages to find them. They burn villages for purification and take the children away. Ri stammered, confirming it one more time. "No. They actually did that? And what about the adventurers?" The group of men immediately started complaining, one after another. "The adventurers are acting as lackeys for the Holy Knights. Those crazy bastards. I miss my daughter so much." Ri suddenly fell silent, her mind spinning with 1,000 thoughts. It was strange. Would the Holy Knights really act without any clear evidence? And the adventurers had been stirred up. If it were just a few nobodies, that would be one thing. But pulling in the guildmaster? That would be incredibly difficult. The kind-hearted man tried to add a warning. "You don't seem to get it, do you? Young lady, I told you, that was a decree issued by the Grand Cathedral. This is the Holy Kingdom that is the Pope's will. No one has any choice but to obey." The conversation trailed off at the edge of the forest. The scene then shifted to the Grand Cathedral. Inside a bathroom, the shower water suddenly cut off. The master of the castle stepped out, feeling refreshed and cheerful. Nothing like a good bath, they thought. "Have you been waiting long?" The person who had been standing outside, waiting the whole time, smirked and asked back, "Is the investigation going well?" Sus didn't let the smile fade from his face, continuing to share his joy. "Just as you said, I had them search the entire country, and indeed, there were many minions of the devil." The old man turned toward the woman and rubbed his hands together in a servile manner. "It is all thanks to you." She gave a faint smile and replied politely, "That is only because your holiness has worked so hard." Sus even knelt down to fully express his devotion. "You are the only one who recognizes my hard work." He paused slightly, as if overwhelmed with emotion, taking a long moment before whispering her name.